Hey guys, welcome back to our channel, as you seen in title and thumbnail. In this video we are going to see, what if Deku was Vasto Lorde. This is movie, and finally a series. If I get good respawn I will update more parts, so for more comment down your thoughts and like share, also check out my Patreon to support me. All details in description. The sky over Musutafu was the kind of gray that made the city look washed out, like someone had taken all the color and wrung it into the ocean. Even the billboards felt quieter on days like this. Their animated mascots still smiled, still advertised bright drinks and brighter dreams, but the light didn't reach the sidewalk. Izuku Midoriya walked with his head slightly down anyway, even when the sky wasn't gray. Habit did that. He held his notebook close to his chest, not because it was fragile, but because it was his. Because the scratchy paper and messy handwriting were proof that he existed in a world that kept telling him he didn't belong. He'd written a new page today. All Might, rescue pattern analysis, priority order, collateral minimization, smile, as psychological stabilizer. It wasn't just hero worship. It was structure. It was math. It was a way to take the chaos of quirks and turn it into something that made sense. Because if things made sense, then maybe being born wrong could make sense too. A gust of wind pushed his curls into his eyes. He blinked, adjusted his grip, and tried not to look at the reflection of himself in a store window. A small boy stared back. Green hair, freckles, narrow shoulders, school uniform slightly too big, like he was still trying to grow into a version of himself that might be worthy of the world's attention. His chest tightened as it always did when he thought about that word. Worthy. People used it casually. Worthy of being a hero. Worthy of being in the hero course. Worthy of being looked at. They didn't say the other half out loud. Not you. A laughter burst somewhere behind him, high and sharp. Izuku flinched before he could stop himself, glancing over his shoulder. A group of middle school kids were crowded near a vending machine. One of them shoved another playfully, and the other shoved back harder. Normal. Loud. Alive. Izuku forced his shoulders to loosen. Forced his feet to keep moving. He told himself it didn't matter. He told himself a lot of things. The problem was, some of them were starting to sound like lies. He reached a crossing and stopped with everyone else. A hero patrol vehicle glided by on the main road. Lights flashing once, more a warning than a panic. Two sidekicks stood on the back platform, capes fluttering, scanning crowds like hunters scanning tall grass. People waved. People smiled. A little G. IRL bounced on her toes and screamed the hero's name. Izuku watched, and for 1 second his heart did that dangerous thing where it tried to believe. Then the light changed. Everyone moved. Izuku moved too. He was halfway across when his phone buzzed with a news notification. All Might spotted in Musutafu, is the symbol of peace back in full strength. Izuku's fingers hovered over the screen. He didn't open it. He didn't need to. The words alone made his lungs feel warmer. All Might was real. Heroes were real. The idea that someone could be strong enough to protect others, strong enough to smile while doing it, was real. Izuku tucked the phone away before he could get lost in it. He had homework. He had chores. He had a mother who watched him with worry like it was her second heartbeat. He had a life that felt like a hallway with locked doors. And he had, tucked under his arm, a notebook full of keys that didn't fit any of them. The alley behind the convenience store smelled like damp concrete and cheap ramen. Izuku usually avoided it, but it was the shortest route home, and today he wanted home quickly. He'd promised his mom he'd be back before dark. He took 3 steps in. And froze. At first, he thought it was trash shifting in the wind. A plastic bag rolling over itself. A puddle trembling. Then the puddle moved up the wall. It wasn't a puddle. It was something thick and dark and wet, sliding like oil. Clinging to brick like it loved the feeling of being stuck to something solid. Izuku's mouth went dry. His brain, always too fast for his own good, supplied an answer before his legs could decide whether to run. A villain. The sludge villain. He'd seen it once on the news. A low-level criminal, they said, mostly a nuisance, mostly harmless if you didn't get trapped. Mostly. The thing stretched, and in that movement Izuku saw eyes, glassy, hungry, amused. Ah, it gurgled, voice like liquid through a drain. A kid. Izuku's feet finally remembered how to move. He turned. But the alley behind him sealed shut. Not with a door, with the villain itself. Sludge rolled like a wave, slapping down against the brick, forming a wall. It wasn't tall, but it didn't need to be. It was enough to block his escape. Enough to make the space feel smaller. Izuku swallowed. His throat clicked. I'm sorry, he blurted out, because fear made him polite. I didn't see you, I'll just. You can't, the villain said. Delighted. That's the fun part. Izuku's brain screamed run anyway. His body did nothing. The sludge surged forward. Cold wrapped around his ankle, then his calf. It was like stepping into ice water that didn't stop at the skin. It crept under, around, inside. Izuku staggered, tried to yank free, but the sludge clung with sticky strength. He stumbled backward until his shoulder hit brick. The villain rose up in front of him, taller now, like it was borrowing the alley's shadows to build itself a body. Breathe deep, it whispered. I'll borrow your body for a bit. Just for a bit. Izuku's breath hitched. No. The sludge lunged, and a hand, too big, too wet, covered his face. It pushed into his mouth. It slid into his nose. It filled his throat. Panic detonated in Izuku's chest like a bomb. His hands flew up, clawing. He tried to scream, but the sound drowned before it could exist. He tried to inhale, but his lungs sucked in sludge instead of air. His eyes burned. His vision went spotty at the edges. A voice in his head, his own, began to repeat the same thought in a loop. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. He punched the villain's surface with his fists. It was like punching wet clay that didn't care. His arms were trapped now too, swallowed up to the elbows. The villain's laughter vibrated through him. Your body's so small, it crooned. But you'll do. You'll do. Izuku's mind flared with another thought, sudden and bright. Kachan. Bakugo. It wasn't logical. It wasn't helpful. It was just there, because Bakugo's face had been the shape of Izuku's fear for years, and now, at the end, his brain reached for the familiar. Bakugo would laugh. Bakugo would call him useless. Bakugo would. A flash of memory. Bakugo's hand on his notebook. Ripping paper like it was nothing. Bakugo's voice telling him to jump off the roof if he wanted a quirk in his next life. Izuku's eyes watered, not just from the sludge. He tried to fight again. Tried to move his legs. The sludge tightened. His lungs convulsed. His heartbeat, fast, frantic, began to stutter. The world narrowed. Sound became distant, like it was happening behind a wall. His thoughts slowed, thickening like syrup, and in that slow, sinking place, despair slid in beside him like an old friend. So this is it. Quirkless. Powerless. Dying in an alley like trash. No heroic last stand. No dramatic rescue. Just silence. Izuku's body jerked once as his brain screamed for oxygen. Then, something snapped. Not bone. Not muscle. Not even mind. Something deeper. A chain, invisible until the moment it moved. Izuku felt it, felt the sensation like metal scraping against stone inside his soul. He couldn't explain it, because he didn't have the words. But the fee waking you. Pee in a room you didn't know you'd been locked inside. The sludge villain paused. Huh, it said, confused. Because the air changed. The alley didn't get colder. It got heavier. Like gravity had leaned closer. Like the city itself had inhaled and decided not to exhale again. Izuku's eyes rolled back for a second. Then snapped open. They were still green. But the green looked wrong. Too sharp. Too bright. Like light trapped behind glass. The sludge villain recoiled instinctively, as if the kid it had caught had suddenly turned into a different category of danger. What is? Izuku's hands trembled. Not in fear. In strain. In hunger. He didn't understand that part yet. But his body did. Whatever had snapped had opened a door, and something on the other side was starving. A thin, bone-white line traced itself across Izuku's cheek. Then another. Cracks like porcelain. The sludge villain stared, suddenly uncertain. Izuku's mouth opened. Sludge dripped from his lips. And a sound crawled out of him that didn't belong in a human throat. It started as a gasp. It turned into a growl. It became a scream. Not a normal scream. Not fear. Not pain. It was a scream that carried weight. It hit the alley like a shockwave. The brick walls trembled. A nearby window, 2 buildings away, spider-webbed with cracks. Car alarms down the street chirped, then screamed in chorus. The sludge villain shuddered as if struck by an invisible hammer. The sludge around Izuku's face peeled back like it had been slapped off. Air rushed into Izuku's lungs. He inhaled so hard it hurt. Then he exhaled. And the exhale carried power. The bone-white mask on his face didn't fully form. It couldn't. Not yet. But fragments did. A jagged half-mask spread from his cheekbone to the edge of his jaw, like a skull trying to remember its shape. A hollow, black eyehole shimmered near his temple for a split second, then vanished. The villain backed away, sludge body wobbling. "Kid, what are you?" It spat. Izuku didn't answer. Because Izuku wasn't fully there. His eyes were open, but his expression wasn't the same. It wasn't rage exactly. It was emptiness with teeth. His right hand lifted. The sludge villain flinched, and then the air in front of Izuku's palm warped. A red light bloomed, small as a spark. Then it swelled, pulsing like a heartbeat that didn't belong to him. The villain tried to move, tried to surge toward him again. Maybe thinking it could smother whatever this was. But the moment it moved closer, the heaviness intensified. The villain's sludge body sagged as if gravity had doubled. Its shoulders drooped. Its voice came out strained. What is this pressure?" Izuku's palm tilted. The red light sharpened into a condensed point. And then, a beam erupted. Not wide, not elegant, not controlled. It was raw, straight-line force, screaming out of Izuku's hand like his soul was firing itself as a weapon. The blast tore through the sludge villain, not with blood, there was no blood, but with light and heat so intense the sludge evaporated into steaming mist. The alley flashed crimson. The beam hit the far wall and scorched a black line into the bricks like a brand. When the light vanished, the silence was sudden and wrong. The sludge villain was gone. Not splattered, not knocked out. Gone. Only a faint, oily smell remained, mixed with smoke. Izuku's arm trembled, slowly lowering. The bone fragments on his face cracked again, and peeled away like ash in the wind. His eyes blinked. The strange brightness dimmed. Reality rushed back in like cold water. He looked around, dazed, seeing scorched brick. Hearing distant alarms. He opened his mouth to speak. And coughed. A harsh, wet cough. Not blood. Something darker. Something like shadow, like the idea of smoke. It splattered the ground and evaporated. Izuku stared at it, horrified. His hands flew to his chest. His heart should have been pounding. It wasn't. Or, no, it was. But not in the way it used to. There was a sensation there like a hole. A space. A hollow place where warmth should be. He pressed his palm harder as if he could force himself to feel normal. His fingers sank into his shirt. Into his skin. Not literally, he wasn't injured like that. But the sensation was terrifyingly real in his mind. A hole. Izuku sucked in a shaky breath. What did I? His voice cracked. A whisper answered him. Not from the alley. From inside his skull. Hungry. Izuku froze. He spun around. No one was there. The alley was empty except for smoke. His own breathing sounded too loud. He pressed his hands over his ears. "Stop," he whispered. "Stop, stop, stop." Footsteps thundered at the alley entrance. A shadow fell across the mouth of the alley like a giant arriving. Izuku looked up, and his entire brain short-circuited. All Might. Not on a screen. Not on a poster. Here. Tall and broad. Hair like golden fire, eyes sharp and wide. But his expression wasn't the smiling, calm expression Izuku had memorized. It was horror. All Might's gaze snapped from the scorched bricks to the steam to Izuku. To the boy clutching his chest like it was missing something. To the air around him, shimmering faintly, heavy enough that dust seemed to sink faster. All Might's nostrils flared, as if he could smell the change. He took one step into the alley. And his cape fluttered weirdly, like the air itself resisted. "What?" All Might said, and his voice was low. "Careful. Young, Midoriya." Izuku tried to stand up straight. Tried to smile. Tried to be the fanboy he was supposed to be. But his knees wobbled. His hand remained pressed to his chest like a brace. Izuku swallowed. His throat burned from the sludge. I couldn't breathe and then. His eyes blurred. The terror hit late, like thunder after lightning. I didn't mean to. All Might moved fast, too fast for a normal man. He crossed the alley in a blink and grabbed Izuku's shoulders. Izuku flinched at the contact. Not because it hurt, because something inside him reacted. That same invisible chain rattled again. A pulse of heaviness surged outward. All Might's grip tightened instinctively, steadying himself like he'd stepped onto a moving train. His eyes narrowed. Your body, he murmured. This feeling. Izuku stared up at him, eyes wide, pleading. Am I dying? All Might's jaw clenched. It was the first time Izuku had ever seen the symbol of peace look guilty. Because the truth was standing between them, thick as smoke. All Might had captured the sludge villain. All Might had been careless. All Might had dropped the bottle. And whatever had happened to Izuku, it had happened because Izuku had been in the wrong place at the wrong time, trying to do the right thing. All Might opened his mouth, closed it. Then he made a decision. He scooped Izuku up like he weighed nothing. Izuku's brain sparked with embarrassment, then drowned in exhaustion as his body finally remembered it had almost suffocated. He sagged against All Might's chest. The air around them still felt heavy, but All Might pushed through it with stubborn force. I'm taking you to get help, All Might said, voice firm. Do you understand? Hold on. Izuku tried. He really tried. But his vision was tunneling again. Not from lack of oxygen this time. From something else. From the hollow space in his chest yawning wider. As All Might carried him out of the alley, Izuku's head lolled against his shoulder. The world was turning into sound and blur. Sirens, shouts, the distant thump of hero boots. Then, a laugh, quiet, intimate, inside his skull. Hey, finally. Izuku's eyes widened weakly. Who? He whispered, but his lips barely moved. All Might looked down sharply. What did you say? Izuku couldn't answer. The laugh lingered like a smile made of knives. You were empty. Now you're mine too. Izuku's fingers curled into All Might's costume. Duh. He wanted to cry. He wanted to scream. He wanted to rewind time to 10 minutes ago, before the alley, before the sludge, before the snap. But the snap had already happened. And somewhere deep inside him, that invisible chain dragged across the floor of his soul. Slowly, patiently, as if it was pulling something closer. Izuku's last clear thought before darkness took him was simple. Not heroic, not brave, just terrified. Something is wrong with me. And the voice in the dark answered, pleased and hungry. Good. Scene 1, white lights. Heavy air. Hospitals were supposed to smell clean. This one didn't. It smelled sharp, like disinfectant trying too hard to erase something it couldn't name. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, the kind of buzz that got inside your teeth if you stared too long. Izuku woke up choking. Not on sludge this time. On emptiness. His eyes snapped open, and he shot upright so fast the heart monitor beside him screamed a warning. He tore at the oxygen mask over his face with shaking fingers. Air rushed in. Too cold. Too thin. His lungs worked. His throat burned. But his chest felt wrong. He pressed his palm against his sternum, hard, as if he could shove his heartbeat back into place through sheer force. The sensation was still there. That hollow space. Like a missing step on a staircase, like the moment your foot falls expecting support, and nothing is there, and your stomach drops. Midoriya-kun. A woman's voice, his mother's voice, broke through the fog. Inko Midoriya surged into view from the side of the bed, hair slightly messy, eyes red-rimmed from crying. She grabbed his hand with both of hers like she was anchoring him to reality. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness, Izuku, you scared me. I'm okay, Izuku lied immediately, because that was his reflex. Because his mother's worry always felt heavier than his own fear. Mom, he wasn't. He could feel it. The air around him had weight now. Not metaphorically. Literally. Every breath felt like pulling air through water. Inko's shoulders trembled. They said you were, her voice broke. They said you stopped breathing. Izuku's eyes flicked to the door. A shadow stood there. Tall. Broad, golden, All Might, but not the All Might from posters. This All Might looked, still, like a statue that didn't know where to put its hands. His face was in that heroic form, but his smile was gone. The lines at the corners of his eyes looked deeper. His gaze locked onto Izuku. And Izuku saw something that terrified him more than the sludge villain. Guilt. All Might stepped into the room, and the moment he did, the heart monitor stuttered. The screen flickered. Nurse station intercom in the hallway crackled with static. Inko flinched, looking around in confusion, but Izuku felt it clearly. The heaviness shifted, like something inside him reacted to All Might's presence. Not recognition, not admiration, a response. A predator noticing another large creature entering the territory. Izuku's stomach lurched. All Might's voice was low. Young Midoriya. Izuku swallowed. All Might. Even saying the name felt different now. Like it should have come with excitement. With light. Instead it came out thin and shaky. Inko turned, eyes wide. All Might. You're here. All Might's smile tried to appear. It failed halfway. He began. He didn't get to finish. The door opened again, and 3 doctors walked in. You could tell who the lead was immediately. Older. Calm. The kind of calm you only got after seeing too many impossible cases and learning to stop being surprised. He glanced at the monitors, then at Izuku. Then he paused. Because the same thing happened to him that happened to everyone who entered the room. His steps slowed, just slightly. His brow furrowed, like walking into invisible pressure. He didn't say it out loud, but his body language screamed the truth. Something is wrong in here. Midoriya Izuku, the lead doctor said carefully. How are you feeling? Izuku opened his mouth, then stopped. How did you answer that? I feel like my chest is a hole. I feel like the air hates me. I feel like something is living behind my eyes. He looked down at his blanket. Tired. The doctor nodded as if that was normal. It wasn't. He held up a tablet. Scrolling through charts. Your blood oxygen levels are stable now. Your throat is irritated but not damaged in the way we'd expect from suffocation by a viscous substance. All Might's jaw tightened. The doctor continued, your heart rhythm is irregular. Not weak. Not failing. Irregular. Inko's hands tightened around Izuku's. Irregular how? Is his heart okay? Please. The doctor hesitated, then chose his words carefully. Mrs. Midoriya, we can't explain his physiology right now. Izuku's fingers went cold. The doctor turned the tablet so they could see. The chart was a mess. Peaks and dips where there shouldn't be. Spikes like static. And it isn't just the heart, he said. Our imaging is inconsistent. It's as if certain scans are being interfered with. Inko blinked. Interfered with. Like, machine error. The doctor's gaze flicked to Izuku again. No, he said quietly. And in that one syllable, the room changed. The nurses behind him looked uneasy. They wanted to leave but didn't want to be unprofessional. All Might, Inko whispered suddenly, realization crashing into her. Did a villain do this? Was it that sludge villain on the news? All Might looked like he'd been punched. His shoulders tensed. His voice dropped even lower. Yes. Inko's face went pale. Then you saved him. All Might didn't answer immediately. Izuku's eyes widened, because he understood what silence meant. Inko stared at All Might, then at Izuku. And a mother's mind, sharp in its own way, connected the dots faster than any hero analyst. You were there, she said. All Might's eyes flicked down. Inko's breath hitched. You were there, and my son still. All Might bowed his head. I'm sorry, he said, voice thick. I made a mistake. The room went quiet in the worst way. Izuku's throat tightened, not with anger, with something else, a grief that didn't know where to land. Because he had spent his whole life believing in All Might like people believed in gravity. Like a law of the universe. And now he was hearing the universe admit it could slip. All Might took a breath like he was forcing air into a broken lung. I will take responsibility, he said. For everything. Izuku looked down at his own chest again. The hollow sensation pulsed. And somewhere deep inside his skull, something chuckled faintly. Responsibility. Cute. Izuku froze. The voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was intimate. Like someone leaning close behind him and whispering into his ear. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. Not now. Not now. Please not now. The doctor cleared his throat. Breaking the moment. We need to register what's happening to Midoriya-kun, he said. In this society, unexplained phenomena of this scale will attract attention. All Might's gaze sharpened. No media. The doctor nodded quickly. Of course. But we must document. The quirk registry will ask questions. Inko shook her head rapidly. Izuku doesn't have a quirk. He's quirkless. The doctor's expression softened in a way that almost looked like pity. Mrs. Midoriya, he said gently, that was true until today. Izuku's stomach dropped. Inko's eyes filled again. No, no. He can't just. Quirks don't appear like that. The doctor nodded slowly. They usually don't. All Might's fists clenched. Izuku stared at the tablet like it was a bomb. The doctor continued, but we have no better category. Your son exhibited an energy discharge. A pressure field. Izuku flinched. The mask fragments. The scream. The red blast. It all replayed in his head like a nightmare highlight reel. We have to call it something, the doctor said. For legal protection, for containment protocols, for treatment attempts. Containment. That word hit Izuku like a slap. I'm not a villain. The voice in his head purred. Not yet. Izuku's breath caught. The doctor looked at All Might, then back at Izuku. We're listing it as an unknown quirk manifestation. Provisional name, he hesitated. Then read from the tablet. Void Soul. Izuku's fingers twitched. Void. Soul. Both words felt like someone had looked inside him and named what they saw. Inko clutched Izuku's hand GHTER as if she could crush the label before it stuck. All Might's gaze didn't leave Izuku. And Izuku realized something terrifying. All Might wasn't just worried about Izuku's health. All Might was assessing him. Like a threat. Like a disaster that had just woken up in a hospital bed. Izuku wanted to scream that he was still him. But he wasn't fully sure anymore. Scene 2, The Hunger Nobody Sees. 2 days later, Izuku learned the worst part wasn't the heaviness. It wasn't the monitors glitching every time he got emotional. It wasn't the way nurses swapped shifts too quickly, like nobody wanted to be alone in his room for too long. The worst part was hunger. Not food hunger. Something deeper. Something that made his stomach feel fine but his bones feel empty. It came in waves. At first it was small, like a craving you could ignore. Then it grew, like thirst in the desert. He'd be lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, and suddenly his whole body would lean toward the door. Not consciously, instinctively, as if something inside him could smell people walking in the hallway. Their footsteps, their voices, their presence. One afternoon, a nurse came in to check his IV and replace his water. She was kind, young, nervous but trying not to show it. Midoriya-kun, she said softly, I'm just going to adjust this. Izuku nodded quickly, forcing a polite smile. His eyes tracked her hand. And then it hit. A sudden pull. His vision sharpened. The air felt thicker. The nurse's outline, just for a second, looked brighter than the room, like a candle flame against gray walls. Izuku's throat went dry. His mouth watered. Not for food. For that brightness. The voice in his head sighed like it was stretching. There. Eat. Izuku's fingers curled into the bedsheet. No. His heart, whatever his heart was now, thudded hard. The nurse froze mid-motion. Her eyes widened. Why does it feel? She swallowed. Heavy. Izuku forced himself to look away from her. He stared at the wall. He stared at nothing. He spoke through clenched teeth. I'm sorry, he whispered. Please, step back. The nurse, pale now, took a step back without understanding why. The heaviness eased slightly. The brightness dimmed. Izuku's hunger didn't. It screamed. His whole body trembled with the effort of not reaching. He squeezed his eyes shut, breathing through it, counting like he'd taught himself during panic episodes. 1, 2, 3. The nurse backed away to the door, her hand shaking as she opened it. I'll get the doctor, she stammered. When she left, Izuku finally let out the breath he'd been holding. His body sagged. He stared at his hands like they belonged to someone else. I'm not, he whispered. I'm not a monster. The voice answered immediately, amused. Say it again, louder. Maybe you'll believe it. Izuku pressed both palms to his face. Tears slid between his fingers, hot and embarrassed. He didn't tell his mother. He didn't tell All Might. Because if he did, he knew what would happen. They would stop seeing him as Izuku. They would start seeing him as the word the doctor used. Containment. Scene 3, Home doesn't feel safe anymore. By the end of the week, they discharged him. Not because he was better. Because hospitals weren't built for this kind of unknown. Because the machines kept malfunctioning. Because staff were starting to complain about headaches and dizziness after working near him. They didn't say it like that out loud. They said things like, your vitals are stable. Let's observe him in a familiar environment. He'll recover faster at home. But Izuku could the truth underneath the professional tone. We don't know what to do with you. All Might visited once more before Izuku left. He came in late evening when the hallway was quiet. No cameras. No fans. He closed the door behind him softly and looked at Izuku like he was memorizing him. I owe you, All Might said. Izuku shook his head, too fast. No, you saved me. You brought me here. All Might's eyes hardened. I failed you first. Izuku didn't know what to do with that sentence. He stared at his blanket. All Might exhaled, then crouched so he was eye level with Izuku. His voice went gentle in a way that hurt. Tell me the truth, All Might said. What do you feel inside you? Izuku's mouth opened. The honest answer was, a hole, a chain, a hungry voice. But he saw the fear in All Might's eyes, carefully hidden. But still there. So Izuku lied again. I just feel tired, he said. And scared. All Might nodded slowly, like he believed him. Or like he wanted to. I'll be watching, All Might said. If anything happens, anything, you call for help immediately. Izuku nodded. All Might stood, hesitated at the door, then added quietly. You are not alone, young Midoriya. The words were meant to comfort. But the moment the door closed behind him, the voice inside Izuku whispered. He's lying. Izuku's throat tightened. He sat there for a long time, staring at the empty doorway, feeling the hollow place in his chest pulse like a second shadow. Home was smaller than he remembered. Or maybe he was just seeing it differently now. Inko fussed over him constantly, blankets, soup, water. Calling him, Izuku, like saying his name enough times could keep him human. Izuku smiled and nodded and tried to pretend he was okay. At night, he lay in bed and stared at his ceiling and listened to the apartment settle. And he felt the hunger creep in again. Soft, patient, like a hand sliding slowly toward his throat. He would get up and drink water. It didn't help. He would eat. It didn't help. He would stand by the window and look down at the street, watching people move like normal. And his body would lean forward slightly without his permission. Not because he wanted to jump. Because, say something inside him wanted to go out there and feed. Izuku gripped the window frame until his knuckles whitened. No, he whispered to himself. The voice inside him yawned. Then starve. Izuku backed away from the window and locked his bedroom door. Not to keep danger out. To keep himself in. Scene 4, The Accident. It happened on a rainy afternoon. Izuku was sitting at his desk, trying to study. He'd opened his hero notebook. But the words swam. His focus kept slipping, not because he was distracted, but because his body felt tuned to something else. Like his senses were pointed in a direction he couldn't control. Inko was in the kitchen, humming softly as she washed dishes. The sound was comforting. Izuku clung to it. A sharp squeak came from near the balcony. Izuku's head snapped up. He hadn't even realized he heard it. He stood slowly and walked toward the sliding door. On the balcony, a small bird, soaked and shivering, was trapped near the railing, wing bent at a bad angle. Rain had driven it into the wrong place. And now it couldn't fly away. Izuku stared at it. His chest tightened with sympathy. Then his hunger recognized it. The bird looked bright. Not like a glowing superhero bright, like a fragile flame bright. Like something alive that could be snuffed out easily. Izuku's throat went dry. He stepped closer. The bird chirped weakly. Izuku swallowed hard. Aimu, he whispered. The voice inside him laughed silently. Izuku reached out slowly, intending to gently scoop the bird up, to bring it inside, to wrap it in a towel. The moment his fingers got close, the air pulled. It was like suction, subtle but undeniable. The bird's little body jerked. Its chirp turned thin. Izuku froze, horrified. No, 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 no. He yanked his hand back like the bird had burned him. The pull stopped instantly. The bird sagged, trembling. It wasn't dead, but it looked weaker, like something had been taken. Izuku stumbled backward, slamming his shoulder against the doorframe. His breath came fast. His eyes burned. Inko's voice called from the kitchen. Izuku, are you okay? Izuku forced himself to answer quickly before she could come see. Why yeah, I'm fine. He stared at the bird, guilt crushing his ribs. He grabbed a towel with shaking hands, approached again, but this time he stayed farther away, using the towel like a barrier, like distance could keep his hunger from reaching. He wrapped the bird carefully, not touching it directly, and set it in a box. He slid the box near the heater, keeping his hands away. The bird blinked slowly. Izuku's whole body trembled with relief. Then shame flooded in, because even if he didn't kill it, he'd still felt it. That moment of pull, that instinct, that hunger. He backed away from the box like it was proof of what he was becoming. He locked the balcony door. And then he did something he'd never done before. He tore a page out of his hero notebook. He wrote in frantic, messy letters. "Do not touch living things when hungry." Then, under it, "I am not safe." He stared at the words until they blurred. Then he folded the paper and shoved it into his pocket like a secret he couldn't afford to lose. Scene 5, Decision, UA. Weeks passed. Izuku stopped going out unless he had to. He kept distance from people. He wore gloves sometimes even indoors, pretending it was because his hands were cold. Inko worried, but Izuku told her he was just tired from recovering. He didn't tell her the truth. Because what mother could sleep at night knowing her son's hands could steal life by accident? Then the letter came. Not a normal school letter. A thick envelope with an official stamp. UA. High school entrance exam registration confirmation. Inko gasped like it was a miracle. Izuku stared at it like it was a trap. His dream. His doorway. His chance. And now he didn't know if he deserved to step through it. Inko clasped her hands together, trembling with excitement. "Izuku, you still want to try, right? You've worked so hard." Izuku's mouth felt numb. He thought about the heaviness around him. About people passing out when they got too close. About the hunger. About the voice that called him a liar. And then he thought about something else. A memory from the hospital. The doctor saying, "Ua is equipped to handle unusual quirks." He hadn't said that out loud, but the implication had been in the way the staff looked at him. If anywhere could monitor him. If anywhere could train him. If anywhere could keep him from becoming a monster. It was UA. Izuku's fingers tightened around the envelope. He swallowed. He whispered. "Yeah." Inko's eyes filled with happy tears. She hugged him so hard he could barely breathe. Izuku hugged her back carefully, terrified of the hunger, terrified of himself, yet clinging to her warmth like a lifeline. In the back of his skull, the voice sighed. "So you're going to the lion's den." Izuku's jaw clenched. "I'm going to learn to control this. Or you're going to feed." Izuku ignored it. He had to. Scene 6, Entrance Exam, The Fastest Shadow. UA looked unreal in person. The gates were huge. The campus stretched like a city inside a city. Cameras everywhere. Teachers watching from rooftops like silent sentries. The air buzzed with ambition. Students from all over Japan stood around in small groups, some showing off their quirks subtly, others pretending not to care. Izuku stood alone. Not because he wanted to. Because the space around him felt avoided. People didn't know why. They just drifted away instinctively, like animals sensing a storm before thunder. A boy a lightning quirk laughed too loudly, then suddenly stopped and rubbed his arms like he had goosebumps. A girl with floating hair tilted her head, frowning, then moved away. Izuku kept his eyes down. Just get through the exam. Don't hurt anyone. Aizawa wasn't here yet. Present Mike's voice boomed instructions over loudspeakers. Robots. Points. Rescue. Time limit. Izuku's hands shook slightly. He breathed in. The air felt heavy. He breathed out. The voice inside him whispered like a promise. Run. The gates opened. Students exploded forward like bullets. Izuku waited 1 second, 2. Then he moved. Not running. Not sprinting. Something else. He stepped forward, and the world blurred. It wasn't like normal speed. It was like reality skipped. Like the distance between him and the next street simply stopped existing for a moment. A crack of sound snapped behind him, like air breaking. Students nearby jolted, eyes widening as a gust hit them. What the? Izuku didn't look back. He didn't have time. His body moved in short, impossible bursts, appearing, vanishing, reappearing. Sonido. He didn't know the word yet. But the motion felt natural, like his muscles had been waiting for permission to move like this. Robots turned their heads too late. Izuku slipped past their swings, their cannon fire, their metal fists. He didn't punch. He didn't kick. He didn't destroy. He passed through. Like a shadow with weight. Students around him fought loudly, quirks flashing and exploding. Izuku avoided them too. Not because he couldn't fight. Because he didn't trust what would happen if he did. Then the ground trembled. A shadow fell over the street. A massive robot, bigger than the others, rose into view with a roar of grinding gears. Zero-pointer. Students screamed and ran. Points or not, nobody wanted to be near that thing. Izuku's heart stuttered. His instinct screamed two opposite commands. Run, and eat. Izuku's jaw clenched so hard it hurt. He turned, and saw her. A girl had fallen, pinned under rubble, leg trapped. Panic in her eyes. Not a robot problem. A human problem. A rescue problem. Izuku's chest tightened. He ran toward her before his fear could stop him. He grabbed the rubble, careful not to touch her directly, and yanked. His arms shook. The weight was real. He moved it enough for her to crawl out, limping. Go! Izuku shouted. She hesitated, staring at him like she was trying to understand what he was. Then the zero-pointer's shadow swallowed them. The robot's massive foot lifted. Izuku's body moved without thought. He shoved the girl away, far, and stepped into the street alone. The zero-pointer's foot came down. Izuku raised his hand, not like a hero, like someone aiming a gun. The air warped around his palm. A red spark appeared. Then it swelled. Unrefined. Violent. Hungry. Izuku's eyes widened as the energy grew faster than he expected. No, wait. The voice inside him laughed. Yes. The blast fired. A raw beam of crimson tore through the air and slammed into the zero-pointer's leg. Metal didn't just break. It melted. The street beneath the impact glowed orange, asphalt bubbling, steam screaming upward like the city was boiling. Students down the road stopped dead, staring. Proctors watching from cameras leaned forward. The zero-pointer's leg collapsed, the giant robot tilting. Izuku didn't stop. He couldn't. The energy kept pouring out like a dam had cracked. The beam carved upward, slicing through plating, exploding joints, turning armor into molten slag. The zero-pointer's head jerked as if shocked. Then its entire upper body shattered into falling, burning debris. The robot collapsed with a thunderous crash. Smoke and heat rolled through the street. Silence followed. Izuku's arm dropped sled. His breathing was ragged. He stared at the destruction, horrified. I did that. The crowd stared at him like he was an urban legend that walked out of a nightmare. Some students backed away. Some looked impressed. Most looked scared. Izuku swallowed hard. He turned, and for a split second, he saw his reflection in a shattered robot lens. His eyes weren't fully normal. Yellow glinted at the edges. Blackness threatened behind the iris-like ink creeping into water. Then it faded. Izuku flinched and looked away. He started walking, forcing his legs to move, because if he stood still too long, he could feel it. The hunger. The voice. The want to fire again. To take more. To prove something. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms. I'm here to be a hero. The voice whispered, delighted. Then survive being one. And as the exam timer continued to tick, UA's cameras kept watching Izuku Midoriya. Not like a student. Like a storm they'd have to name. Scene 1, the day UA felt heavy. UA's front gates didn't just look like an entrance. They looked like a warning. Steel, concrete, cameras tucked into corners like patient eyes. The air itself seemed cleaner here, more controlled. Like the school was designed to swallow chaos and spit out heroes. Izuku Midoriya stood at the base of the steps with his bag slung over one shoulder and his heart doing that wrong rhythm again. Not weak. Not failing. Just not human. He pressed two fingers lightly to his chest as if he could reassure himself. As if he could feel something solid in there. There was only that hollow sensation. A quiet, waiting emptiness. His voice in his head was silent for once, like it was watching with interest. Izuku tried to focus on the small things. The sound of students talking. The squeak of shoes on polished floors. The smell of fresh paper, new uniforms. And nervous sweat. Normal things. He needed normal. He stepped inside. And immediately, the hallway shifted. Not visibly. Not in a way you could record on a camera. But people felt it. The first-year students of Class 1A didn't know Izuku yet. They didn't know his name, his history, his notebook obsession, his quirkless childhood. But their bodies reacted anyway. A boy with spiky red hair stopped laughing mid-sentence, his grin faltering. A girl with a frog-like face blinked slowly, tilting her head like she was hearing thunder far away. A boy with glasses adjusted them, frowning as if his frame suddenly felt heavier on his nose. Izuku kept walking, pretending not to notice. Please don't stare. Please don't ask. He could feel eyes following him. Not curiosity. Instinct. That animal part of the brain that recognized pressure changes before logic caught up. Someone whispered, "Is it just me, or is it hard to breathe?" Another voice, nervous laugh, "You're imagining things." Izuku swallowed. He wasn't imagining. The heaviness wasn't fully under his control. It leaked when he was anxious, when he was tired, when he was hungry. He kept his shoulders down, his hands in his pockets. And his breathing slow. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Like he was holding back a storm with nothing but manners. He reached classroom 1A. The door slid open with a soft hiss. The moment he stepped inside, the room went quieter. Not silent, but tuned. Like every student felt something shift and didn't know whether to acknowledge it. Izuku bowed quickly out of habit. "Gee, good morning." A few replied. Some stared. Then, "Oi." A voice cut through the room like a blade. Izuku froze. Because he knew that voice so well, it lived in the back of his teeth. Katsuki Bakugo stood near the window. Arms folded, eyes sharp and burning like a fuse that never stopped sparking. Bakugo stared at Izuku like he was looking at a glitch in reality. Like someone had swapped out the weak, nervous punching bag he remembered for something else wearing the same skin. "Deku," Bakugo said, and the word sounded wrong in his mouth now. Less teasing, more suspicious. "What the hell are you doing here?" Izuku's throat tightened. I got in." Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "No, you didn't." Izuku flinched at the certainty. Bakugo took a step closer. A tiny spark popped at his palm, reflexive. Not a full explosion. Just his body reacting to annoyance like it always did. "Deku," Bakugo said again, slower, as if tasting the word. "You were quirkless." Izuku's fingers curled around the strap of his bag. I'm not anymore," he admitted quietly. The room buzzed. Whispers. Confused looks. Bakugo's jaw tightened like something inside him snapped. "Like hell you're not," he hissed. "You're lying." Izuku swallowed hard. He wanted to explain. He wanted to tell the truth. But the truth sounded insane even in his own head. "I suffocated and something ancient woke up and now I'm hungry for people's presence." So he said the only thing he could. "I'm not lying." Bakugo's gaze flicked, just for a second, to Izuku's chest. Like he was remembering the way Izuku used to clutch it when he got scared. Then his eyes hardened again. "I'll prove it," Bakugo muttered, voice low enough that only a few nearby could hear. "I'll prove you're still just." The classroom door slid open again. And a man stepped in like he belonged to shadows. Messy black hair. Dead tired eyes. A yellow sleeping bag dragging behind him like he'd crawled out of it minutes ago. Shota Aizawa. He didn't greet them. He didn't smile. He didn't do the cute, "Welcome to UA," speech. He looked at the room like he was weighing them, and most of them came up light. "So," Aizawa said, voice flat, "you're the new class." His gaze moved, slowly, over each student. When it landed on Izuku, it paused. Not because of recognition. Because Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, as if his body was registering something it didn't like. He didn't comment. Instead, he said, "Put on your PE uniforms. We're doing a quirk assessment test." Groans and murmurs rippled through the class. Aizawa continued, indifferent. "I'm not here to play school with you. The hero course isn't a daycare." He turned. Move. Scene 2, Erasure. The training field behind the building was wide and open, lined with measuring equipment and white markings on the ground. Aizawa stood with his arms folded, expression still bored. But Izuku, watching carefully, noticed something behind it. Focus. The kind of focus that didn't come from enthusiasm, but from survival. Aizawa's gaze swept the class again. "You've all been told you're special," he said. "I don't care. Show me what you can actually do." He held up a ball. First, the softball throw. Standard test. A few students looked excited. Bakugo cracked his neck, smirking, already brimming with confidence. Todoroki stood quietly, face unreadable. Uraraka bounced on her toes, nervous. Izuku stood still, trying not to feel the heaviness leaking off him like heat. Aizawa's eyes slid toward him. "You," he said. Izuku blinked. Me." Aizawa's gaze sharpened like a needle. Midoriya Izuku, he said calmly. Your entrance exam footage was unusual. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa stepped closer. The class watched with growing interest. This is the part where you demonstrate control, Aizawa said. Or you demonstrate that you shouldn't be here. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying. Aizawa's eyes narrowed further. Then, his gaze locked. Something shifted in the air, not from Izuku this time, but from Aizawa's quirk. Erasure. Everyone else didn't feel it. They couldn't. But Izuku did. It was like being stared at by something that tried to turn you off. Like a light switch flicking. Lick. A hand reaching into his chest to snuff out whatever power was there. Izuku tensed instinctively. His shoulders rose. His breath caught. For a split second he thought. Oh no. What if it turns off and I die? What if this thing is Ho's hollow chest pulsed? The heaviness surged outward. And then, nothing happened. Izuku was still there. The pressure didn't vanish. The strange rhythm in his body didn't stop. If anything, it reacted. Aizawa's eyes widened slightly. That was the first real emotion he'd shown. His erasure was working. He could feel it. He'd used it on hundreds of quirks, mutations, emitters, transformations. But whatever Izuku was, it didn't turn off. The air around Izuku remained heavy, shimmering faintly like heat haze. Aizawa's brows knit together. He kept staring, kept erasing. Nothing. A low murmur spread through the class. Bakugo's eyes narrowed sharply. What? Aizawa finally looked away, breaking the effect. But his expression had changed. Not shocked. Not scared. Cautious. Like he'd just found an animal that didn't respond to the usual leash. You're not an emitter, Aizawa said quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. I don't know what I am. Aizawa's eyes stayed on him. That's a problem. The words hit Izuku like cold water. Aizawa turned to the class. This test is to measure your baseline. Then he pointed at Izuku again. And to identify risks. Izuku felt everyone's eyes on him. The hunger stirred. Not loud. Just interested. Like it enjoyed attention. Izuku clenched his fists in his pockets to keep his hands steady. Aizawa's voice stayed calm. Ow. Most bored again, but the room could feel the shift. Midoriya, he said, you go first. Scene 3, the tests. 1 50-meter dash. Students lined up. Aizawa stood with a stopwatch. On my signal, he said, run. Izuku got into position, heart weirdly steady. He glanced sideways and saw Iida standing stiffly like a soldier. Bakugo looked like he wanted to explode forward. Todoroki stared straight ahead, calm. Aizawa raised his hand. Go. Izuku moved. He didn't mean to use that speed. But the moment his foot pushed off, his body remembered the exam. Distance snapped. The air cracked behind him. His shoes didn't squeal, they whispered. To the class, it looked like Izuku blurred forward in a short flash. One moment at the starting line. Next moment at the finish. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Stopwatch clicked. Izuku stopped, stumbling slightly because his brain hadn't caught up with his body. He turned around and saw everyone staring. Uraraka's mouth was open. Kirishima muttered, manly. Bakugo's stare looked more dangerous now, not just angry. Threatened. Aizawa didn't comment. He wrote the time down. It was absurd. Even without one for all. Even without engines, or ice, or explosions. It wasn't fast. It was wrong fast. Izuku swallowed hard. Control, Izuku. Control. The voice inside him sighed like it was bored. You're still holding back. Izuku ignored it. 2. Grip strength, standing long jump. Grip test. Izuku hesitated. Then squeezed gently. The machine beeped anyway, numbers spiking like it couldn't decide what to read. Aizawa's eyes flicked to the device. He didn't look surprised. He looked annoyed, like the world was being inconvenient. Long jump. Izuku did a careful hop. He still landed farther than most students who were genuinely trying. He could feel his class shifting emotionally. At first it was confusion. Then unease. Because nobody understood how a kid who looked like that, small, quiet, polite, was producing results that didn't match his body. Izuku understood too. And that terrified him. 3. The ball throw. Aizawa held out the softball again. This, he said, is where I see if you can aim your power instead of letting it aim you. Bakugo scoffed. Like he even has a real quirk. Izuku flinched. Aizawa's gaze flicked to Bakugo. Speak again, Aizawa said mildly, and you can test the thickness of UA's concrete with your face. Bakugo shut up, glaring. Izuku took the ball with trembling fingers. It felt normal, light, harmless. He stepped up to the throwing line. Aizawa's voice was flat. Throw it, no gimmicks. Izuku swallowed. The problem was, his power was the gimmick. He raised his arms slowly. He didn't want to fire a Sero. He didn't want to melt anything. He didn't want to scare everyone. So he did the only thing he could. He tried to throw like a normal person. He swung his arm. The ball left his hand. For half a second, it looked normal. Then, the air around it warped. A faint shimmer followed the ball like pressure trailing behind it. The ball accelerated unnaturally. Like something invisible grabbed it and yanked. It shot forward. And then it came apart. Not explosively. Not with gore. It disintegrated, fibers tearing and shred. Ding midair as the speed and pressure overwhelmed it. The softball became a streak of white fragments and dust, scattering like snow. The measuring devices beeped, then sparked, then died. Silence. Izuku stared at his empty hand. Horrified. I didn't. Aizawa's gaze was unreadable. The class looked like someone had dropped an animal skull on the field. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly. Iida pushed his glasses up, stiff with alarm. Uraraka whispered, that wasn't normal. Kaminari muttered, that wasn't even a quirk, what was that? Bakugo took a step forward, furious and shaken. You did that on purpose. Izuku's eyes widened. No, he meant it. But the voice inside him whispered, amused. Liar. You liked it. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa finally spoke. Midoriya, he said, your bod. Why produces force and pressure without an on-off switch? Izuku stared at him, desperate. I'm trying to make one. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. Good, he said. Because if you can't. He paused, letting the threat settle. UA won't keep you. Izuku's blood ran cold. Aizawa turned to the class again. Next. The tests continued. But the mood never recovered. Because now everyone had felt it. Not just seen it. Felt the way the air got heavier when Izuku panicked. Felt that strange pressure pressing down on their lungs like a warning. Even if they didn't have the words. They understood something instinctive. This isn't a normal hero student. Scene 4, Predator, Prey, and Pride. After the test, students gathered around the rankings sheet Aizawa posted. Names, numbers, scores, normal competition stuff. Except the moment the class saw the top. Izuku's stomach dropped. First, Midoriya Izuku. The murmurs turned into a buzz. No way. How? He's not even buff. Bakugo's face twitched like he was trying not to explode. His hands shook. Small pops of sweat-based blast snapped at his palms, the sound sharp and angry. Izuku stepped back instinctively. He didn't want this. He didn't want attention. He just wanted to survive. But Bakugo wasn't built to let something like this pass. He turned, eyes locked onto Izuku, and stalked toward him like a storm. Deku, Bakugo growled. Izuku's throat tightened. Kachan. Bakugo's eyes widened at the nickname, like it insulted him. Don't, he spat. Don't call me that. The class watched, tense. Aizawa was still there, half interested, lick. Ihi was letting it play out, until it crossed a line. Bakugo stopped an arm's length away. His voice dropped, dangerous. Explain. Right now. Izuku swallowed. I can't. Bakugo's lips curled. So you're still lying. Izuku shook his head quickly. I'm not. I don't understand it either. Bakugo's breathing was harsh. Then he did what Bakugo always did when he didn't know how to handle fear. He attacked. Not a full blast. A punch. Fast, straight, angry. Izuku's body reacted before his mind did. For a split second, that hollow space in his chest pulsed, and something hardened under his skin. He arrow. Steel-like defense. Bakugo's fist connected with Izuku's stomach. And the sound was wrong. Not flesh. Not fabric. A dull crack like striking metal. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. Pain FL. Ashed across his face, clutching his knuckles. Izuku stared down at himself in horror. I didn't. Bakugo looked at his own hand like it had betrayed him. Then his rage doubled. You freak. Bakugo's other hand sparked, explosion blooming. Aizawa moved. His capture scarf whipped out like a living thing, wrapping Bakugo's arms and yanking him backward hard enough to stagger him. Bakugo snarled, struggling. Aizawa's eyes were cold. You're done. Bakugo grit his teeth. Aizawa cut him off. I saw. Bakugo's glare shifted to Izuku again. But now it wasn't just anger. It was something sharper. Fear, buried under pride. Because Bakugo had just hit Deku. And Deku hadn't flinched. Izuku's hands trembled. He wanted to apologize. He wanted to explain. But he could feel the class's eyes on him like lights. He could feel their body language shifting subtly away. And he could feel, deep inside, the hunger stirring, responding to the emotional spike in the air. Izuku forced his breathing steady. Aizawa released Bakugo and turned his gaze to Izuku. For the record, Aizawa said, voice flat, your defense mechanism triggered automatically. Izuku swallowed hard. I'm sorry. Aizawa stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, he said, don't apologize for surviving. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's gaze didn't soften. But learn control, he added. Or survival becomes collateral. That sentence stuck to Izuku's ribs. Because it sounded less like advice. And more like a prediction. Scene 5, the teacher's room. After class, Izuku was told to wait in an empty room. Not detention. Not exactly. Just, waiting. His stomach churned. The hunger came in small waves when he was stressed, but he fought it down by drinking water and keeping his hands clenched. Minutes passed. Then the door opened. Principal Nezu walked in. Small body. Cute face. But his eyes were the eyes of something that had survived being underestimated. Behind him came Aizawa. And All Might. Not in full heroic form this time. The smaller, skeletal form stepped into the room and Izuku's breath caught, because it was the first time he'd seen All Might like this in person. All Might's eyes widened when Izuku stared. He looked away quickly, embarrassed. Nezu clasped his paws together pleasantly. Midoriya Izuku, Nezu said, voice cheerful. Thank you for waiting. Izuku bowed fast. Why yes, sir. Aizawa leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes half-lidded. All Might stood a little apart, tense. Nezu hopped onto a chair to be eye level. Let's skip the pleasantries, Nezu said brightly. Your situation is unprecedented. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying not to cause trouble. Nezu's smile didn't change, but his eyes sharpened. You already are, he said. Izuku flinched. Nezu continued gently, but trouble isn't always bad. Sometimes it's simply powerful. Quote. Aizawa spoke, blunt. My erasure didn't affect him. All Might's shoulders tightened. Izuku's fingers curled. I'm sorry. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Stop apologizing. Nezu tilted his head. You understand what that implies, don't you? Izuku swallowed. That it's not a quirk. All Might's gaze snapped to him. Nezu's smile widened slightly. That's one possibility. Aizawa's tone was flat. Or it's a quirk that doesn't work like any quirk we've seen. All Might's fists clenched. Either way, it's dangerous. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed at the word. Dangerous. He'd heard it in the hospital too. Nezu tapped his paw on the desk lightly. Midoriya-kun, Nezu said, do you hear voices? Izuku froze. The room went very, very quiet. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. All Might's face tightened. Izuku's mouth went dry. He couldn't lie easily to Nezu. Not with those eyes watching him like microscopes. Sometimes, Izuku admitted, barely above a whisper. All Might exhaled like it hurt. Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly as if he was ready to restrain someone. Nezu's tone stayed calm and strangely kind. What do the voices say? Izuku's throat tightened. His stomach turned. He could feel the voice stirring at the attention. So Izuku said the safest version of the truth. It tells me I'm hungry, he whispered. All Might's eyes widened, horrified. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but the air around him felt colder. Nezu's smile finally softened. He said thoughtfully. Then we have a student with a power system that resembles predation. Izuku's stomach dropped. Nezu leaned forward. Here is our decision, he said, and his cheerfulness returned like a mask snapping into place. We will not expel you. Izuku's breath caught. Nezu held up a paw as Izuku's hope surged too fast. But, Nezu continued, eyes sharp, you will be monitored. Aizawa added, blunt, constantly. All Might's voice was low, heavy with guilt. And you will report any urges. Izuku swallowed hard. Yes. Nezu tilted his head. In return, he said, UA will do what no other institution can. He smiled sweetly. Contain you. Izuku's blood ran cold. He tried to hide the flinch. Failed. Nezu watched carefully. Midoriya-kun, Nezu said softly, do you want to be a hero? Izuku's throat tightened. He thought about the bird on the balcony. About almost draining it. About the hunger. About the pressure that made people back away. He thought about All Might's smile, how it used to make him feel safe. And how now he wasn't sure if he could ever give someone else that feeling. Izuku whispered. I want to save people. Nezu nodded. Good. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Wanting isn't enough. All Might took a small step forward, voice rough. Young Midoriya, if you lose control. Izuku flinched. I won't. The voice inside him chuckled, pleased. He will. Izuku clenched his fists. Nezu's smile stayed sweet. Then we begin, Nezu said. Welcome to UA, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku bowed. His stomach twisted. Because, welcome, sounded a lot like, locked in. As he stood up, he caught Aizawa staring at him, not like a teacher, not like a hero. Like a guard watching a cage. And as Izuku left the room, the voice inside him whispered softly, almost lovingly. They think they can contain you. Izuku swallowed hard, walking down the hallway back toward Class 1A. His classmates' voices floated from inside, normal, noisy, alive. Izuku paused at the door. For 1 second, he wished he could walk in and just be a kid. Then he opened it, and the air in the room got a little heavier. Scene 1, the calm before the cage opens. The bus ride to the USJ was loud. Too loud. Class 1A had the kind of nervous excitement that only came from students who'd trained their whole lives for this and were finally stepping into the real hero world. Even the ones pretending to be cool couldn't hide the way their eyes kept darting toward the windows, toward the city outside, toward the future they were trying to grab. Izuku sat near the back, hands folded tightly in his lap. He watched the reflections of his classmates in the glass. Uraraka laughed at something Kaminari said. Ida lectured someone about bus etiquette. Kirishima bragged about training. Todoroki stared out the window like a statue. Bakugo sat 2 rows ahead, not speaking, shoulders rigid. He hadn't stopped glancing back at Izuku since the rankings sheet. Like he was checking if Izuku still existed. Izuku forced himself to breathe slow. The hunger had been quieter lately, but stress was a trigger, and large groups were hard. People's presence made the air feel busy, like a room full of candles. Too much flame. The voice inside him murmured occasionally, lazy and pleased. So many. Izuku's fingers tightened. No. Later, then. Izuku stared at the floor and tried to imagine himself normal. He failed. Aizawa sat at the front, scarf wrapped loosely around his knee like he might use it at any second. He looked half asleep, but Izuku could feel his awareness like a knife held low. All Might wasn't on the bus. He was supposed to be teaching them today, rescue training. But when they'd arrived at the building, another teacher had been there. 13. Space Hero, 13. Present Mike had announced proudly. 13's suit was bulky, their helmet reflective like a deep-sea diver's. Their voice came through the speaker calm and kind. Today, 13 had said, we'll be practicing rescue in simulated disaster environments. Remember, rescue comes first. Not capture. Not glory. Izuku had wanted to believe him. But the moment he stepped into the USJ facility, the hollow in his chest pulsed again. It wasn't fear. It was instinct. Like walking into a place designed for danger made something inside him perk up. Aizawa stood near the entrance platform, addressing the class with his usual bluntness. This is a training facility, he said. But don't confuse training with safety. Heroes die because they assume the world is controlled. His gaze flicked to Izuku for half a second. Izuku swallowed. He's talking to me too. Aizawa continued, now, pair up. We start with the flood zone. 13 moved to the center platform. Before we begin, they said, I want to remind you about my quirk, black hole. If you misstep, you could be injured. Please stay behind the marked line. The words died. Because the air changed. A ripple ran through the huge dome above them, not wind, not weather. A distortion. Like space itself hiccuped. Izuku's eyes widened. The hollow in his chest throbbed. RPLE fog swirled at the center of the facility. And a gate opened. A warping tear in reality, spilling shadows. Students screamed. 13 stepped back instinctively, hand raised, black hole ready. Aizawa's eyes snapped sharp. His scarf lifted slightly like a living thing. From the portal, figures stepped out. Not one, not two. A group. Masked, armed, laughing, walking like they owned the world. At the front stood a pale young man with messy hair and a hand-like glove covering his face. Shigaraki Tamura. Beside him, a tall, misty figure in a suit. Kurogiri. Izuku's stomach dropped. Villains. Real villains. Inside the USJ. Aizawa's voice was immediate. Calm, deadly. Students, move. Shigaraki tilted his head, looking around the arena like it was a toy box. Then his gaze landed on the class. On 13. On Aizawa. He spoke in a voice that sounded like dust scraping glass. Is this UA? Kurogiri's tone was polite, almost gentle. Yes, Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki's fingers twitched on the hand covering his face. Good, he said. Where's All Might? The class froze. The words hit like a hammer. Izuku's heart-skipping rhythm jittered. All Might. Shigaraki wanted All Might. Aizawa stepped forward. You're not getting him. Quote. Shigaraki looked at Aizawa like he'd just noticed a fly. Oh, he said, bored. You're the erasure guy. Aizawa didn't respond. He moved. Faster than the students could follow. His scarf whipped out, wrapping around two villains and slamming them into the ground. He kicked another in the jaw. He moved like an exhausted assassin. The class gasped, adrenaline surging. 13 raised their hand. Black hole activating. A dark sphere formed, space collapsing inward. Villains screamed as debris and weapons were pulled toward it. For 1 second, it looked like the situation could be handled. Then Kurogiri moved. His misty body expanded. Warp gates, dark, swirling portals, opened around the class. And the world tore. Izuku felt the pull before he saw it. A sensation like his stomach being yanked sideways. Uraraka screamed. Iida shouted. Todoroki's eyes widened. Bakugo cursed. The class was swallowed by portals like paper being sucked into drains. Izuku reached out instinctively, but his hand grabbed air. The dome vanished. The ground vanished. Everything twisted. And then, water. Cold water slammed into his chest. Izuku's eyes flew open as he broke the surface, coughing hard. He was in the flood zone. Waves churned around him. Fake buildings poked out like broken teeth. Rain machines weren't on. This was just the facility's simulated ocean. A few classmates struggled nearby. Tsuyu surfaced, gasping. Mineta clung to her head like a terrified grape. Izuku treaded water, scanning for danger. Villains floated on makeshift rafts, laughing. Tsuyu's eyes widened, staring past Izuku. Izuku-chan, she croaked. Behind, a villain lunged. Izuku moved without thinking. He blurred. Sonido snapped. He appeared behind the villain and grabbed their wrist, not tightly, not violently. Just enough. The moment he touched them, his hunger twitched like a tongue tasting food. Izuku froze. The villain's eyes widened, suddenly weak. What the? Izuku yanked his hand back instantly, horrified. Don't touch, he whispered to himself. Don't. Tsuyu stared at him, confused. Izuku-chan. Izuku forced a shaky smile. I'm fine. We need to regroup. Find Aizawa-sensei. Mineta babbled. We're gonna die. We're gonna die. Izuku's throat tightened. He looked around again. They were separated. UA's formation was broken. And the villains were swarming like sharks. The hollow in Izuku's chest pulsed, eager, awake. The voice inside him whispered. Good. Izuku clenched his jaw. No. Scene 2, the Nomu arrives. Elsewhere in the USJ, Aizawa was fighting alone. He'd taken down villains by the dozen, erasing quirks, moving like a nightmare, scarf snapping like a whip. But numbers mattered. Fatigue mattered. And the League had brought something else. Shigaraki. I stood on the central platform with Kurogiri beside him, watching Aizawa like a child watching a toy slowly break. Then Shigaraki clapped his hands together. Nomu, he said. From a portal, it stepped out. A monster. Not human. Not even pretending. Bulky muscles stitched together like someone had built a body from spare parts. Skin grayish-purple. Beak-like mouth. Blank eyes. A brain exposed under a clear dome. It radiated violence like heat. The students who hadn't been warped away screamed. Shigaraki smiled behind the hand on his face. This is a Nomu designed to kill All Might, he said. Shock absorption, regeneration, strength. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. He moved, and the Nomu moved too. Faster. It slammed into Aizawa like a truck. Aizawa flew, hitting concrete hard enough to crack it. His breath whooshed out. His scarf dragged uselessly. He tried to stand, eyes still focused, erasure locked onto the Nomu. For a moment, the Nomu's movement slowed. Then it kept coming. Because shock absorption didn't care about erasure. Because brute force didn't need a quirk to exist. Aizawa realized, in one cold second, that this wasn't like a villain with a flashy ability. This was an animal with a purpose. A weapon. The Nomu grabbed Aizawa by the head and slammed him down again. Concrete cratered. Students screamed. 13 tried to use black hole, but Kurogiri warped in front, redirecting debris. Making the battlefield chaos. Shigaraki laughed. You're good, Eraser. But you're not All Might. Aizawa's vision blurred. He forced his eyes open wider. He kept erasure active despite the pain. Then the Nomu's arm swung. Aizawa's body twisted midair, scarf whipping, but the fist still hit his side. Something cracked. Aizawa hit the ground, coughing. The students looked helpless. Our teacher was being crushed in front of them. Shigaraki leaned forward like he was savoring it. Call All Might, he said. Aizawa tried to speak, tried to warn them, but his breath came out in a wet rasp. And then, the air shifted. Not from the Nomu. Not from Kurogiri. Not from Shigaraki. It shifted like pressure rolling in, slow and immense. Like the ocean arriving. Shigaraki's head tilted. Kurogiri's mist rippled. Even the Nomu paused mid-motion, turning itring a sound only it could understand. And then, from the far edge of the arena, a boy walked in. Green hair, freckles, small shoulders, school uniform damp, slightly torn. Izuku Midoriya. He looked tired. He looked pale. And the air around him looked wrong. Students near the entrance froze. Some stumbled backward instinctively. Because, the moment Izuku entered the central area, the heaviness deepened. It wasn't suffocating yet, but it was undeniable. Like the room had gained weight. Izuku's eyes locked onto Aizawa on the ground. His throat tightened. His hands clenched. Aizawa's half-lidded eyes flicked to him, warning. Don't. Izuku's jaw trembled. He couldn't. Not when his teacher was bleeding. Not when villains were laughing. Not when this monster was designed to kill heroes. Shigaraki stared at Izuku, annoyed. Who's that? He asked. Kurogiri's voice shifted slightly. A student. Data suggests, Midoriya Izuku. Unknown quirk classification. Shigaraki snorted. He looks weak. Izuku walked forward slowly. The villains around him hesitated. Not because he was tall. Not because he looked scary. Because their instincts screamed something humans tried to forget. This is a predator. Izuku stopped a few meters from the Nomu. He stared at it. The monster stared back. The hollow in Izuku's chest pulsed like a drum. The voice inside him whispered, excited. Meat. Izuku swallowed hard. No, he whispered. Not meat. He raised his eyes to Shigaraki. You hurt my teacher, Izuku said, voice shaking. Shigaraki tilted his head. Yeah. Izuku's eyes narrowed. And you came here, to kill All Might. Shigaraki shrugged. If he shows up. Izuku's breathing turned slow, controlled. He could feel anger building like pressure in a sealed container. Aizawa tried to lift his head, voice rough. Midoriya, run. Izuku didn't look away from Shigaraki. I can't, he said quietly. Shigaraki's fingers twitched on the hand covering his face. Nomu, he said lazily. Kill him. The Nomu moved. Fast. A blur of muscle and violence, crossing the distance in a heartbeat. Its fist swung toward Izuku's head with enough force to pulverize bone. Izuku didn't dodge. He didn't have time, but his body hardened automatically. Hierro surged under his skin like steel plating. The fist hit. The impact cracked the concrete beneath Izuku's feet. A shockwave rippled outward. Students screamed. But Izuku didn't move. He absorbed the hit like a wall. The Nomu's arm recoiled slightly, as if confused by the resistance. Izuku stared up at it, eyes wide and furious. Then he grabbed the Nomu's wrist. The hunger flared. Not at the Nomu's life, the way it did with humans. But at the energy inside it. Something artificial. Something stitched. Something wrong. Izuku's mouth went dry. The voice inside him hissed with delight. Break it. Izuku's grip tightened. The Nomu tried to yank free. Izuku didn't let it. He pulled. And for the first time, Class 1A saw it clearly. This wasn't a normal student fighting. This was something that didn't understand limits. Izuku yanked the Nomu forward and slammed his knee into its stomach. The impact dented muscle like it was clay. The Nomu's mouth opened in a distorted roar. Izuku stepped in close, eyes blazing. He whispered, voice cracking. Get away from him. Then he fired. Not a big beam. Not a city-level blast. A point-blank, unrefined energy shot, violent, red, compressed. A Sero. It exploded inside the Nomu's torso like a bomb. Flesh tore. Smoke and steam burst outward. The Nomu staggered back, upper body shredded. Students gasped in horror. Shigaraki's eyes widened. But the Nomu didn't fall. Its body twitched. And began to regenerate. Muscle threads re-knit. Skin reformed. It stood upright again, shaking its head like it was resetting. Shigaraki smiled. See. Regeneration. You can't kill it. Izuku stared at the healing flesh, breath ragged. His hands trembled. The hunger surged hard now. Like the smell of blood had opened a door. The voice inside him giggled. Again. 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 Izuku's vision blurred at the edges. Bone-white cracks appeared faintly on his cheek. Not fully forming a mask. But threatening. Izuku clenched his teeth, shaking. Aizawa's voice rasped again. Midoriya, stop. Izuku heard him. He did. But he couldn't stop the pressure anymore. It spilled outward like smoke. Villains nearby fell to their knees, suddenly choking, hands grabbing at their throats. What is this pressure? Even some students felt it, like the air pressing down on their shoulders. Shigaraki's smile faltered. Kurogiri's mist tightened protectively around him. Shigaraki stared at Izuku. Not annoyed now. Not bored. Interested. Like he'd just found out the game board had a piece that didn't belong. What are you? Shigaraki whispered. Izuku's voice came out rough, two tones layered for a split second. I don't know, Izuku said. Then his gaze snapped back to the Nomu. But I know what you are. The Nomu lunged again, roaring. Izuku lifted his hand, palm outward. A red glow formed, bigger this time. Denser. Darker. It didn't look like normal Sero light. It looked like night lit from inside. Aizawa's eyes widened weakly. Students screamed, backing away. Shigaraki barked, Nomu. Kill him. The Nomu ran straight into the blast. Izuku fired. A Sero Ascuras. The beam was black-red, violent. Tearing the air like it hated existence. It hit the Nomu mid-charge. And this time, shock absorption didn't matter. Regeneration didn't matter. Because it wasn't just force. It was annihilation. The Nomu's torso erased in a line. Its arms tore away. Its head snapped back, half its face evaporating. Its exposed brain dome shattered into sparkling fragments. The monster fell in pieces. Steam filled the arena. Silence followed. Not victory silence. Horror silence. Because everyone had just watched a student erase something designed to kill All Might. Izuku's arm lowered slowly. His whole body shook. His face was pale. The bone cracks on his cheek deepened briefly. Then faded. Shigaraki stared at the remains of his weapon. His breathing turned sharp. Kurogiri's voice came out strained. Shigaraki Tamura, we should reassess. Shigaraki didn't respond immediately. His fingers dug into the hand on his face. For the first time, his voice sounded small. Number, he whispered. Then louder, angrier. No. He glared at Izuku like Izuku had personally insulted the universe. This wasn't supposed to happen, Shigaraki hissed. This is my game. Izuku stared at him, eyes dark. This isn't a game, Izuku said softly. The voice inside him purred. But it can be. Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. Scene 3, the retreat. Villains were panicking now. Those closer to Izuku couldn't breathe properly. Some crawled away like insects. Some tried to attack, but their bodies slowed in the pressure field, limbs heavy. 13 moved again, black hole swallowing stray weapons and debris. Students watched Izuku like he was a wildfire they didn't know how to put out. Aizawa tried to sit up, coughing, eyes still sharp despite pain. He stared at Izuku, and Izuku could see the conflict there. Relief. Because he was alive. Fear, because this power wasn't hero-shaped. Shigaraki stepped back, fist shaking. Kurogiri's mist thickened. Shigaraki Tamura, Kurogiri said. We are losing control of the battlefield. Shigaraki snarled. Shut up. Kurogiri didn't. We came for All Might, he said calmly. All Might is not present. And the student Midoriya's prez. Ence is compromising our operational stability. Shigaraki's eyes flicked to Izuku again, hate burning. Izuku stood still, chest heaving. The hollow inside him pulsed like a second heartbeat. He could feel the urge building to chase. To finish. To make sure the villains couldn't run away and hurt someone else. The Varid, sharp. Don't let them escape. Izuku's hands trembled. He took one step forward. The villains flinched. Shigaraki's eyes widened. Kurogiri reacted instantly. Portals opened, wide, swirling, defensive. Mist wrapped around Shigaraki like a cloak. Shigaraki spat, voice shaking with rage. This isn't over. I'll kill you. Quote. Izuku stopped himself, breathing hard, nails digging into his palm. He stared at Shigaraki through the portal. For a second, their eyes met. Shigaraki looked like he was seeing something he hated because it made him feel weak. Izuku looked like he was seeing someone who could trigger his hunger forever. Kurogiri's portals snapped shut. The villains vanished. The pressure eased slightly. And suddenly, the USJ was just wreckage. Cracked concrete. Steam. Broken equipment. Injured students crying. Aizawa bleeding on the ground. And a boy standing in the center of it all. Shaking like he'd just woken from a nightmare. Izuku's knees buckled. He caught himself before he fell. His breathing was ragged. His throat burned. He looked at his hands. He'd ripped apart a bio-weapon with his bare hands. He'd fired a beam that erased it. He'd made villains crawl away from him like insects. I saved people. But the way everyone was looking at him. It didn't feel like gratitude. It felt like the kind of fear people wore when they saw a tiger behind glass. Aizawa forced himself upright, wincing. He limped toward Izuku, scarf dragging. Izuku flinched slightly when Aizawa got close. Not because he was afraid of Aizawa. Because he was afraid of what he might do near him. Aizawa stopped in front of him. For a long moment, he didn't speak. Then he said, voice rough. You did well. Izuku's eyes widened. I. Aizawa held up a hand, cutting him off. You did well, Aizawa repeated, firmer. Because you stopped. Izuku swallowed hard. Aizawa's eyes narrowed, intense. Remember that, Aizawa said. Stopping is what makes you a hero. Izuku's throat tightened. Then, in a quieter voice, almost too quiet. And if you ever can't stop. Aizawa didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Izuku nodded shakily. I'll stop, Izuku whispered. The voice inside him laughed softly. We'll see. Scene 4, Aftermath. The name the world doesn't know yet. Sirens came later. More heroes arrived. Questions were asked. Reports were filed. The League vanished like smoke. Aizawa was taken to the infirmary, injuries serious but not fatal. Class 1A sat in a waiting area, bruised, exhausted, shaken. They whispered about the invasion. About how close they'd come to death. About how the Nomu had been unstoppable until Izuku. But nobody said his name too loudly. Nobody laughed about him. Nobody teased him. Even Bakugo sat silent, staring at the floor, hands clenched until his knuckles whitened. Uraraka looked at Izuku like she wanted to say something kind. But every time she moved closer, she stopped. Not because she disliked him. Because her body felt the heaviness and told her danger. Izuku felt it happening. He sat alone on a bench, hands folded, eyes down. The hero course had wanted to train heroes. But today, they'd met something else. Something that could be a hero. Or could be something worse. A shadow fell over Izuku. He looked up. All Might stood there. Not in muscle form. The small form. The real form. His eyes were wide, face tight with emotion. I heard, All Might said quietly. Izuku swallowed. Aizawa-sensei, he. All Might nodded. He will recover. Izuku exhaled shakily. Then All Might's gaze sharpened. And you, All Might said. What happened out there was beyond anything I expected. Izuku's hands trembled. I didn't want to, I had to. All Might held up a hand. I know, he said. His voice cracked slightly. I know, he repeated. But the power you displayed, that wasn't a quirk like we understand. Izuku stared at him. All Might's gaze softened with pain. Midoriya, All Might said, do you understand what you did to Shigaraki's weapon? Izuku swallowed hard. I destroyed it. All Might nodded slowly. And Shigaraki, All Might said. Voice heavy, ran. Izuku's stomach twisted. All Might looked past Izuku, as if seeing the bigger picture. You didn't just save your classmates, All Might murmured. You changed the enemy's understanding of fear. Izuku's throat tightened. That's good, Izuku whispered. Isn't it? All Might's eyes flicked back to him. His expression was complicated. Fear can protect people, All Might said slowly. But it can also become something else. Izuku felt the hollow in his chest pulse at the word. Fear. He'd seen it in the villains. And he'd seen it in his classmates' eyes. He'd saved them. And now they were afraid of him. Izuku looked down. His voice came out small. I don't want them to fear me. All Might's voice softened. Then learn control, he said. Izuku nodded shakily. Inside his skull, the voice whispered, satisfied. They should fear you. Izuku clenched his fists. He didn't answer. Because if he did, he wasn't sure whose voice would speak back. Scene 1, the quiet room. UA had a dozen places that looked safe. Bright hallways, training grounds, a cafeteria full of noise. But there were also places that didn't pretend. Places built for emergencies. Places built for containment. Izuku found one of those places the morning after the USJ incident. He didn't get told, you're in trouble. He got told, politely. Midoriya-kun, please come with us. A staff member led him through a side corridor he'd never used before. The walls here were thicker. The doors heavier. The cameras more obvious. Izuku's footsteps sounded too loud. His chest felt hollow in a way that made even swallowing difficult. The hunger was quiet, too quiet, like it was listening. He tried to breathe normally. The air still felt slightly heavier around him, as if the pressure had become his default atmosphere. At the end of the corridor was a room with a single table and 3 chairs. A standard interrogation room. No dramatic mirrors, no harsh spotlights, this wasn't a police station. But the purpose was the same. UA wasn't just a school. It was a fortress. And now he was in one of its inner chambers. Izuku entered. A man sat at the table already. He looked normal. Black hair neatly kept. Suit and tie. Calm eyes. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi. Izuku recognized him from news coverage and All Might documentaries. He was always just off to the side, never flashy. Always present when big villains fell. Tsukauchi's eyes settled on Izuku with a kind of gentleness that felt like a scalpel. Across from him sat All Might. Not in his muscle form. The small form. The real form. His shoulders were tense like he'd been holding his breath since the USJ incident and hadn't let it out. The third chair was empty. For now. Tsukauchi stood slightly and nodded. Midoriya Izuku. Thank you for coming. Izuku bowed quickly. Yes, sir. All Might's eyes met his. There was pride in them. And fear. And guilt. All tangled together. Izuku's throat tightened. Tsukauchi gestured to the chair opposite them. Sit, please. Izuku sat. The chair felt colder than it should. His hands automatically folded in his lap, fingers interlaced tight enough to hurt. Tsukauchi rested his hands on the table, relaxed. You know why we're here. Izuku swallowed. Because of USJ. Tsukauchi nodded once. Because of what you did to the Nomu. And because of what the League of Villains attempted. Izuku's stomach churned. He remembered the beam, the tearing, the steam. He remembered how his classmates looked at him afterward. Like he was the reason they survived. And also the reason they might not. I didn't want to, Izuku started. All Might's voice cut in softly. I know. That made it worse. Izuku looked down. Tsukawal. We're not here to accuse you, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked up quickly, hope flickering. Tsukauchi continued, we're here to understand you. The hope faltered. Understanding could be a kindness. Or it could be step 1 in deciding what to do with a problem. Tsukauchi slid a folder across the table. Izuku didn't touch it. Tsukauchi flipped it open himself and angled it so Izuku could see. Photos. USJ damage. Cracked concrete. Nomu remains. A blurred still. L image of Izuku mid-blast. Too much steam to see clearly, but enough to show a stance that didn't look like a normal student. All Might, Tsukauchi said, not looking away from Izuku, did you report the sludge villain incident? All Might's jaw tightened. Yes. Izuku's eyes widened slightly. Tsukauchi nodded. And you took responsibility for dropping the bottle. All Might's hands clenched. Yes. Izuku's throat tightened. He really did. Tsukauchi's gaze stayed steady on Izuku. Midoriya-kun, do you remember what happened in that alley? Izuku's mouth went dry. He remembered everything. He remembered suffocating. He remembered despair. He remembered the snap. He remembered the scream that wasn't just his. He remembered the bone-white cracks on his face. And he remembered that voice. Finally, Izuku swallowed hard. I remember, he said quietly. Tsukauchi leaned forward slightly. Tell me about the moment you changed. Izuku's fingers tightened together. He wanted to lie. But Tsukauchi's eyes didn't feel like someone you could lie to easily. Not because he had a quirk that forced truth. Tsukauchi's quirk was known to detect lies, but it didn't compel. It simply noticed. And right now, Izuku felt like every lie would be seen as fear. And fear would be seen as instability. So he tried to speak carefully. I couldn't breathe, Izuku said. I thought I was going to die. And then, something inside me woke up. All Might's eyes tightened. Tsukauchi nodded. Woke up. Izuku's voice shook slightly. It felt like a chain snapping. Tsukauchi's expression didn't change, but his eyes sharpened with interest. A chain. Quote. Izuku nodded. Then, pressure. Like the air became heavy. All Might's gaze flicked away. He'd felt it too. Tsukauchi's voice remained gentle. And the mask? Izuku flinched. I don't know what it is. Izuku whispered. It's like fragments. It happens when I'm not in control. Tsukauchi tapped the photo lightly. And the beam. The red energy discharge. Izuku's throat tightened. It just happens, he admitted. Sometimes I don't even want it to. All Might's voice rumbled low. But you can choose to fire it. Izuku hesitated. Because the truth was, sometimes he could. Sometimes it fired because he was cornered. Sometimes it fired because something inside him wanted it. I can, Izuku said carefully. But it's hard. Tsukauchi's eyes softened. Hard how? Izuku's mouth went dry again. The hunger stirred faintly at the attention. The voice inside him hummed. Tell them. Izuku clenched his jaw. I feel hungry, Izuku admitted. Not for food. For something else. All Might went still. Tsukauchi didn't react outwardly at all, but his eyes narrowed slightly. What does hunger feel like to you? Izuku's fingers trembled. It's like, Izuku swallowed. People feel bright. Like there's something in them. And when I get close, my body pulls. All Might's eyes widened in horror. Tsukauchi's voice stayed calm. Have you hurt anyone? Izuku's heart stuttered. He remembered the bird. He remembered the way it weakened. Izuku's throat tightened. Not a person, he said quickly. Tsukauchi held his gaze. Not a person. Izuku's lips pressed together. All Might's voice softened. Pained. Midoriya. Izuku's eyes stung. It was an accident. Tsukauchi's gaze stayed steady. What happened? Izuku hesitated for a long moment, then forced himself to say it. A bird, he whispered. On my balcony. I reached out to help it and it got weaker. Like I took something. All Might's fists clenched so hard his knuckles went pale. Tsukauchi nodded slowly. Thank you for telling me. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed like it was reacting to confession. Tsukauchi continued, Midoriya-kun, do you hear a voice? Izuku froze. The room felt heavier immediately. All Might leaned forward slightly. Eyes locked on Izuku. Izuku's mouth went dry. The voice inside him was quiet, amused. Say yes. Izuku squeezed his hands together. Yes, he admitted, barely audible. All Might exhaled shakily. Tsukauchi didn't look shocked. He looked like he'd suspected. What does the voice say? Tsukauchi asked. Izuku swallowed. It encourages the hunger. All Might's jaw tightened. Encourages. Izuku nodded. Eyes stinging. It says, I should feed. Silence hit the room like a weight. Even Tsukauchi's calm seemed to sharpen. All Might's face was pale. Izuku stared at table because he couldn't stand seeing what that confession did to All Might's eyes. Tsukauchi's voice was softer now. Have you ever wanted to listen? Izuku's breath caught. This was the real question. Not what happened. Not how strong he was. Whether he was safe. Izuku's whole body trembled. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say never. But lying here would be a death sentence later. So he told the truth, the ugliest truth. Sometimes, Izuku whispered. All Might's eyes squeezed shut for a second, like he was in pain. Tsukauchi nodded once, slowly. Then he said something that shocked Izuku more than any accusation could. That doesn't make you evil. Izuku looked up, stunned. Tsukauchi's gaze was steady. It makes you human. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might looked at Tsukauchi sharply. Tsukauchi didn't flinch. Feeling temptation doesn't make you a villain, All Might. All Might's jaw clenched. But, Tsukauchi held up a hand. What matters is what he does with it. Izuku stared between them, breathing shallowly. The voice inside him chuckled silently. They're negotiating your leash. Izuku squeezed his hands tighter. Tsukauchi leaned back slightly, exhaling. One more question, Midoriya-kun. Izuku nodded shakily. Tsukauchi's eyes sharpened again. Why do you want to be a hero? He asked. Izuku's breath caught. He wanted to say the old answer. Because All Might saved me. Because heroes smile. Because I want to save people like he does. But those answers felt fragile now. Because if he saved someone and they looked at him with fear, would it still count? Izuku swallowed hard. I want, he whispered. Voice cracking, to save people even if they don't understand me. All Might's eyes widened. Izuku continued, trembling. Because I know what it feels like to be left behind. I don't want anyone else to feel that. The room went quieter, not heavy quiet this time. Just human. Tsukauchi nodded slowly. All Might stared at Izuku like he was seeing him again through the fear. Then Tsukauchi closed the folder. Okay, he said simply. That's enough for today. Izuku blinked. That's it. Tsukauchi stood. No, it's the beginning. All Might remained seated, looking like he was wrestling something inside himself. Tsukauchi turned toward the door, then paused. Principal Nezu will want to speak with you, he said. And your homeroom teacher. Izuku's stomach dropped. Aizawa. Nezu. The people deciding whether he stayed. Tsukauchi's hand rested lightly on the doorknob. Midoriya-kun, he added, you did the right thing by telling us. Izuku swallowed. The voice inside him whispered. Or you just gave them your weakness. Izuku didn't respond. Because he didn't know which was true. Scene 2, All Might's doubt. After Tsukauchi left, the room felt colder. All Might did time. Izuku sat very still. Like sudden movement might trigger something bad. He wanted to apologize. He wanted to take it all back. But you couldn't unsay truth. All Might finally spoke. Midoriya, he said quietly. Izuku looked up. All Might's eyes were full of conflict. You saved your classmates, All Might said. You stopped a weapon meant to kill me. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might continued, and yet. He trailed off, jaw tight. Izuku swallowed. And yet you're scared of me. All Might flinched. Izuku forced himself to keep going, because he couldn't bear the unspoken. Quote, you're thinking, if I become the next symbol, Izuku's voice shook. People won't smile. They'll obey. All Might stared at him, frozen. Izuku's breath came shaky. I don't want that, Izuku whispered. All Might's shoulders sagged slightly. I became the symbol of peace, All Might said, voice strained, because people needed hope more than they needed fear. Izuku nodded slowly. All Might's eyes tightened. But the world also has monsters. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed at the word. All Might continued, quieter now, and I sometimes wonder, if peace was built on me being the biggest monster in the room, just wearing a smile. Izuku's eyes widened. This was the real All Might talking. Not the poster. Not the performance. The human behind it. Izuku swallowed. All Might. All Might leaned forward, hands on the table. I'm not asking you to be me, All Might said. But I am asking you to promise me something. Izuku nodded quickly. Anything. All Might's eyes locked onto him. If you ever feel that hunger start to win. All Might said, voice rough, you tell someone. Immediately. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes. All Might's jaw clenched. Even if you're ashamed. Izuku nodded, eyes burning. All Might's voice dropped even lower. Even if you think they'll lock you away. Izuku froze. Because that was exactly what he feared. All Might saw it on his face. All Might exhaled, pained. I can't fix what happened. All Might whispered. But I won't abandon you. Izuku's breath hitched. The words hit him harder than praise. Harder than threats. Because abandonment had always been the shadow behind his life. Izuku nodded shakily. Thank you. The voice inside him sighed, unimpressed. He says that now. Izuku clenched his jaw and forced his eyes away from the dark thought. All Might stood slowly, looking older in that smaller form. I will speak with Nezu, All Might said. And Aizawa. Izuku's stomach twisted again. All Might paused at the door. Then he said one final thing, without turning around. You're not a monster for being hungry. Izuku stared after him. The door clicked shut, and the room suddenly felt too empty. Scene 3, Nezu's decision. The faculty meeting room looked like a war council chamber. Not dramatic, just practical. But the people inside were not ordinary educators. They were heroes. Aizawa sat at one end of the table, arms crossed, expression flat but eyes sharp. Bandages wrapped his ribs under his uniform, but he sat like pain was irrelevant. Present Mike leaned back in his chair, unusually quiet. 13 stood near the wall, helmet under one arm, posture tense. Recovery Girl sat with her hands folded, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. And at the head of the table sat Principal Nezu, paws clasped, smiling like this was a pleasant tea party. Izuku sat in the chair they indicated. He felt like a specimen on a display table. Nezu's smile widened. Midoriya-kun, thank you for coming. Izuku bowed quickly. Yes, sir. Nezu tilted his head. You must be tired. A villain attack on your first week of school, quite exciting. Izuku didn't know if that was sarcasm. With Nezu, it could be either. Aizawa spoke first. Your power escalated at USJ, he said bluntly. Izuku nodded. Throat tight. Yes. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Why did you stop? Izuku blinked, caught off guard. Because, Izuku swallowed. Because Aizawa-sensei told me once, stopping is what makes you a hero. Aizawa's expression didn't change, but something in his gaze softened by half a degree. Nezu's smile remained bright. How charming, Nezu said. A lesson learned quickly. Recovery Girl's eyes narrowed at Izuku. And the hunger. Izuku flinched. He nodded slowly. It's still there. 13's posture stiffened. Present Mike swallowed, eyes flicking away. Nezu's paws tapped together gently. Let's speak plainly. Nezu leaned forward. Midoriya Izuku, Nezu said, still smiling, do you consider yourself a danger to your classmates? Izuku's stomach dropped. The honest answer was yes. But if he said yes, would they expel him? Would they lock him away? Izuku's hands trembled. He forced himself to speak anyway. Yes, he whispered. Potentially. Silence. Then Nezu nodded, pleased. Excellent honesty. Nezu said. Izuku blinked. Excellent. Nezu continued, a dangerous person who believes they're harmless is the worst type. A dangerous person who knows they're dangerous, can build safeguards. Aizawa's voice was flat. He needs a leash. Izuku flinched. Aizawa's eyes didn't soften. Call it what you want. He needs rules and consequences. Recovery Girl nodded slowly. And supervision. Nezu's smile widened. Yes, Nezu said brightly. Supervision. Izuku's mouth went dry. Here it comes. Expulsion. Containment facility. Some quiet government building. Nezu tapped his paws together again. Here is our decision, Nezu said pleasantly. Izuku held his breath. We will keep you at UA. Izuku's eyes widened. But Nezu lifted a paw immediately. Under conditions. Izuku's hope froze mid-rise. Nezu began listing calmly, like reading classroom rules. Condition 1. You will wear a monitoring device at all times, Nezu said. It will record physiological changes, energy spikes, and pressure field output. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay. Condition 2, Nezu continued, you will attend weekly counseling sessions. Mandatory. Izuku nodded. Condition 3, Nezu said, eyes gleaming. You will train under direct supervision when using high-output techniques. Izuku nodded again, throat tight. Condition 4, Nezu said lightly, your dorm assignment will be modified. Izuku blinked. Dorm. Aizawa spoke. You're not going home. Izuku's heart stuttered. Aizawa's tone didn't change. After USJ, security is changing. Dorms are coming anyway. But you. He paused, eyes hard. You're a special case. Izuku's stomach sank. Nezu finished for him cheerfully. You will be placed in a reinforced room, Nezu said. Not a prison. A precaution. Izuku's hands trembled. It will have emergency suppression systems, Recovery Girl added quietly, in case you lose control. Izuku's breath turned shallow. Nezu's smile stayed sweet. And Condition 5, Nezu said, voice bright and sharp. You will report any internal voice activity immediately. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Nezu tilted his head. And if you don't? Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa answered for him. Then you're done. Aizawa said. Hero course. UA. Everything. Izuku nodded quickly, eyes stinging. I will. Nezu leaned back, pleased. Wonderful, Nezu said. Then we proceed. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. He realized something slowly. They weren't giving him freedom. They were giving him structure. A cage with rules. A cage strong enough to keep him from becoming what he feared. Nezu's eyes narrowed slightly. Smile never fading. Midoriya-kun, Nezu said softly, do you know why we chose this? Izuku swallowed. Because, UA is strong enough. Nezu's smile widened. That, Nezu said. And because if we reject you. He leaned forward. Slice will take you. Izuku's blood ran cold. Nezu's voice stayed sweet. The government would classify you. Villains would tempt you. Black markets would worship you. Izuku's throat tightened. Nezu's gaze sharpened. We would rather you learn to be human here, Nezu said, than be turned into a weapon elsewhere. Izuku stared at him, shaken. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. You understand. Izuku nodded. Yes, he whispered. Nezu clapped his paws lightly. Splendid. Nezu chirped. Meeting adjourned. The adults began to stand. Izuku remained seated for a moment. Breathing shallowly. He didn't feel relieved. He felt owned. Protected, yes. But also measured. Watched. Labeled. The voice inside him whispered, amused. Told you. A cage. Izuku clenched his fists. Better a cage than a grave. The voice hummed. Better a cage than a conscience. Izuku stood quickly and bowed. Thank you, he said, because he didn't know what else to say. Aizawa's gaze lingered on him as the room emptied. When the others were gone, Aizawa spoke quietly. Midoriya. Izuku looked up. Aizawa's expression was still flat. But his voice was less sharp. You did what you had to at USJ. Aizawa said. But you scared them. Izuku's throat tightened. I know, he whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Good, he said. Now learn to scare only the people who deserve it. Izuku blinked. Aizawa turned away as if that was all he would ever give. But before he left, he added. And if that voice starts getting loud, don't handle it alone. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay. Aizawa left. Izuku stood in the empty meeting room, feeling the hollow in his chest pulse slowly. Outside, the school continued like normal. Students walking, teachers talking, a future being built, and Izuku realized, UA hadn't accepted him as a normal student. UA had accepted him as a risk, a tool, a storm, and storms didn't get to pretend they were just clouds. Scene 4, the era of smiles cracks. That night, Izuku stood in his temporary dorm room. The walls were plain, the bed was neatly made. A small device sat on the desk, his monitor. He'd been told it would be attached properly tomorrow, something discreet. Something he couldn't easily remove. The room looked like any other dorm. Except Izuku could see the small details. The reinforced door, the thicker window frame, the faint lines in the ceiling where suppression systems could activate. A room designed for a student who might become a disaster. Izuku sat on the bed and stared at his hands. He thought about All Might. About the symbol of peace. About smiles. About how heroes were supposed to make people feel safe. Then he thought about the USJ. About villains crawling away from him. About classmates avoiding him without meaning to. About how even the air around him warned people he was dangerous. Izuku swallowed hard. I can still be a hero, he whispered to himself. The voice inside him replied, gentle like poison. You can be something better. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. He closed his eyes. I don't want to be feared, Izuku whispered. The voice chuckled. Then learn to wear your fear like a smile. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He stared into the empty room, breathing hard. Then he did something small. Something human. He pulled out his notebook. He wrote a new rule on a fresh page. Rule number 1. When the hunger rises, step back. Breathe. Speak to someone. Then, under it, smaller. Rule number 2. Heroes don't feed. He stared at the words until his vision blurred. Outside his window, UA lights glowed softly AC. Ross the campus, warm and steady like stars. A fortress pretending to be a school. A cage pretending to be a home. Izuku closed his notebook slowly. Tomorrow would be training, then classes, then the sports festival, an arena full of people. Noise, attention, a place where he'd be watched by the entire country. Izuku's stomach tightened at the thought. Because if the crowd felt heavy at USJ, what woe old happened when thousands of people focused their eyes on him. The voice inside him whispered, excited. A festival, so much spirit. Izuku clenched his fists. He didn't answer. But as he lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, he couldn't stop thinking one truth. All Might's era was built on smiles. But Izuku's era, if it ever came, would be built on something else. Something heavier. And the world might not be ready. Scene 1, the week before, don't let them hear it. The dorm common room was loud the way a storm was loud. Constant motion, constant voices, constant energy ricocheting off walls. Someone was arguing about training menus. Someone else was complaining about curfews. Kaminari was doing something that involved snacks and a dare, and Shiro was laughing like he'd never heard the word, consequences. Izuku sat on the edge of the couch with his hands folded so tightly his knuckles looked pale. He wasn't part of the noise. He was the thing the noise flowed around. Not deliberately. Not with cruelty. Most of Class 1A didn't hate him. They didn't whisper insults. They didn't throw things or laugh like middle school did. But they made space. Uraraka still smiled at him. You still talked to him like he was normal. Kirishima still tried, sometimes, with a loud, yo, Midoriya. Like volume could fix tension. But the moment Izuku's mood shifted, even a little, the air got heavier. And people noticed. Not consciously. Like a candle flame noticed a gust. Izuku's monitor sat clipped beneath his collarbone under the uniform fabric, warm against his skin. A tiny pressure sensor, a pulse tracker. A device meant to record the moment he stopped being safe. He hated it. He understood it. Both feelings lived in his hollow chest like two stones. Aizawa had called him to the staff hallway earlier that day. Not to punish, to warn. The sports festival is coming, Aizawa had said, leaning against the wall, eyes half-lidded. You're going to be watched by thousands of people in person. Millions on TV. Izuku's stomach had dropped. Aizawa's voice stayed flat. Your pressure field spikes when you feel cornered. When you're angry. When you're hungry. Izuku's fingers had curled. I'm trying to control it. I know, Aizawa had replied. Then his eyes sharpened. Trying isn't enough this time. Izuku had swallowed hard. What do I do? Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly like it was alive. You don't let them hear it, he'd said. Izuku blinked. Hear, what? Aizawa's gaze held him like a pin. That thing behind your eyes. The part that likes being feared. Izuku's throat tightened. Aizawa continued. You can fight. You can win. But you do not. He paused, choosing the word carefully, perform the monster. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him had whispered, amused. But the crowd loves performances. Izuku had clenched his jaw. Aizawa had added, quieter, if you lose control in front of the public, this stops being a school problem. Izuku knew what he meant. Government. Hero Commission. Special grade asset. A label that would never come off. Izuku had nodded anyway, because what else could he do? Yes, sir. Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly. In Midoriya, he'd added, almost reluctantly. If you feel it getting loud, you tell me. Not after. Before. Izuku had swallowed. Okay. Now, in the dorm common room, Izuku stared at the TV mounted on the wall. A commercial for the upcoming sports festival played. Bright colors, energetic music, students smiling like this was a harmless school event. It wasn't. Not for him. He could already feel the CR. Out in his imagination like heat pressing against glass. The voice inside him stirred lazily. A stadium full of spirit. A buffet. Izuku's fingers dug into his palms. No. Across the room, Bakugo sat at a table with his arms crossed. Staring straight ahead. He wasn't watching the TV. He was watching Izuku. Like he expected Izuku. Or reveal the truth. Kirishima plopped down beside Bakugo, trying to break the tension. Sports festival's gonna be insane, bro. You pumped. Bakugo didn't blink. Shut up. Kirishima laughed awkwardly, then looked at Izuku, trying again. Midoriya, you ready? Izuku forced his lips into a small smile. I'll do my best. Tokiyami, sitting in a shadowy corner with dark shadow curled quietly around him, spoke in his calm, dramatic tone. The festival is an altar, Tokiyami said. A place where one's essence is revealed. Izuku's stomach tightened at the word revealed. Uraraka slid onto the couch across from Izuku, hands clasped. Her smile was softer than usual, but real. Hey, she said quietly. So only Izuku could hear. You okay? Izuku nodded fast. Too fast. Yeah. Uraraka's eyes narrowed gently. That didn't sound like, yeah. Izuku hesitated. The whoa. RDS I'm scared of myself tried to crawl up his throat. Instead he said, I don't want them to look at me like a villain. Uraraka's expression softened in a way that made Izuku's chest ache. They won't, she said. Even though part of her probably wasn't sure. Izuku forced a shaky breath. Uraraka leaned forward, lowering her voice further. Whatever happens, she said, just, don't do it alone, okay? Izuku blinked. He nodded. Okay. Quote. The voice inside him sighed dramatically. Cute. They want to hold your hand through the apocalypse. Izuku ignored it. He had to. Because the festival was coming. And if he failed in front of that many eyes, he might never get another chance to be human. Scene 2, Opening Ceremony, the arena that held its breath. The day of the sports festival arrived with perfect weather, blue sky, warm sun. A breeze gentle enough to make flags ripple like waves. UA had turned the stadium into something that looked like a national event. Security gates. Hero patrols. Adia drones hovering above like metal birds. The crowd roared as students filed into the arena. It was loud. It was supposed to be loud. But when Class 1A stepped out onto the field, the roar shifted. Not quieter immediately. Just, uneven. Like a song losing rhythm. Izuku walked with the class, posture stiff, shoulders slightly hunched as if he could physically make himself smaller. He could feel eyes. Thousands of eyes. The air in the stadium wasn't heavy yet, but it was dense with attention, and attention was fuel. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him stretched like it was waking up from a nap. Listen to them. All that spirit. Izuku clenched his jaw and kept walking. As they reached the center field, President Mike's voice blasted from speakers, enthusiastic as always. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to UA High's Sports Festival. The crowd cheered, but Izuku noticed something small. People closest to the field were cheering, slower. Some leaned back in their seats, frowning without understanding why. A man in the front rows loosened his collar. A child stopped bouncing and clung to their parent. Not panic, not fear, just a strange discomfort that made them quieter. Izuku swallowed hard. It's leaking. He forced his breathing to steady. In through the nose, out through the mouth. He pictured a lid closing over his hollow chest, sealing it. The heaviness eased slightly. The crowd's cheer rose again. Izuku exhaled shakily. Then All Might stepped onto the platform as the guest of honor. The stadium erupted. Izuku's eyes snapped up. All Might raised a fist in his heroic form. Smile bright and practiced. I am here. All Might roared. The crowd screamed like thunder. Izuku's chest tightened painfully. This was what a symbol looked like. This was what people wanted. All Might's eyes swept the field, and when they landed on Izuku, the smile held, but his gaze sharpened. A warning, hidden inside pride. Control yourself. Izuku nodded slightly, almost imperceptibly. Then Midnight took the mic for the student declarations. Students shouted their ambitions. Kirishima yelled about being manly. Kaminari yelled something that made the crowd laugh. Bakugo stepped forward. His voice was loud, sharp. Full of ego. I'm going to win. The stadium roared approvingly. Bakugo's glare flicked toward Izuku like he was daring him to answer. Izuku didn't step forward. He didn't shout. He just stood there, hands clenched, swallowing the pressure inside him. Because if he declared anything, the voice might declare something too. Midnight's eyes flicked to Izuku as if she was assessing him the way a pro hero assessed risk. Then she moved on. President Mike announced the first event. The obstacle race. Students lined up at the starting gate. Izuku's stomach churned. His monitor felt warm. The voice inside him whispered. Run. Scene 3, Obstacle race. The fastest path is the quietest. The starting gun fired. Students exploded forward like fireworks. Izuku moved a second later, deliberately. He didn't want to blur past everyone and make the cameras lock onto him immediately. But the moment the crowd screamed and the ground shook with hundreds of feet, his instincts activated, his senses sharpened. He could feel the presence of people like a heat map in his skull. It wasn't sight, it wasn't sound, it was pressure. Pesquisa, the voice supplied lazily. Izuku flinched. He didn't know that word. Not formally, but somehow he understood it anyway. Sense. He kept moving, careful but fast. The first obstacle hit, giant robots from the entrance exam, activated and stomping forward. Students screamed and scattered. Izuku's body wanted to flash forward, so Nito passed them all, no problem. He resisted. He sprinted instead, weaving through shifting legs and falling debris, keeping his pressure contained. Then a robot's foot came down toward a cluster of students trapped between rubble. Izuku's breath caught. Uraraka was there. She grabbed someone's wrist, trying to pull them, but they were pinned. Izuku's instinct snapped. He blurred. A crack of air. A flicker. He appeared beside Uraraka, grabbed the rubble with both hands, not touching skin, and heaved. Metal screeched. The debris lifted enough for the trapped student to scramble free. Uraraka stared at Izuku, breathless. "Thank you." Izuku nodded, already moving. He didn't look back, because the crowd had noticed. A ripple of surprised cheers rose. Not fear. Not yet. Just excitement. But attention was attention. Izuku's monitor warmed again. He hit the second obstacle, the canyon drop with narrow pathways. Students used quirks, ice, engines, explosions, floating. Izuku swallowed. His feet shifted. He could jump it, easily. But high jumps drew cameras. So he did something quieter. He stepped off the ledge. Students screamed, thinking he'd fallen. Then Izuku blurred, Sonito snapping in short bursts, feet touching barely visible footholds in the air like he was skipping across an invisible staircase. He landed on the other side with minimal noise. The crowd went dead quiet for half a second. Then a confused cheer rose, hesitant, unsettled. Did he just? How did he do that without a quirk effect? He's fast. No. That's not just fast. Izuku's stomach churned. He kept moving. The third obstacle, the minefield. Students were thrown into the air by exploding plates, flailing. Izuku stepped lightly, sensing the pressure points underfoot like the ground whispered where danger slept. He moved through it in a smooth, controlled run, no blur, no flash, just precision. He crossed the finish line among the top. Not first, but close enough. He bent over, hands on knees, breathing hard. He could feel the crowd's eyes on him now. Not idolizing, not hating, assessing, like they didn't know what category to put him in. Present Mike's voice boomed, trying to keep energy up. WOOOAH. Midoriya Izuku with some weird moves there. What was that, folks? Izuku straightened slowly. His chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, pleading to notice. Izuku swallowed. That's what scares me. Scene 4, Cavalry Battle, the air that knocks you down. The cavalry battle was chaos by design. 4-person teams, headbands with points, steel points to win, a battlefield that rewarded cleverness and brutality. Students scrambled to form teams. Izuku stood near the edge, watching the social dance happen around him. Most groups didn't approach, not because of hate, because their bodies didn't want to get close. He felt it. He hated it. He kept his eyes down. Then Tokiyami stepped up, calm and composed. Midoriya, Tokiyami said, would you join our formation? Izuku blinked, surprised. Me. Tokiyami nodded once, solemn. The darkness recognizes the abyss, Tokiyami said, as if that explained everything. Dark Shadow leaned out from Tokiyami's shoulder and stared at Izuku with wide eyes. He's scary, Dark Shadow muttered. Tokiyami didn't flinch. So am I. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay. Uraraka approached next. Smile nervous but determined. Hey, she said. If you need people, I'll do it. Izuku's chest ached. Uraraka. She held up a hand. Don't argue. Then, move. Mei Hatsum. He practically bounced into them like a grenade made of enthusiasm. Midoriya. She chirped. I need you for testing. Izuku flinched. Testing. Hatsume held up a weird-looking harness contraption with wheels, springs, and something that definitely shouldn't be sparking. My babies need the best battlefield data. She beamed. And you're basically a walking phenomenon. Tokiyami stared. This is not a scientific term. Hatsume didn't care. Uraraka blinked rapidly. Are you sure this is safe? Hatsume slapped the harness proudly. Safe enough. Izuku stared at the ground. This was his team. The girl who didn't fear embarrassment. The boy who lived in darkness, and the inventor who treated danger like a hobby. It was, weirdly perfect. They formed up. Tokiyami and Hatsume as the base. Uraraka as support. Izuku as the rider. Hatsume strapped him in with alarming efficiency. Izuku's headband points were high because of his obstacle race placement. Which meant he was a target. Midnight's voice echoed across the arena. Begin. The battlefield erupted. Teams rushed, clashed, quirks flashing. Izuku stayed still on his team's platform, trying not to panic. Do not leak pressure. He could feel teams approaching. Bakugo's team swept through like a violent storm, blasting opponents off the field. Todoroki's team moved like an ice tide, freezing ground, creating barriers. Shinso's team lingered at the edges, trying to bait responses for mind control. And then some teams tried to approach Izuku. The moment they got within a few meters, their bodies slowed, not because Izuku wanted them to. Because his presence pressed. The students stumbled. One boy's knees buckled. A girl gasped, hand at her throat. What? Why is it hard to breathe? Their team formation wobbled, losing balance. Tokiyami's eyes narrowed. Midoriya, your pressure. Izuku swallowed hard, forcing himself to breathe slower. I'm trying, he whispered. But the crowd's attention was thick now. Cameras focused. Present Mike shouted excitedly. Look at this. Teams are having trouble even getting close to Midoriya's team. What is that? Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't want this. He didn't want to win because people fainted. But the battlefield didn't care what he wanted. Another team rushed in, determined, using a speed quirk. They crossed the invisible boundary. And the fastest one face planted like gravity suddenly tripled. The crowd gasped, then fell quieter. Not silent, but uneasy. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut for a second. The voice inside him purred like a satisfied cat. Kneel. Izuku clenched his jaw. Stop. Tokiyami's dark shadow flared slightly, defensive. Tell it to stop. Dark shadow snapped, scared. Izuku forced his breathing steady again, picturing a lid sealing his chest. The heaviness eased. Teams could breathe again. But the moment the lid eased, Bakugo arrived. His team slammed into the fray like a bomb. He launched forward, palm igniting. Deku. Bakugo roared, eyes wild. I'm taking your points. Izuku's heart stuttered. Bakugo's rage hit Izuku like a trigger. The pressure surged automatically. Bakugo's team slowed for half a second, just half. And that half second was enough for Tokiyami's dark shadow to lash out, knocking their formation sideways. Bakugo recovered instantly, blasting again. But Hatsume's harness kicked in, springs snapping, boosting Izuku's team upward and sideways in a chaotic arc. Uraraka yelped. Tokiyami steadied them, cape fluttering. Izuku stared down at Bakugo, breath ragged. Bakugo's glare was murder. The crowd screamed. Present Mike shouted, hyped. This is it. Bakugo going for Midoriya. Can he break through that pressure? Bakugo launched again, and then Shinso's voice cut through the chaos. Midoriya. Shinso shouted from a distance, eyes sharp. You're a freak. You think you belong here. Izuku's head snapped toward the sound automatically. His heart dropped. Aizawa's warning echoed in his skull. Don't answer voices that aren't yours. Shinso smiled slightly. A trap. Uraraka gasped. Don't respond. Izuku's throat tightened. He wanted to snap back. He wanted to defend himself. The voice inside him whispered, eager. Answer. Let him in. Izuku clenched his jaw until it hurt. He forced himself to stay silent. Shinso's smile faltered. No response. Shinso muttered, annoyed. Bakugo crashed into another team, stealing points violently. Izuku's team held. Time ticked down. Teams kept trying to approach Izuku's points. And every time the pressure leaked, they stumbled. By the end, Izuku's team was still standing. Still high points. Not because they'd stolen everything. Because nobody could safely steal from them without collapsing. Midnight's voice rang out. Time. The cavalry battle ended. Teams dropped to the ground, exhausted. Izuku's team stayed upright, breathing hard. The scoreboard flashed. Izuku qualified. Top bracket. The crowd clapped, but it sounded restrained. Not a celebration. A cautious acknowledgement of something they didn't understand. Izuku stared up at the stands. Thousands of faces. Some excited, some confused, some unsettled. The festival wasn't loud for him anymore. It was quiet in the way 4. STS got quiet when a predator walked through. Scene 5, Todoroki vs. Deku. The ice that broke like glass. The one-on-one matches began. Students fought with everything they had. Some battles were flashy. Some were clever. Some were brutal. Izuku watched from the waiting area, hands shaking slightly, trying not to let the crowd's energy seep into him. The monitor at his collarbone pulsed warm every time the stadium screamed. He kept his breathing slow. Then the bracket flashed. Todoroki Shoto vs. Midoriya Izuku. The stadium shifted again. Todoroki's name carried weight. The crowd loved him, half for his power, half for his drama. Endeavor's son. The prodigy. The boy with fire and ice. Izuku's name carried something else now. Curiosity, at best. Fear, at worst. Izuku stepped onto the field. Todoroki stood opposite him, posture calm, eyes sharp. He didn't look afraid. But Izuku noticed something small. Todoroki's breath was slightly slower than normal, as if he'd already decided he couldn't waste oxygen. The crowd roared. Present Mike screamed into the mic. All right, this one's gonna be insane. Todoroki Shoto vs. Midoriya Izuku. Izuku swallowed hard. He bowed slightly to Todoroki. Todoroki didn't bow back. He just stared. You're not like the others, Todoroki said quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. Neither are you. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. You're holding back, Todoroki said. Izuku flinched. Todoroki continued, voice calm but cutting. I saw what you did. Atomic dropped. The media hadn't shown details, but rumors spread fast. Todoroki's gaze sharpened. If you're going to fight me for real. Izuku's hands trembled. I can't, Izuku whispered. Todoroki's eyes hardened. Then you're insulting me. The referee raised a hand. Begin. Todoroki moved instantly. A wall of ice surged from the ground. Towering, expanding fast, white-blue and sharp like a glacier birthing itself. The crowd screamed in delight. The ice wave rushed toward Izuku like a tidal wall. Izuku's heart stuttered. His body wanted to blur away. But if he dodged too far, too fast, the cameras would lock. And Todoroki's ice would still keep coming. Izuku planted his feet. The hollow in his chest pulsed. He lifted a finger. Just one. And flicked it forward. Not a beam. Not a blast. A pressure shockwave. The air popped. The oncoming ice wall shattered. Not cracked. Not chipped. It broke like glass hit by a hammer. Exploding into a storm of shards and snow dust. The stadium went quiet for a half second. Then the crowd gasped. Todoroki's eyes widened slightly. He didn't stop. More ice surged, thicker, layered. Izuku took a step forward. The air around him grew heavier, not because he wanted intimidation, but because his body reacted to threat. Todoroki's ice slowed as it approached, frosting the air. Izuku's breath came out white. The temperature dropped. But it wasn't just Todoroki's ice. It was Izuku's presence, cold in a different way. Not winter. Void. The crowd's roar dampened. Again as people near the front rows suddenly hugged themselves. A child whispered, Mom, I feel weird. A man muttered, why is it hard to breathe? Present Mike's voice wavered for the first time. Hey, folks. Feeling the intensity. Huh. Todoroki frowned, sensing it too. You're doing that, Todoroki said. Izuku swallowed. I'm trying not to. Todoroki's eyes sharpened with anger, at himself, at Izuku, at the world. Then stop trying, Todoroki snapped. And just fight. He slammed his foot down. Ice exploded outward again, not just a wall, spikes, traps, a maze forming instantly. Izuku's body blurred, short sonito steps. Controlled, snapping between gaps without fully vanishing. Todoroki tracked him, eyes narrowing. Izuku appeared near Todoroki's left flank, then vanished again. Todoroki's ice rose to block. Izuku reappeared behind him. Todoroki spun, a wave of ice forcing distance. Izuku stopped in place, breathing hard. His monitor pulsed warmer. His mask fragments threatened, in white cracks creeping across his cheekbone. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and forced them back down. Todoroki noticed the cracks. His expression shifted. "What are you?" Todoroki asked quietly. Izuku's throat tightened. "I don't know," Izuku whispered. The voice inside him hummed with delight. "Show him." Izuku clenched his jaw. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. "If you don't know," Todoroki said, "then you're lying to yourself." Izuku flinched. Todoroki raised his right hand, ice swirling, sharper now. "You want to be a hero," Todoroki said. "Then be honest with your own power." Izuku's breath hitched. The crowd was quieter now. Not silent, but listening. The stadium was holding its breath. Izuku's hands trembled. He thought about All Might's smile. He thought about Aizawa's warning. He thought about Nezu's cage. He thought about the bird. He thought about Shigaraki running. And he thought about what Todoroki just said. Be honest. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The pressure rose. The air bent. Todoroki's ice creaked as if it could feel weight. Izuku opened his mouth, and for a second, the voice in his head tried to climb into it. A second tone layered beneath his own. A growl behind a human voice. Izuku forced it down with sheer will. But the sound that came out still carried something wrong. A roar, not loud, but deep, vibrated across the arena. The crowd flinched. Not from volume, from instinct. Todoroki's eyes widened. Because the roar didn't just hit ears. It hit soul. Todoroki staggered half a step as something inside him, some psychological wall, fractured. He'd built his identity on rejecting half of himself. On refusing fire. On refusing endeavor. But Izuku's presence wasn't persuading him like words. It was pressuring him like gravity. Forcing the truth up. Todoroki's breathing turned sharp. His left side, ice, began to frost more aggressively, overcompensating. But the cold in the air wasn't winning. Izuku's aura wasn't cold, like ice. It was cold like emptiness. Like being alone in space. Todoroki's fingers trembled. He realized something terrifying. If he kept using only ice, he would freeze himself, his blood slowing, his muscles locking. Not from his ice alone. Rom the way the air around Izuku made it harder to function. To breathe. To think. Todoroki's eyes snapped up to Izuku. And for the first time, his voice sounded strained. "You're forcing me." Izuku's eyes widened, horrified. "I don't want to." Todoroki's jaw clenched. "Then stop holding back." Todoroki snapped. And then, his right side ignited. Fire roared from Todoroki's right side in a bright, furious burst. The stadium erupted, not cheering, not booing, just raw shock. Because Todoroki used fire. The thing he'd sworn not to. Flames blasted outward, pushing back the frost, stabilizing his body. His breath came easier. His eyes sharpened. He stared at Izuku like he hated him for being the trigger. And hated himself more. Izuku stood frozen. He'd wanted to win quietly. Now the entire study had witnessed Todoroki's barrier shatter. And they'd witnessed Izuku as the cause. The crowd's sound didn't return to full roar. It came back, uneven. Like people didn't know if they'd just seen a sports match or a public exorcism. Present Mike screamed, voice shaky with adrenaline. Todoroki is using fire. This is huge. Todoroki stepped forward, fire blazing, ice cracking beneath his feet. If you're going to stand there, Todoroki said, voice low, then I'll end it. He raised both hands, ice and fire. A dual attack, balanced, monstrous in its own way. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. His monitor flared warm. The mask cracks deepened for a heartbeat. The voice inside him purred. Answer with a crown. Izuku clenched his fists. He didn't want to annihilate Todoroki. He didn't want to terrify the stadium. He wanted to be a hero. So he made a choice. He didn't fire a Sero. He stepped forward, and released his pressure just enough. A controlled pulse. Not a crush. A wave. The air thickened. Todoroki's flames wavered. His ice creaked. His knees bent slightly under the sudden weight. The crowd fell into a stunned hush. Todoroki gritted his teeth, fighting it. Izuku's voice came out strained but human. Stop, Izuku whispered. I don't want to hurt you. Todoroki's eyes burned. You already did. Izuku flinched. Todoroki tried to push through the pressure with sheer will, fire roaring. But Izuku stepped closer again. Slow and steady, like a storm walking. The weight increased. Todoroki's breath hitched. He forced fire hotter. And his own skin began to sting from heat imbalance. He was burning himself to resist. Izuku saw it. His stomach twisted. He took one final step. Then stopped. He held the pressure in a tight, controlled field around Todoroki, not expanding, not crushing, just enough to immobilize. Todoroki's arms trembled. He tried to raise them again. Couldn't. His knees buckled slightly. The referee stared, shaken. Winner, the referee hesitated, voice cracking, Midoriya Izuku. The stadium didn't explode in cheers. It clapped, some did, cautiously. Some were silent. Todoroki stood there, breathing hard, fire flickering out, ice melting in small rivulets. He stared at Izuku with an expression that wasn't purely hatred. It was realization. Izuku bowed slightly, trembling. Whispered. Todoroki's jaw clenched. "Don't be," Todoroki said quietly. "Just don't pretend you're normal." Then he turned and walked off the field. Izuku stood alone in the center of the arena, surrounded by melting ice and cooling steam. He looked up at the crowd. Thousands of faces stared back. Not smiling, not screaming, just watching. And Izuku realized something terrifying. He hadn't won their hearts. He'd won their attention. And attention was what fed the thing inside him. The voice in his head whispered. "Please. A festival of silence. They can't cheer when they're afraid." Izuku swallowed hard, eyes stinging. He forced himself to breathe. He forced the pressure down. He forced the cracks on his face to fade. Because if he didn't, the festival wouldn't just be silent. It would be a funeral for the idea of heroes. Scene 1, the number one who wanted to see it. The sports festival ended, but the silence it created didn't. For days afterward, Izuku felt it everywhere, on the news screens in the cafeteria, in the way teachers watched him a half-second longer. In the way strangers' eyes lingered when Class 1A went anywhere in uniform. They didn't shout his name like they shouted Bakugo's. They didn't chant, Todoroki, like he was a celebrity. They said things like, "That green-haired kid, something was off. Did you feel that pressure through the screen? Is that even a quirk?" UA officially called it Void Soul. The internet called it worse. The Hero Commission called it a developing variable. And Endeavor called it exactly what Izuku feared most. Interesting. The day internships were announced, Izuku assumed he wouldn't get many offers. Not because he was weak. Because nobody wanted a walking risk in their agency. He expected one letter. Maybe two. He didn't expect to open his file and find a thick stack, some curious, some desperate. Some clearly chasing fame by associating with the mysterious monster kid. Aizawa had taken one glance and ripped half of them out. "These aren't offers," Aizawa said flatly. "They're bait." Izuku's throat tightened. "So, I can't do an internship." Aizawa's gaze sharpened. "You can. Under control." He reached into the remaining pile and pulled out a single letter. The top of it was stamped in heavy red ink. Endeavor Agency. Izuku's stomach dropped so hard it felt like his hollow chest swallowed it. Izuku stammered. "Endeavor. Why would he?" Aizawa's eyes narrowed. "Because he wants to measure you." Izuku's mouth went dry. Aizawa continued. "Nezu approved it. Conditioned approval." Izuku swallowed. "Conditioned." Aizawa's scarf shifted slightly like a warning animal. "Your monitor is linked to UA in real time," Aizawa said. And Endeavor agreed to restrictions. Izuku blinked. He agreed. Aizawa's lips flattened. He didn't like it. But he wants you more than he hates rules. Izuku's stomach twisted. Because the truth was simple. Endeavor didn't want Izuku to become a hero. Endeavor wanted to see what Izuku was. And the more people wanted to see him, the more he thing inside him leaned toward the attention like it was sunlight. The voice in his skull murmured, "Pleased. They're coming closer on purpose now." Izuku clenched his jaw. "Not for you." Endeavor's agency smelled like heat. Not smoke, just the dry, intense warmth of a place where fire was normal. Staff moved quickly, efficiently, like everyone here knew time was fuel. Endeavor himself didn't greet Izuku with a handshake. He greeted him with a stare. His towering frame filled the hallway like a wall. Flames rolled from his beard and shoulders, controlled but constant. His eyes were sharp enough to cut. "So," Endeavor said, voice like gravel under a furnace. "You're the one." Izuku bowed immediately. "Why yes, sir." Endeavor didn't acknowledge the bow. He circled Izuku once, slow, assessing. T felt like being inspected by a predator that hadn't decided if you were prey or competition. You don't look like much, Endeavor said. Izuku's throat tightened. Endeavor leaned closer slightly, just enough that Izuku's instincts flared. The air around Izuku thickened involuntarily. A subtle pressure. A warning. Endeavor's flames flickered, reacting to the shift like they'd tasted a change in oxygen. Endeavor's eyes narrowed, pleased. There it is, he murmured. Izuku forced the pressure down with his breathing. Endeavor straightened. You're going to be useful, he said, like he was discussing a tool. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him chuckled. He wants a weapon. Izuku swallowed and said carefully, I want to learn rescue and control, sir. Endeavor's stare didn't soften. We'll see, he said. Then he turned sharply. Today, you follow me, Endeavor ordered. You watch. You don't interfere unless I tell you. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes, sir. Endeavor glanced back over his shoulder, eyes bright. In Midoriya, he added, if you can't obey. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Izuku's monitor warmed faintly under his collarbone like it agreed. Scene 2, Hosu Sit. Why? A place that smelled like blood and rust. Hosu City at night was bright in all the wrong places. Neon signs. Sirens. Flashing patrol lights reflecting off wet pavement. The air carried the smell of exhaust and rain. And beneath it, something sharper, metallic. Fear lived here like a permanent resident. Endeavor moved through the streets like a controlled wildfire. People cleared out of his way instinctively. Sidekicks followed at a distance, letting him lead. Izuku stayed behind him, careful with each breath. He could feel the city's spiritual noise, the way he'd started feeling crowds, little lights everywhere, flickering fast. Panic, anger, adrenaline. It made the hunger stir. Not violently. Just, aware. So many candles, the voice whispered. So easy to blow out. Izuku clenched his jaw. He kept his hands at his sides. Fingers curled slightly, reminding himself. Heroes don't feed. Endeavor stopped at a rooftop edge overlooking a narrow alley district. His sidekick handed him a device, police scanner frequency. The hero killer's been sighted in this zone again, the sidekick reported. Multiple assaults. Victims include pro-heroes and vigilante responders. Endeavor's flames flared slightly in irritation. TCH, he spat. Stain. Izuku's eyes widened. The hero killer. The one who. Endeavor cut him off with a sharp look. He kills weak ideals, Endeavor said. And he's making fools of the hero system. Izuku swallowed hard. He'd heard the stories. A man who hunted heroes. Not for money. For judgment. Endeavor stepped off the rooftop like gravity didn't apply. His flames roared as he dropped, landing with a heat burst that made steam rise from wet asphalt. Izuku followed, Sonido in short, controlled steps, landing lightly behind him. Endeavor didn't comment, but Izuku saw his eyes flick slightly. Not surprised. Still measuring. They moved through streets, following reports, scanning for movement. Then Izuku felt it. A presence. Not like the panicked flickers of civilians. This was, focused. Sharp. Like a blade held still. Izuku's breath caught. Endeavor, Izuku whispered. Endeavor didn't look back. You sensed it. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Endeavor's mouth curled, almost a smile. Good, Endeavor said. Then find him. Izuku's stomach twisted. He didn't want to find a killer. But his senses were already reaching, Pesquisa spreading like invisible radar. A po. Int of pressure pulsed from an alley 2 blocks away. Izuku pointed without thinking. There. Endeavor's flames surged. They moved. Fast. Scene 3, the ambush that didn't happen. The alley was narrow, slick with rainwater and old grime. A flickering street lamp hummed overhead, of light. A wounded hero lay propped against the wall, breathing shallow, blood staining their uniform. Izuku's stomach lurched. Endeavor's flames flared. Anger immediate. He stepped toward the fallen hero. And a shadow moved. Not behind Endeavor. Above. A figure dropped from a fire escape like a silent executioner. Bandaged arms. Dark clothes. Red eyes that seemed to burn with conviction. A sword in his hand. Stain. Izuku's heart stuttered. Endeavor turned sharply, flames surging. But Stain didn't strike. He landed in a crouch, blade raised. And then he froze. Not because Endeavor intimidated him. Not because he reconsidered. Because his body reacted to something else. To Izuku. Stain's eyes snapped to Izuku L. Like a predator hearing a deeper predator breathe. The air thickened. Izuku hadn't meant to. But the moment he recognized Stain as a killer, fear and anger spiked together, and the pressure field leaked. Stain's pupils narrowed. His breath hitched. For the first time, the famous hero killer looked uneasy. Not cowardly. Not weak. Instinctive. Like a man staring at an oncoming natural disaster and realizing his blade couldn't cut a tsunami. What? Stain whispered, voice raw, are you? Izuku swallowed hard. Endeavor noticed instantly. His flames steadied, eyes narrowing with interest. He's mine, Endeavor said coldly, to Stain. Stand down. Stain didn't respond to Endeavor. He kept staring at Izuku. And in that stare, Izuku felt something that chilled him more than any insult. Stain wasn't judging him as a hero. Stain was judging him as a phenomenon. A boy, Stain murmured, wearing a hero uniform, with the presence of a calamity. Izuku's throat tightened. The voice in Izuku's head whispered, delighted. He sees you. Stain's blade trembled slightly, not from fear of pain. From recognition of something beyond his worldview. You're not a hero, Stain said quietly. Endeavor's flames roared. Watch your mouth. Stain finally looked at Endeavor, eyes sharp again. You're not one either, Stain said flatly. You're a brand. Endeavor's jaw tightened. Stain's eyes returned to Izuku. But you, Stain whispered. Almost reverent with disgust, you're not even a brand. You're a natural disaster wearing a student's face. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. His hunger stirred, at Stain's intensity, at his unwavering spirit. Stain felt bright in a way that almost hurt. Izuku clenched his fists. I'm here to stop you, Izuku said, voice shaking but firm. Stain's lips curled slightly. Stop me, Stain echoed. Or devour me. Izuku flinched. Endeavor's gaze snapped toward Izuku. Aizawa's warning echoed again. Don't perform the monster. Izuku forced the pressure down. The air eased slightly. Stain's shoulders loosened, barely. But his eyes didn't soften. No, Izuku said, voice tight. I'm not like that. Stain's smile was thin as a knife. We'll see, he whispered. And then he moved. Fast. Scene 4, Hero Killer vs. Void Soul. Stain's blade flashed toward Endeavor first, because Endeavor was the bigger target and the bigger symbol. Endeavor's flames surged, deflecting. Steel hissed against heat. Stain slipped through gaps like smoke. Izuku's body shifted automatically, Sonito snapping him sideways. He didn't strike. He watched. Endeavor fought with overwhelming force, fire walls, heat bursts. Controlled explosions of flame. Stain fought like a surgeon, precise, brutal, aiming for tendons and openings. Izuku saw the pattern immediately. Stain isn't trying to overpower. He's trying to bleed. And once he got blood, Stain's quirk would activate. Paralysis. A kill without needing strength. Endeavor threw a wave of flame to force distance. Stain rolled, blade scraping sparks on the pavement, and flicked his wrist. A small throwing blade flew toward Endeavor's sidekick down the alley. Izuku's eyes widened. He blurred. Sonito cracked. He appeared between the blade and the sidekick, raising his arm. The arrow hardened under his skin. The blade hit his forearm and bounced away with a metallic ping. The sidekick stumbled back, eyes wide. Izuku stared at the shallow scratch on his arm. Not deep, but blood did bead. A single line of red. Izuku's stomach dropped. Stain's eyes flicked to it instantly. He smiled. There, Stain whispered. He lunged. Izuku moved to intercept. Staw. Slid under Endeavor's flame sweep and slammed into Izuku instead, blade pressing for a deeper cut. Izuku twisted, catching Stain's wrist. The moment skin contact happened, the hunger jolted. Stain's presence flared bright. Izuku's breath hitched. Stain's eyes widened, feeling the pressure. For a split second, both of them froze, not by quirk, but by instinctual conflict. Stain hissed, your hands are wrong. Izuku forced himself to let go and step back. Don't touch, Izuku whispered to himself. Stain's smile sharpened. Oh, Stain breathed. So you know. Endeavor roared, flames surging to incinerate the space between them. Stain leapt back, too clean, too practiced. He landed on the alley wall, kicked off, and vanished into the shadows. Then reappeared behind Izuku, blade slicing. Izuku felt the cut along his shoulder. Pain flared. More blood. Izuku's heart stuttered. Stain moved like he was dancing with murder. He dropped low, snatched a bit of Izuku's blood from the air with a quick lick of his tongue. And his eyes flashed. Blood type, Stain muttered. Then he smiled. Got you. Izuku waited for paralysis. For his body to lock. For fear to hit like a cage. But instead, nothing. His limbs remained his. His breath remained his. His hollow chest pulsed, steady. Stain's smile faltered. What? Izuku blinked, shocked too. Stain's quirk should have worked. It worked on everyone. Why didn't it? Then Izuku felt it. That strange rhythm inside him. The way his body didn't read like normal biology anymore. A heart that wasn't fully a heart. A soul chain that wasn't just metaphor. Stain stared at Izuku like his worldview had been stabbed. You don't even bleed like a human, Stain whispered. Izuku swallowed hard. Endeavor's flames surged again, forcing Stain back. Endeavor's eyes were burning with fury and something else. Interest. You're resistant, Endeavor said, half to Izuku, half to himself. Izuku's monitor pulsed warm. The voice inside him giggled. See, you're not like them. Stain's expression sharpened, anger replacing shock. Then you're worse, Stain spat. A thing beyond judgment. Izuku's jaw clenched. I'm not a thing, Izuku said, voice shaking. Stain's blade lifted again. You're a god of destruction in a school uniform, Stain hissed. And the world is too stupid to see it. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed violently. His mask cracks threatened, white lines creeping across his cheekbone. The pressure surged. The alley air thickened so hard that Stain's boots scraped slightly as if the ground gained gravity. Endeavor stepped back half a step, flames flickering, eyes widening. Midoriya, Endeavor started. Izuku didn't hear him. Stain's words hit the part of Izuku that was tired of being called wrong. The part of him that feared he really was a monster. The part of him that wanted, just once, to silence someone who made him feel like a disaster. The voice inside him whispered, Honey Smooth. Prove him right. Izuku's eyes widened. His breathing turned ragged. He lifted his hand. A red-black glow formed, denser than before. Not a full Cerro Oscuras. But close. Endeavor's eyes snapped wide. Stop. Endeavor barked. Stain's eyes widened too, not in fear of death. In recognition. In verdict. That's it, Stain whispered, almost satisfied. Show them. Izuku's hand trembled. The glow brightened. The air screamed silently under the pressure. Stain stepped forward anyway. Blade raised like a martyr walkant, Stain said softly. Prove you are what you are. Izuku's teeth clenched. His mask cracks deepened. Then, a voice shouted from above. Midoriya. A figure dropped into the alley like a disciplined missile. Tenya Iida. His engines roared, and he slammed into Stain with a kick, forcing him sideways. Stain stumbled, surprised. Izuku froze mid-charge, the energy glow flickering. Iida. Izuku gasped. Iida's glasses caught the street lamp light, eyes blazing with rage and grief. Stain recognized him instantly. Ingenium's brother, Stain murmured. Iida's voice shook. You. Quote. Stain smiled thinly. Yes. Izuku's heart stuttered. This was the Hosu incident. This was the trap Iida had walked into in the original timeline. And now Izuku was standing here. On the edge of doing something irreversible. Iida turned his head toward Izuku for half a second, just half. And in that half second, Izuku saw it. Iida wasn't looking at him with fear. Iida was looking at him with desperate trust. As if saying, don't become him. Don't become the thing we're fighting. Izuku's breath caught. The glow in his palm trembled. The voice inside him hissed, annoyed. He's in the way. Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. He forced the energy down. The red-black glow collapsed into nothing. The pressure eased. The mask cracks faded. Izuku staggered. Backward like he'd been holding a weight and suddenly dropped it. He grabbed his own chest, breathing hard. I almost. Endeavor's flames steadied again. He stared at Izuku, jaw tight. Not angry. Worried. Stain laughed quietly. Satisfied. You stopped, Stain murmured to Izuku. Interesting. Izuku glared at him, breathing ragged. Stain's eyes sharpened, voice turning cold again. But remember this, Stain said. You didn't stop because you're pure. He nodded toward Iida. You stopped because someone tethered you, Stain whispered. A rope tied to humanity. Izuku's throat tightened. Stain smiled, eyes gleaming. When that rope snaps, Stain said softly, the world will learn the difference between heroes and monsters. Endeavor lunged, flames roaring. But Stain moved like smoke, slipping into shadowed gaps. He vanished up a fire escape and into the rooftops. Gone. Sirens approached in the distance. Other heroes were arriving, but the alley still felt like a grave. Iida trembled, fists clenched, breathing hard. Izuku stepped toward him carefully. Iida. Iida's voice cracked. I lost control. Izuku swallowed. So did I, Izuku whispered. Iida looked at him sharply. And in his eyes, Izuku saw it again. Not fear. Relief. Because Izuku didn't cross the line. Iida bowed his head. Thank you. Izuku's throat tightened. You saved me too. Endeavor turned away, flames simmering low. His voice came out rough. Get medical attention, Endeavor ordered. Then, quieter, almost to himself. So the kid can stop himself. Izuku's monitor cooled slightly, as if logging the crises avoided. But inside Izuku's skull, the voice was still awake. Still hungry. Still pleased by how close he'd come. Good restraint, it purred. Next time, don't let anyone interrupt. Izuku clenched his fists and stared at the rain-slick pavement. He'd stopped. He'd chosen humanity. But Stain's words stuck like thorns. A rope tied to humanity. Izuku didn't know how long that rope could hold. And that terrified him more than Stain's blade ever could. Scene 1, this is a camp, not a battlefield. The bus ride into the mountains felt different from the USJ trip. Less excitement. More caution. Even the loud ones in Class 1A had a quieter edge now, like the memory of villain laughter still lived behind their ribs. The windows showed trees so dense they looked like walls, and mist clung to the slopes like something alive. Izuku sat near the middle this time, not in the back. Not because he suddenly felt confident. Because Aizawa had told him, flatly, I want you where I can see you. Aizawa rode with them, wrapped in his sleeping bag like a tired ghost. Vlad King sat across the aisle with Class 1B, arms crossed, looking like he didn't trust the air itself. The training camp was supposed to be secret. The location undisclosed. The route changed twice. Multiple buses. Decoys. Security procedures stacked like bricks. It should have felt safe. But Izuku's hollow chest kept pulsing in that slow, uneasy rhythm that always meant one thing. Something is coming. The voice inside him stretched, amused. A forest full of hiding places. Perfect. Izuku clenched his jaw and forced his eyes to stay on the window. Heroes don't feed. He repeated it in his head like a prayer. Across the aisle, Uraraka leaned slightly toward him. Not too close, she still unconsciously respected the boundary, but close enough to be kind. You okay? She asked quietly. Izuku nodded fast. Yeah. Uraraka's eyes narrowed gently. That wasn't, yeah. Izuku swallowed. I'm just trying to stay calm. Tsuyu, sitting behind them, blinked slowly. Ribbit. Calm is good. Calm means less heavy. Izuku flinched, cheeks warming. Sorry, he whispered. Tsuyu didn't smile exactly, but her tone softened. Not blame. Just fact. Kirishima leaned over the seat in front, trying to sound upbeat. Yo, mountain training is gonna be awesome. We'll come back stronger. Bakugo, 2 seats ahead, didn't turn around. Shut up. Kirishima scratched his head awkwardly. Still manly though. Izuku watched Bakugo's back. Bakugo had never looked at him the same since UA started. Not as prey. Not as a joke. As a problem that refused to stay in its assigned place. Izuku didn't blame him. He barely recognized himself half the time. The bus turned, climbing higher. Trees thickened. Fog thickened. Izuku's monitor under his collarbone warmed slightly, logging the rising stress. Aizawa's eyes opened, just a crack, and slid toward Izuku. Midoriya, he said. Izuku jolted. Why yes, sensei. Aizawa's voice stayed flat. Breathe. Izuku swallowed and did. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Again. Izuku inhaled slowly. Exhaled slower. The heaviness in the bus eased by a fraction, subtle, but real. Aizawa's eyes closed again. Good. Then, almost like an afterthought, if you feel it spike, you tell me. Izuku nodded. Inside his head, the voice chuckled. Teacher's scared. Cute. Izuku ignored it. He had to. Because the forest was waiting. They arrived at a mountain lodge that looked too normal for how secret it was. Wooden walls. Big windows. A sign that could have been from a vacation brochure. Then the wild pussycats appeared, loud, confident. Smiling like the world hadn't tried to kill teenagers recently. Pixie Bob bounced on her toes. Welcome to the forest training camp. Tiger waved. You brats ready to become stronger. Mandalay's eyes swept the group, sharp beneath the smile. Like she was counting weaknesses. Ragdoll smiled warmly, but Izuku felt something else from her too, nervousness. A subtle tension. Aizawa stepped forward, expression unchanged. Explain the plan. Pixie Bob grinned. We'll crush their limits. Aizawa didn't blink. Pixie Bob's grin faltered slightly. In a safe way. Vlad King snorted. Better. They led the students into the woods. And as soon as Izuku stepped beneath the tree canopy, the world felt different. The air wasn't just air. It was layered, alive with insects, animals, distant birds. Countless tiny presences. For most people, it was background noise. For Izuku, it was a map of flickering lights. Pesquisa spread automatically. He could feel the forest like a nervous system. It made his hunger twitch. So many little souls, the voice whispered. So easy. Izuku's stomach turned. He forced his senses narrower, focus only on the class. On the teachers. On the pussycats. He kept his hands in his pockets like he was afraid they. Pixie Bob clapped. First exercise. Get through the beast's forest. Then the ground moved. Earth rose like a wave, massive dirt walls and trenches forming instantly, twisting the terrain into a labyrinth. Students screamed and scattered. Pixie Bob laughed. Survive. Adapt. Overcome. Izuku's body tensed. He could feel panic flaring in. His classmates like sudden candles lit in the dark. Too much light. Too much emotion. His pressure field trembled at the edges. His monitor warmed. Aizawa's head snapped slightly toward him. Izuku swallowed hard and breathed. In. Out. He tried to keep the heaviness inside. Tokiyami's dark shadow peeked out, bristling. This forest is hostile. Kaminari yelped as he slipped into a trench. This is not a camp. This is a murder maze. Iida shouted, trying to organize. Everyone, maintain composure. Follow a dirt wall rose between them, cutting him off mid-sentence. Izuku moved, quick, counter. Old Sonido steps, to keep up with Uraraka and Tsuyu. He avoided touching people. He avoided letting panic spike. But the forest's chaos pressed from every direction. And the thing inside him liked chaos. Chaos is honest. The voice murmured. No masks. No smiles. Izuku clenched his jaw, eyes stinging. I can't lose it here. Because this was supposed to be training. Not a repeat of USJ. Not another moment where the world learned to fear him. Scene 2, the lesson nobody else got. That evening, after they survived Pixie Bob's terrain torture and limped back to the lodge, the students collapsed into exhausted piles. Dinner was loud in the usual way, complaints, jokes, rivalry. Izuku ate quietly, keeping his hands steady. Across the room, Mandalay watched him more than once. Not suspicious exactly. Worried. Later, when students began drifting to their rooms, Aizawa stopped Izuku at the hallway. Midoriya, he said. Izuku's stomach tightened. Yes, sensei. Aizawa's eyes were tired, but sharp. Walk. Izuku followed him down a side corridor, away from the dorm rooms, into a small training space behind the lodge. No cameras. No audience. Just trees outside the window and the quiet hum of mountain wind. Aizawa leaned against the wall. Show me your control. Izuku swallowed hard. Here. Aizawa nodded. Here. Izuku's palms went sweaty. The voice inside him perked up. Private lesson. Good. Izuku ignored it and tried to focus on Aizawa's face. Aizawa spoke calmly. Your power spikes with emotional load. So we train the opposite. Izuku blinked. The opposite. Aizawa's gaze didn't soften. Boring. Izuku stared. Boring. Aizawa nodded. You don't get to be dramatic. Not when drama turns your presence into gravity. Izuku swallowed. Okay. Aizawa pointed at a fallen leaf on the floor. Make it move, Aizawa said. Without breaking it. Izuku blinked. What? Aizawa's eyes narrowed slightly, daring him to argue. Izuku stared at the leaf. Normally, when he used pressure, it came like a wave. It broke things. It overwhelmed. But a leaf. He breathed in. He imagined his pressure like a hand. Not a wave. Not a roar. A hand. He exhaled slowly. A faint shimmer moved in the air. The leaf trembled. Then slid, just a centimeter, across the floor. It didn't tear. It didn't crumple. It just moved. Izuku stared like he'd seen a miracle. Aizawa nodded once. Again. Izuku did it again. And again. Sweat beaded at his temples, not from effort like running, but from concentration like holding a fragile glass without dropping it. Aizawa watched, silent. After the 5th time, he spoke. This is what heroes do, Aizawa said. Control. Precision. You don't need to be loud to be strong. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm trying, he whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. I know. Then, quieter. Almost like it cost him, and you're doing better than I expected. Izuku blinked, shocked. Aizawa turned away like he regretted saying it. Get some sleep. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes, sensei. As Izuku left the room, the voice inside him whispered, amused. He thinks he's teaching you to be gentle. He's just teaching you to aim. Izuku swallowed hard and walked faster. Scene 3, the night the forest screamed. The attack didn't begin with an explosion. That would have been too honest. It began with a feeling. Izuku woke up in his bunk bed with a jolt, breath catching like something had grabbed his lungs. The room was dark, quiet. Kirishima's breathing was slow in the bed below. Shiro snored softly. Mineta muttered in his sleep like a haunted cartoon. Izuku sat up slowly. His monitor was warm, not hot, warm, like it was sensing something before his eyes could. The hollow in his chest pulsed. The voice inside him was awake already. They're here. Izuku froze. His senses spread, Pesquisa reaching out through walls, through trees, into the night. He felt the forest, animals, insects, birds, and then, people, not his classmates, not teachers, new presences at the edge of the map. Cold ones, sharp ones, predators stepping into territory. Izuku's blood ran cold. He swung his legs out of bed, moving silently. He crept to the window and peeked through the curtain. Moonlight painted the forest silver. And between the trees, shadows moved. A figure in dark clothing stepped forward. Another behind them, and another. Izuku's stomach dropped. Villains. His breath hitched. His pressure surged involuntarily. The air in the room got heavier. Kirishima stirred. Huh. Izuku forced it down. Wake up, Izuku whispered urgently. Quiet. Kirishima blinked, then saw Izuku's expression and stiffened. What? Izuku didn't answer. Because outside, a scream tore through the night. Not a student scream, a teacher scream, followed by a crash, then more screams. Lights flared on in the lodge. Doors slammed open. Students poured into the hallway in panic. Aizawa's voice barked from outside, sharp, urgent. Students, stay inside. Izuku's heart stuttered, but his senses already told him the truth. They were surrounded. The forest was filled with enemies. And worst of all, some of them were hiding their presence in ways his senses didn't like. Not invisible, just distorted, like a candle behind tinted glass. Izuku clenched his fists. The voice inside him purred. Run, hunt. Izuku swallowed hard. No, protect. He grabbed his uniform jacket and shoved it on, then ran into the hallway. SMO. K was already creeping inside from somewhere, mustard yellow, thick and choking. Students coughed. Mandalay's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's heads, telepathy, clear and urgent. All students. Villains have invaded. Do not engage alone. Group up and escape to the designated safe zone. Izuku's eyes widened. Telepathy made the panic worse and better at the same time. Better because it was information. Worse because it meant the adults were already fighting hard enough to need this. Bakugo shoved past someone, snarling. Out of my way. Iida tried to organize. Everyone remained calm. A blast rocked the building. The lights flickered. Izuku's monitor warmed further. He could feel his pressure trembling. His hunger rising under stress. The voice inside him whispered like a lullaby. Now you can be honest. Izuku clenched his jaw and ran toward the exit with a group, eyes scanning, senses spread. He felt presences moving fast through the trees. Some bright and violent, some quiet and wrong. He caught a flash of a man with stitches and a beak-like mouth, moonfish, moving like a nightmare between branches. He felt a wide, hot presence, Dabi, like a bonfire that didn't care what it burned. He felt a slippery, playful presence, Toga, like a knife wrapped in a smile. And he felt something else. A heavy, muscular presence, simple, strong, hungry in its own way. Izuku's stomach dropped. That one felt like a fist. Scene 4, Kota and the man named Muscular. Izuku didn't mean to separate from the group. But then he felt a small presence, bright in a way that made his chest ache. Kota, a child in the woods. Alone. Izuku's heart stuttered. He turned without thinking. Midoriya. Iida shouted. Where are you going? Izuku didn't stop. A kid. He sprinted into the trees. Branches whipped his face. The forest swallowed sound. Smoke drifted through the canopy, making everything taste bitter. Izuku's senses locked onto the small presence, moving in short bursts, Sonido snapping him between trunks. He found Kota near a cliffside path. Frozen in fear, staring at a figure stepping out of the shadows. A man with a grin like he'd been waiting for this moment his whole life. Muscular. His body was wrapped in bulging muscle fibers like armor, eyes wild, teeth bared. He looked at Kota like a toy. Well, Muscular purred. A little one. Kota trembled, unable to move. Izuku's body moved before his mind caught up. He appeared between Kota and Muscular with a crack of air. Muscular's grin widened. Oh, Muscular said. And what's this? A hero kid. Izuku's breathing was controlled, barely. Kota, Izuku said without looking back. Voice tight. Run. Kota stared up at him, eyes wide. Izuku kept his tone firm. Now. Kota's legs finally moved, stumbling backward into the trees. Muscular didn't chase him immediately. He stared at Izuku instead like Izuku was a new flavor. You, Muscular said. I know you. Sports festival. The creepy quiet one. Izuku's jaw clenched. Muscular rolled his neck, bones popping. They told me to cause chaos. Break heroes. Maybe grab that angry blonde. His grin widened. But you, Muscular whispered, delighted. You look like fun. Muscular lunged. Fast. Way faster than a body that big should move. His fist came toward Izuku's face like a cannonball. Izuku didn't dodge. He hardened. The arrow surged under his skin. The fist hit. A shockwave rippled through the trees. Izuku slid back half a step, boots grinding dirt. Muscular's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, Muscular said, laughing. That's nice. He swung again. Izuku blocked. Another hit. The ground cracked slightly beneath Izuku's feet. Muscular's grin grew feral. You don't break easy. Izuku's breath came out slow. He could feel pressure rising around him, reacting to repeated threat. He could feel the hunger twitching at Muscular's presence, big, loud, burning with aggression. The voice inside him purred. He's strong. Eat him. Izuku clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. No. Muscular's muscle fibers expanded, more armor. More power. He swung with both arms, a brutal hammering rhythm. Izuku took the hits, absorbing, blocking, shifting, Sonido bursts to avoid being pinned. But each hit spiked his body's survival instincts. Each spike made the pressure want to bloom. And pressure in a forest full of students was dangerous. Izuku needed to end this fast. Muscular lunged, trying to grab him. Izuku stepped inside the reach. Grabbed Muscular's wrist for a split second. Hunger flared. Not at Muscular's life, exactly, more at the intensity, the raw violence. Izuku yanked his hand away instantly, throat tight. Muscular laughed. What's wrong? Scared to touch. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He raised one hand, palm close to Muscular's torso. Muscular blinked. What? Izuku's voice came out strained. Back off. A small red spark formed. Compressed. Tight. Not a beam. A bullet. Bala. Izuku fired point blank. The blast didn't explode outward like a Sero. It punched inward like a hammer wrapped in light. Muscular's eyes went wide. His body lifted off the ground and slammed backward into a tree with a thunderous crack. Leaves burst down like rain. Muscular slid down the trunk, coughing, eyes unfocused. His muscle fibers twitched, trying to tighten again. Izuku stepped forward slowly, breathing hard. His monitor was hot now. His face prickled. White cracks threatened under his skin. The voice inside him whispered, eager. Finish him. Izuku swallowed hard. Muscular tried to stand, shaking. Damn, Muscular rasped, grin struggling back onto his face. That hurt. Izuku lifted his hand again. Red light gathered. Muscular's grin returned fully, because he thought Izuku was going to fight more. Because he didn't understand what he was facing. Izuku's throat tightened. He imagined firing again. He imagined erasing the threat. And for half a second, he wanted to. Not for justice. For relief. For the silence that would come when the danger stopped breathing. The voice inside him purred like it was petting his brain. Do it. Izuku's hand trembled. Then, Kota's small presence flickered nearby, watching from behind a tree, eyes wide. Not fear of Muscular. Fear of Izuku. Izuku's breath caught. He saw it. The line. The edge. He lowered his hand slowly. The red light faded. Muscular blinked, confused, then snarled, trying to rise again. Izuku moved fast, Sonido, appearing behind him ND chopping Muscular's neck with a controlled, reinforced strike. Arrow in the forearm. Precision. Muscular's eyes rolled back. He collapsed unconscious into the dirt. Izuku staggered back, breathing hard. Staring at Muscular like he was staring at his own shadow. Kota stepped out slowly, trembling. Izuku's voice came out hoarse. Are you okay? Kota stared at him for a long moment. Then, small and shaky, he whispered. You're scary. Quote. Izuku flinched like he'd been slapped. I know, Izuku whispered. Kota's eyes squeezed shut. But, you saved me. Izuku's throat tightened. He forced himself to smile gently, soft, human. That's what heroes do, he said. The voice inside him laughed quietly. That's what monsters do too. Izuku swallowed hard and looked away. Come on, he said to Kota. We need to get back. He took Kota's wrist, lightly, careful, then stopped and pulled his hand back immediately, remembering the hunger. He guided Kota without touching, staying between the child and the forest like a shield. Scene 5, the abduction that Izuku couldn't stop. By the time Izuku got back toward the lodge, the situation had changed. The forest was chaos. Smoke curled through the trees. Eachers fought in flashes, Aizawa's scarf whipping, Vlad King's blood construct slamming, Pixie Bob raising earth. Students scattered in groups, trying to reach the safe zone. And villains moved like they had a plan. Izuku felt it, patterns. A push and pull. Distractions. They weren't here to win. They were here to take something. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. He reached out with his senses again, scanning for familiar presences. Uraraka. Tsuyu. Iida. Todoroki. Bakugo. Bakugo's presence burned hot, angry, bright, explosive. Easy to find. Izuku locked onto it instantly. Too instantly. Because it meant Bakugo was about to become the center of something. Izuku broke into a sprint. Sonido snapped him between trees, branches blurring. He heard shouting ahead. Bakugo's voice, come on then. Another voice. Smooth and theatrical. Such passion. Such attitude. Izuku burst into a clearing. And saw Bakugo surrounded. Not by weaklings. By members of the Vanguard Action Squad. Mr. Compress stood like a magician on stage. Mask grin gleaming. Spinner lurked near the edge, tense and eager. Magna's presence loomed heavy. And in the shadows, Dabi leaned against a tree like a bored bonfire, blue flames flickering lazily in his palm. Bakugo was bruised, furious, still fighting like he'd rather die than be taken. A few classmates were nearby, Kirishima, Todoroki, trying to break through. But Dabi's ire and Compress's movements kept the battlefield unstable. Izuku's arrival changed the air immediately. The clearing got heavier. Leaves trembled. Spinner stiffened like his skin tried to crawl away. Magna's eyes widened slightly. Mr. Compress tilted his head, amused. Well now, Compress said, voice light. The famous one arrives. Dabi's eyes flicked to Izuku, expression unridiculed brighter, acting to pressure like oxygen had thickened. Bakugo glanced at Izuku, just a flicker, and his expression twisted. Not gratitude. Not relief. Pure frustration. Don't you dare get in my way. Bakugo snarled. Because he couldn't handle needing help. Izuku's throat tightened. I'm not, Izuku started. Compress clapped his hands. Marvelous. The tension. The drama. Izuku stepped forward. The pressure increased. Not intentionally, his body reacting to threat. Villains closer to him moved slower. Spinner's knees bent. Magna grimaced, fighting the heaviness. Even Dabi's flame wavered slightly. Izuku raised a hand, palm outward, ready to fire a controlled balla, to disable, to end this. Then Compress smiled wider. Oh, Compress said lightly. But can you find what you're saving? Izuku blinked. What? A marble clicked against the ground near Bakugo's foot. Tiny. Glossy. Like a toy. Bakugo's eyes widened. The hell is that? Compress flicked his fingers. The marble popped open like a trapdoor. And a hand yanked Bakugo's ankle. Bakugo stumbled. In the same moment, smoke burst from another direction, thick, choking, mustard's gas rolling in like a poisonous tide. Todoroki threw up ice to block. Kirishima roared and charged. Izuku's senses flared, Pesquisa scanning. And then Bakugo's presence flickered. Still there. Then distorted. Like a candle stuffed into a box. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Because he recognized that feeling. Not invisibility. Concealment. Compress. Bakugo shouted, furious, mid-fight, then the shout cut off abruptly. Izuku spun. And saw it. Mr. Compress held a marble between his fingers. Inside the marble, suspended like a cruel snow globe. Bakugo. Tiny. Trapped. Rage frozen behind glass. Izuku's blood turned ice cold. No. Izuku lunged. Compress laughed lightly. Too slow. Izuku's pressure surged hard, anger and panic spiking together. The clearing shook. Trees creaked. Villains staggered. Dabi's flames flared bright in response, blue heat roaring like it wanted to devour the pressure. Compress's cape fluttered as if caught in a storm. He kept smiling. Ah, Compress said. There it is. The weight of the void. Izuku's hand glowed, red light gathering. But Dabi stepped forward, palm raised, blue fire blasting like a wall between them. Izuku's beam fizzled into the flames, edge, heat warping the air. Izuku flinched, forced back. Kirishima charged, but Spinner intercepted clumsily. Delaying him just enough. Todoroki slammed ice outward, trying to freeze the villains' escape routes. Compress clicked his tongue, disappointed. Messy. He snapped his fingers. Magna threw a magnetic pull that yanked debris and metal toward Todoroki's ice, disrupting balance. Dabi's flames surged again, forcing Todoroki to defend. And then Compress stepped backward into the trees. Still holding Bakugo's marble, Izuku's senses screamed to follow Bakugo's presence. But it was muffled, distorted, hidden behind Compress's quirk like a sound behind thick walls. Izuku's eyes widened. His strongest advantage, sensing, was being countered. His body reacted violently to that frustration. The hunger flared. The voice inside him hissed. Rip the forest apart. Izuku's hand lifted instinctively. Energy swelling bigger, too big. A Sero would clear the trees. It would clear the villains. It might clear his own classmates too. It would turn the forest into a crater. Izuku's breathing turned ragged. White cracks threatened across his cheekbone. The monitor at his collarbone went hot hot hot. Aizawa's warning echoed in his skull. Don't perform the monster. Uraraka's voice echoed too. Don't do it alone. Izuku's hand trembled. Compress was already retreating. Dabi's flames held the line. Spinner and Magna moved to cover. Izuku could end it with one blast. And destroy everything around him. He clenched his teeth until his jaw ached. He forced his hand down. The glow faded. The pressure eased slightly. And the villains escaped into the trees. Bakugo's presence, still there, but boxed, moved away. Swallowed by distance. Kirishima screamed, furious. Bakugo. Todoroki's breath came sharp, eyes wide with shock. Izuku stood frozen, shaking. He wanted to run after them. But his senses couldn't lock anymore. He could feel Bakugo like a faint ember wrapped in cloth, moving, fading. The voice inside him chuckled, satisfied. They learned. They adapted. They made you blind. Izuku's throat tightened. He stared at his hands. He'd stopped muscular. He'd saved Kota. He'd held back from annihilating the forest. And still, they took Bakugo. Because the villains weren't afraid anymore. Not of him. Not of the pressure. They'd found a way around it. Izuku swallowed hard. Damn it, he whispered. Kirishima looked at him, eyes wild. Why didn't you? Izuku flinched, chest hollow pulsing. Because if I did, Izuku whispered, voice shaking, you wouldn't be standing here. Silence hit. Not agreement. Not comfort. Just the horrible truth settling like ash. Todoroki's eyes narrowed. They planned for you. Izuku nodded shakily. Yes, Izuku whispered. They did. In the distance, Mandalay's telepathic voice echoed again, strained, urgent. All students, regroup. The villains are retreating. Repeat. Regroup. Izuku turned toward the trees where Bakugo vanished. His hands trembled. His monitor cooled slowly, as if satisfied the crisis ended. But Izuku didn't feel satisfied. He felt helpless. And helplessness was the one feeling that always woke the hunger fastest. The voice inside him purred. Next time, don't hold back. Izuku clenched his jaw and whispered back, so quietly nobody heard. Next time, I'll be smarter. Because if he said, stronger, the voice would agree too easily. Scene 6, the morning after, a rope under tension. Dawn came gray and cold. The forest looked innocent again in daylight. That was the worst part. Because Izuku could still smell the fear trapped in the trees from last night. Students gathered in a clearing near the lodge, exhausted, bruised, some crying. Teachers looked worse. Aizawa's scarf was torn. His eyes were red-rimmed, not just from lack of sleep. Vlad King had a cut along his cheek. Pixie Bob's grin was gone entirely. Mandalay's eyes were hard. Nezu wasn't present, but UA security forces had arrived. Pro-heroes moved through the area, collecting evidence, checking injuries. And Izuku stood slightly apart, staring at nothing. Kirishima stood with clenched fists, shaking. Todoroki's jaw was tight, ice still forming unconsciously at his fingertips. Iida tried to speak like a leader, voice cracking. We must remain calm and trust the authorities. But nobody felt calm. Because Bakugo was gone, Aizawa stepped forward, voice low and sharp. Listen, he said. Everyone quieted instantly. Aizawa's eyes swept them. The villains took Bakugo Katsuki, Aizawa said. We will get him back. Bakugo's name landed like a rock. Aizawa continued, but if any of you think you're going to play hero and chase them. His gaze flicked toward Izuku for half a second, not accusing, just acknowledging the kind of power that tempted reckless choices. Don't, Aizawa finished. You will die. Or you will make things worse. Kirishima's jaw trembled. But, Aizawa's voice cut like steel. No. The group fell silent again. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. He remembered Stain's words. A rope tied to humanity. He'd held the rope last night. He'd refused to blast. He'd refused to become the monster. And the world punished him for it. Izuku looked down at his hands. The voice inside him whispered, almost gentle now. See, mercy costs. Izuku swallowed hard. He didn't answer. Because part of him feared the voice was right. And that fear was the most dangerous thing of all. Scene 1, the meeting where everyone lied polite at a crisis council. They called it a safety briefing. That was the first lie. The second lie was that the students would be safe just by staying on campus. Izuku sat in a plain chair outside Nezu's office, hands folded. Knees bouncing despite his effort to stay still. His monitor sat warm under his collarbone, pulsing softly like a tiny heartbeat that didn't belong to him. Behind the door, voices moved like weather. All Might, quiet but intense. Aizawa, flat and cutting. Tsukauchi, calm, careful. Endeavor, like a furnace with words. Izuku didn't need to eavesdrop. He could feel the emotion behind the voices. Anger, fear, strategy, urgency. And beneath all of it, a thin thread of doubt. Because Bakugo had been taken, and everyone knew what that meant. They weren't just kidnapping a student. They were trying to recruit him. And if they could recruit Bakugo, they would absolutely try to use Izuku too. The voice inside him murmured like it was stretching awake. They're building a cage inside a cage. Izuku clenched his jaw. Aizawa's voice cut through the door more clearly than the others. He does not go. A pause. All Might's voice, strained. Shota. Aizawa snapped. No. You saw the camp. They planned around him. Next time they'll plan to use him. Endeavor's voice rumbled. Or he'll be the reason we win. Tsukauchi replied, calm as a scalpel. Or the reason civilians die. Silence. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. He already knew what they were talking about. Him. The third lie was that this meeting was about student safety. This meeting was about deciding where to place the disaster so it harmed the fewest people. The door opened. Nezu stepped out first, smiling gently like it was a normal school day. Midoriya-kun, Nezu chirped. Come in. Izuku stood quickly and bowed. Yes, principal. Inside, the room felt like a courtroom. All Might sat on one side, muscle form forced but shaky at the edges. Tsukauchi stood by the window. Endeavor leaned with arms crossed, flames controlled low. Aizawa sat like he hadn't moved in hours, bandaged under his uniform. Nezu hopped onto his chair and folded his paws. Let us be clear, Nezu said brightly. The League of Villains has Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku's throat tightened. All Might's jaw clenched. We will bring him back. Aizawa's eyes slid to Izuku. And you will stay here. Izuku flinched. He started. Aizawa cut him off. No debates. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. You're afraid he'll become a liability. Aizawa didn't blink. I'm afraid he'll become a headline. Izuku's hands trembled. Tsukauchi spoke softly, not unkind. Midoriya-kun, your instincts are strong. And you care. That's why this is dangerous. Izuku swallowed hard. Bakugo, he's my classmate. Aizawa's voice stayed flat. He's also bait. That word hit Izuku like ice. All Might's eyes narrowed sharply. Shota. Aizawa didn't soften. Tell me I'm wrong. All Might didn't answer. Nezu tapped his paws together. Midoriya-kun, you will remain on campus today. This is not punishment. This is prevention. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, almost sweet. They're scared you'll do what you're capable of. Izuku clenched his fists. Then let me help in another way, Izuku said quickly. Tracking. Sensing. I can. Tsukauchi's gaze sharpened. Your sensing was countered by Mr. Compress. Izuku froze. Tsukauchi continued gently, they can hide your target. And if you panic again, your pressure field becomes an uncontrolled hazard. Izuku swallowed hard. All Might leaned forward slightly, voice softer. Midoriya, please. That single word carried weight. Not order. Not command. A request. A fear. Izuku felt his throat tighten until it hurt. Okay, Izuku whispered. Nezu smiled brightly. Wonderful. Aizawa's eyes remained sharp. You stay. You rest. You train control. Izuku bowed, automatically. Yes, sir. But as he turned to leave, something in him twisted. Because behind All Might's eyes, Izuku saw it clearly. All Might wasn't just afraid of villains. All Might was afraid of what Izuku might become in the act of saving. And that meant, even if they rescued Bakugo, a different battle was already happening. A battle for whether Izuku could stay human. Scene 2, the rope, the hands, and the choice. That night, the dorm felt too quiet. Not peaceful quiet, waiting quiet. Kirishima found Izuku in the common room, standing by the window and staring at the dark campus like it might explain something if he stared long enough. Kirishima didn't shout this time. He didn't try to be loud, manly, cheerful. He just stood beside Izuku. We're going to get him back, Kirishima said quietly. Izuku nodded, eyes fixed on the glass reflection. They will. Kirishima swallowed. The teachers will. Izuku's jaw tightened. Yeah. A pause. Kirishima's voice dropped even more. But, we're going to. Izuku froze. He turned slowly. Kirishima. Kirishima's eyes were red-rimmed with exhaustion and anger. I can't sit here. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. I can't, Izuku repeated softly, almost like a warning. Kirishima shook his head. Not you, us, me, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, Iida. Izuku's stomach dropped. Kirishima looked away for a second. Shame flickering. And you, he said. Izuku stared at him. They told me I'm staying. Kirishima's jaw clenched. Then they don't understand. Izuku's throat tightened. They do. Kirishima snapped his eyes back. No, listen, Bakugo won't come with us if we can't reach him. He'll fight. He'll spit in our face. Kirishima's voice cracked. But he'll come with me if I'm the one holding him. Izuku felt something twist painfully in his chest. Kirishima looked at Izuku like he was asking for permission to breathe. And, we need you, Kirishima admitted. Izuku's hands trembled. For power? Izuku asked bitterly. Kirishima flinched. For you. Izuku blinked. Kirishima swallowed. You're the only one who can sense danger before it hits. You're the only one who can keep us alive if things go wrong. Quote. Izuku's stomach churned. The voice inside him purred. Say yes. Go. Break things. Prove you're necessary. Izuku clenched his jaw. I can't go full, Izuku said, voice shaking. If I lose control, Kirishima stepped closer, careful but steady. Then don't lose control, Kirishima said. Izuku stared at him. Kirishima's eyes were fierce, honest. We'll be your rope, Kirishima said quietly. We'll pull you back. Izuku's throat tightened. Stain's words came back like a ghost. A rope tied to humanity. Izuku exhaled shakily. Okay, Izuku whispered. Kirishima's shoulders sagged in relief. But Izuku raised a finger immediately, voice firmer. One rule, Izuku said. If I tell you to run, you run. No arguing. Kirishima nodded quickly. Deal. Izuku looked back out the window. The campus lights glowed like tiny stars, warm, steady. He knew this choice was reckless. He knew this choice might be the moment the commission decided he wasn't a student anymore. But Bakugo was out there. And the truth was, if Izuku stayed behind this time, the guilt would be louder than the hunger. Scene 3, the address in the dark. They moved like thieves. Not because they wanted to be villains. Because heroes wouldn't let them be heroes yet. Momo Yaoyorozu led them in whispered directions, face pale but determined. I placed a tracker, she said quietly, on the Nomu during the camp. It's giving a signal. Iida adjusted his glasses with trembling fingers. We are not doing this because of emotion. We are doing this because it is logically necessary. Todoroki didn't speak. His eyes were focused, sharp, ice forming faintly at his fingertips. Izuku was breathing slow, sensing. He could feel Bakugo's presence in the distance like a muffled ember. Not clear, not clean, but enough. It pulled at him like gravity. Good, the voice whispered. Follow it. Izuku ignored the voice and followed Momo's tracker instead, because logic was safer than instinct. They are. Each the edge of the city where Gran Torino waited in shadow. The old hero looked at them like he'd expected this. You kids are trouble, Gran Torino muttered. Iida bowed sharply. Sir, we. Gran Torino cut him off. I know. His eyes slid to Izuku. And you, Gran Torino said, tone wary. You're the walking pressure cooker. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Gran Torino sighed. All Might's already moving. The police have an address. They'll raid the bar. Kirishima's eyes widened. We can help. Gran Torino's eyes narrowed. You can die. Then he jerked his chin at Izuku. But if you're going, you go to pull a friend, not to fight. Quote. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes. Gran Torino leaned closer, voice low. If your eyes go hollow, he said, I kick you into next week. Izuku flinched. Gran Torino smirked. Good. Then he snapped upright. Now hush. We're close. They moved toward Kamino Ward. The buildings here were cramped. The streets narrow. Neon signs buzzed above old concrete like the area was trying to look alive. And then Izuku felt it. Not Bakugo. Something bigger. A presence in the distance like a mountain breathing. Cold. Ancient. Wrong. Izuku stopped walking without meaning to. Todoroki noticed instantly. What is it? Quote. Izuku swallowed, eyes wide. Someone else, Izuku whispered. Something, huge. Gran Torino's expression hardened. All for one, he muttered. Izuku's blood went cold. The name was a legend in the underworld. A shadow behind villains. A king without a throne. And now, that king was near. The voice inside Izuku whispered, delighted. Now this is a meal. Izuku clenched his fists. No. Scene 4, the raid. Smoke, fire, and a door that shouldn't open. The bar looked ordinary. That was the problem. A cheap sign. Narrow entrance. Windows covered. Heroes swarmed the block in silence, police. Pro-heroes, tactical units. Endeavor stood at the front like a living torch. Edgeshot lingered like a shadow. Best Jeanist's cables glinted in the dark. Gran Torino crouched, coiled. All Might was there too, muscle form bright, but Izuku could feel the strain under it like cracks behind paint. Izuku and the others hid at a distance, told to wait. Only when you see Bakugo, Gran Torino had warned. Izuku's monitor was warm, ready to scream if he spiked. Endeavor raised a hand. Now. Heroes crashed through the entrance. Glass shattered. Smoke poured out. Shouts erupted. Izuku's senses flared. He felt Kurogiri, misty, warping. He felt Shigaraki, sharp and angry. He felt Dabi, blue heat like poison fire. Then he felt Bakugo, muffled, boxed. Inside. Kirishima grabbed Izuku's sleeve. That's him. That's. Izuku nodded. Wait for the opening. Chaos exploded as Kurogiri tried to warp the villains away. Edgeshot struck like lightning. Jeanist's cables snapped forward. Endeavor's flames roared, forcing the mist back. Then Kurogiri's warp opened, and Izuku saw Bakugo. He was on the floor inside, hands bound, face bruised, eyes furious. Shigaraki leaned over him, ND twitching like he wanted to crush something. Kirishima moved first. He sprinted in like a man running into fire. Izuku followed, Sonido in short bursts, controlled, staying close. Todoroki threw ice to block escape routes. Iida rushed to cover. Momo stayed behind, trembling but steady, ready to create what they needed. Bakugo looked up and saw them. For half a second, his face flashed with disbelief. Then rage. "What are you idiots doing?" Bakugo screamed. Kirishima shouted back, voice cracking, "We came for you." Bakugo snarled, "I didn't ask." Izuku reached him and grabbed the bindings, careful not to touch too long. His hunger twitched at the contact. Izuku yanked his hands back instantly and used a burst of pressure, tiny, controlled, to snap the restraints without tearing flesh. Bakugo blinked, startled. Izuku met his eyes. "Move," Izuku said, voice tight. "Now." Bakugo hesitated, only because his pride fought reality. Then Todoroki shouted, "Bakugo! Go!" Bakugo clicked his tongue, and exploded forward, blasting out of the bar. Kirishima and Iida moved with him. Izuku stepped back, exhaling shakily. "We did it." Then, the air changed again. Not like the USJ warp. Not like villain smoke. This was heavier. Deeper. Like the city itself just realized something terrible was standing nearby. A ripple ran through the street. The heroes froze. Endeavor's flames flickered. All Might's smile faltered for a split second. And then, a voice spoke from above, calm as a nightmare. Now, it said. Such commotion. A figure stood on the rooftop across the street. Tall, broad, masked. A presence like the sky turning dark. All for one. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed violently. The voice inside him whispered with glee. False king. All for one tilted his head slightly, as if amused. All Might, he said warmly. Like greeting an old friend. All Might's fists clenched. All for one, All Might growled. All for one's gaze slid downward. And landed on Izuku. Even from that distance, Izuku felt it like a hand touching his throat. All for one's voice softened. And you, he said. So that's the child everyone's whispering about. Izuku's stomach twisted. All for one smiled behind the mask. You're fascinating. Scene 5, the touch that found a void. All for one moved. Not fast like a blur. Fast like reality simply allowed him to be elsewhere. He dropped from the rooftop and landed lightly, coat fluttering. The street lamps buzzed. Civilians screamed and fled. Heroes shifted into formation. Endeavor flared hotter, stepping forward. All Might, Endeavor barked, "We." All Might raised a hand without looking away. "I handle him," All Might said. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might was still strong. But Izuku could feel the strain like a crack in a dam. All for one chuckled. Still protective, he murmured. Still stubborn. All Might lunged. The first punch hit like thunder. The air shook. Concrete cracked. All for one slid back half a step and raised a hand. An invisible blast, air cannon, shot forward. All Might crossed his arms, taking it, boots carving trenches in the street. Izuku's monitor went warm-hot. The pressure in Izuku's chest rose like it wanted to answer. All Might roared and surged forward again. All for one countered with another blast. They clashed like gods in a narrow city street. And then All for one shifted his stance slightly. And his attention snapped to Izuku again. He moved toward Izuku, ignoring Endeavor's flames like they were a suggestion. Stay back. Endeavor roared, firing a flame spear. All for one waved a hand. The flame spear bent away as if pushed by a stronger wind. Izuku's eyes widened. He stepped back instinctively. The pressure around him thickened. All for one's voice was almost gentle. Do you know, All for one said, how many powers have taken? Izuku swallowed hard. All for one's mask tilted like a smile. I can feel quirks like music, he said. And you? He stepped closer. You don't sound like music, he murmured. You sound like silence. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered. Don't let him touch you. Izuku backed up. All for one moved faster. His hand reached. All Might shouted, Midoriya. Too late. All for one's gloved fingers touched Izuku's shoulder. For a split second, the world froze. Izuku felt a pulling sensation, like something trying to rip his essence out through skin. All for one's quirk reached. Trying to steal. trying to claim. And then, All for One's body jerked. Not in pain from fire. Not from a punch. From something internal. From contact with Izuku's nature. His hand snapped back as if burned by ice. He staggered, shoulders shaking. What? All for One rasped. Izuku's eyes widened, breath ragged. He felt it too. Not All for One stealing from him. Something in him trying to swallow All for One. A pull like gravity reversed. The hunger surged like a tidal wave. The voice inside him laughed, thrilled. Yes, eat the king. Izuku clenched his fists, shaking. All for One's mask tilted slightly, voice strained now. There's nothing to take, All for One whispered, horrified. It's empty. Then his voice sharpened. No, he corrected, trembling. Not empty. His head turned slowly back to Izuku. It's a mouth. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed violently. The pressure around him spiked so hard the street lamps flickered. Heroes nearby staggered. Endeavor's flames wavered. All Might's eyes widened in alarm. All for One's voice turned fascinated again, terrified, but fascinated. You're not a quirk, All for One said softly. You're a phenomenon. Izuku's breathing turned ragged. He could feel the mask cracks creeping, eager. He could feel the monstrous part rising. All for One lifted his hand again, not to steal, but to destroy. Then I'll remove you, All for One said calmly. All Might roared and slammed into him again, knocking him back. You will not touch that boy again. All for One laughed, recovering quickly. All Might, he said warmly, you still don't understand. He gestured toward Izuku without looking. He's not your successor, All for One murmured. He's your replacement. Izuku flinched. All Might's jaw clenched. All for One's voice turned cruel. The symbol of peace is a smile, he said. But this child, he tilted his head, is a commandment. Izuku's chest tightened, because part of him feared it was true. SCE. Nay 6, Grand Rey Sero, the sky splits open. The battle escalated too fast. All Might was pushing harder, forcing power out that his body could barely sustain. All for One was responding with layered quirks, air cannon, impact resistance. Pressure waves that tore chunks from buildings. Civilians screamed in the distance. Sirens wailed. The city became a shaking stage. Izuku stood frozen for half a second, trying to breathe. Trying to keep the hunger down. But then he saw All Might's posture shift. Just slightly. A tremor in his arm. A fractional delay in his step. The embers were fading. Izuku's throat tightened. If All Might fell here, All for One would slaughter everyone. And then the hunger inside Izuku whispered something awful and practical. Then stop waiting for permission. Izuku clenched his fists. He remembered Aizawa's leaf exercise. Precision, not waves. He lifted his hand. Not at All for One. Not yet. He aimed upward, toward open sky. The voice inside him purred. Smart. Blow the roof off the world. Izuku ignored it. He bit his thumb. A single bead of dark red blood formed, thicker than normal blood, almost shimmering. He dragged it across his palm. The air trembled. A red-black glow formed, denser, sharper. Like a spear made of light. All for One's mask turned toward him instantly. Oh, he murmured. There it is. All Might shouted, Midoriya, no. Izuku's voice came out strained, but human. I'm aiming away. Izuku rasped. Just, move him. All Might's eyes widened. He understood instantly. All Might slammed into All for One with everything he had, dragging him sideways, forcing space. All for One laughed. Playing tactics with a monster, All for One said, amused. Izuku's palm blazed. The energy compressed tighter, sharper. Grand Rey Sero. The air screamed silently. Then Izuku fired. The beam shot upward like a pillar of judgment, ripping through cloud and night haze, splitting the sky with red-black light. The shockwave alone shattered nearby windows. Civilians screamed. Heroes staggered. All for One's mask tilted, delighted. Beautiful, he breathed. Then he raised both hands. Air cannon, All for One said calmly. A colossal compressed blast erupted upward, aimed at Izuku's beam. The two forces collided in the sky. And Kamino Ward learned what it meant when gods fought overhead. The collision didn't just explode. It pushed. A dome of pressure expanded outward, flattening street signs. Cracking walls, blowing debris down alleys like a hurricane. Izuku's feet slid back, boots grinding. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep the beam stable, trying to control the fallout. His monitor was burning hot. The mask cracks threatened to burst. All for One laughed through the chaos. Yes, he roared. Yes, that's it. All Might slammed into him again, punching him away from the blast zone. All for One staggered, and for the first time, a chunk of his mask cracked. Beneath it, shadows of a ruined face. All for One's voice dropped, cold. You can't control that power forever, he said to Izuku. And when you fail, he raised a hand, you'll kill more than I ever did. Izuku's breath hitched. The voice inside him snarled. Lie. He's afraid. Izuku clenched his jaw. All Might roared, voice shaking with fury and desperation. My student will not be your prophecy. He struck All for One again, harder, faster, forcing him back. Izuku lowered his hand, cutting the grand ray beam. The sky still shimmered from the aftermath, clouds torn like fabric. He staggered, breathing hard. His face burned where mask cracks tried to surface. He squeezed his eyes shut. Stay human. Stay human. Stay. He opened his eyes. All Might was still fighting. But his form flickered at the edges, like a candle running out of wax. Izuku's stomach dropped. This was it. This was the moment the symbol started to fall. Scene 7, The Cost of Winning. All for One launched another massive blast. All Might dodged, but slower this time. The blast tore through a building behind him. Concrete rained down. A scream rose from the rubble. A civilian. Trapped. All Might's head snapped toward the sound. Izuku's chest tightened. All Might's eyes flicked between the fight and the rubble. A choice. All for One saw it and laughed. That's your weakness, All for One purred. You can't ignore them. All Might's jaw clenched. And then he did what he always did. He turned. He sprinted toward the collapsing rubble, pushing his battered body beyond its limit. All for One raised his hand to strike him in the back. Izuku moved. Sonido cracked. Izuku appeared between All for One and All Might, palm up, energy sparking. All for One's mask tilted, amused. You really want to die for him? All for One asked softly. Izuku's voice came out low, layered for a split second, his in something deeper. Not die, Izuku rasped. Just, stop you. All for One's hand shot forward. Izuku's body tensed. The hunger surged. All for One touched him again. And flinched violently, as if his own quirk recoiled from the void. Izuku used that moment. A tight, controlled blast, Bala, hit All for One's arm, disrupting his aim without detonating the street. All for One staggered back. All Might reached the rubble and lifted a fallen beam with trembling arms, saving the civilian with his last strength. The crowd in the distance, civilians watching from behind police lines, saw it. They saw All Might, still saving. Still smiling through pain. Then they saw Izuku standing in front of the Demon King, eyes burning, air heavy, refusing to let the symbol fall. The cameras captured it. Not the nuance. Not the fear inside Izuku. Just the image. A boy with green hair holding back darkness. All for One laughed softly, voice turning thoughtful. So this is the new age, he murmured. Not peace. His head tilted. Order, he said, tasting the word. Izuku's throat tightened. All for One spread his arms slightly, enjoying the destruction around them, said. Let's see whose symbol breaks first. All Might stood again, shaking. His muscle form flickered. He looked at Izuku. Just for a second. And in that glance, he didn't look afraid. He looked grateful. Then he turned back to All for One. And the final round began. Scene 1, a city watching gods bleed. Kamino Ward no longer looked like a neighborhood. It looked like a wound. Dust rolled through the streets in waves. Streetlights flickered like they were afraid to stay on. Windows across multiple blocks had shattered from the pressure collision. Car alarms cried into the night like trapped animals. And everywhere, every rooftop, every corner, every I stand intersection, people were watching. Some through phones. Some from behind police barriers. Some through helicopter cameras. They weren't cheering. They weren't even speaking much. Because when two legends fight in front of you, your voice feels useless. All Might stood in the center of the fractured street, chest heaving. His smile was still there, stubborn, heroic, but it trembled at the edges. His muscle form flickered like a flame trying to stay lit against wind. All for One stood opposite him, coat torn, mask cracked further. His presence was calm, not because he wasn't taking damage. Because he didn't care about damage the way humans cared. He cared about control. And he had almost won control the moment All Might turned to save that civilian. Almost. Izuku stood a few meters behind All Might, breathing hard. Eyes sharp. His monitor burned hot against his collarbone, as if the device itself wanted to flee his body. The hollow in his chest throbbed. Not pain. Pressure. Hunger. The voice inside him whispered like a satisfied spectator. Look at them. Old king. False king. And you in the middle. Izuku clenched his fists. I'm not a king. All Might's voice rumbled, strained but steady. All for one, this ends tonight. Quote. All for one laughed softly. Ends. He echoed. No. It evolves. His gaze slid past All Might, briefly, to Izuku again. And you, All for one murmured, amused. You're a new kind of threat. Izuku's jaw tightened. All for one spread his arms slightly, as if addressing the entire watching city. People think peace is a man, All for one said. They think hope is a smile. He tilted his head, voice turning cruelly warm. Let them see what happens when the smile cracks. All Might roared and charged. The street shook under his step. All for one countered WITH layered quirks, air cannon mixed with impact waves, something that bent the air like glass. All Might dodged, barely. He slammed a punch into All for one's torso. The impact blew dust outward like a shock ring. All for one slid back, boots carving lines in the broken asphalt. But he didn't fall. He raised a hand and fired an air cannon point blank. All Might crossed his arms, took it, skidded back. His muscle form flickered harder. Izuku's stomach dropped. He's running out. The crowd behind police lines gasped as All Might's massive frame wavered for a heartbeat, thinner at the edges like a mirage. Phones zoomed in. Cameras locked. News anchors screamed names into microphones. All Might saw the cameras. He saw the panic. And he did what he always did. He smiled harder. Like a man forcing sunlight into a storm. It's okay. All Might said, voice loud enough for microphones to catch. Because I'm here. The crowd trembled at the words, some crying, some cheering weakly, some just shaking. All for one chuckled. Still performing, All for one murmured. Even at the end, All Might lunged again. His punches were slower now, tiny fractions, but enough to matter at this level. All for one's counters got cleaner. He was reading All Might's decline like a clock ticking toward midnight. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, eager. Step forward. Push the old king aside. Izuku clenched his jaw. Not yet. If Izuku stepped in too hard, the city would see the wrong thing. They'd see the symbol of peace replaced by something heavier. Something colder. And once the public learned to fear their protector, they might never feel safe again. Izuku forced his breathing steady. In, out. He focused on control, on precision, on not letting the pressure bleed into the watching crowd. But the fight kept escalating. And All Might kept fading. Scene 2, the moment the smile broke. All for one raised his hand, fingers spread. Air cannon, he said calmly. The blast hit All Might in the chest. All Might flew backward, smashing through a partially collapsed wall and skidding into rubble. The crowd screamed. Izuku's heart slammed. All Might's form flickered, hard, and for a split second, he shrank visibly. Not fully. But enough. Enough for the cameras to catch. Enough for the watching city to realize. All Might was not invincible. All Might was not endless. All Might was human. A sound rose from the crowd, terror, not of the villain, but of the idea that the world could lose its anchor. All for one stepped forward slowly, like he wanted everyone to watch him approach the fallen symbol. He raised a hand. Now, All for one said softly, almost tender, let me take what's left. Izuku's body moved. Sonido cracked. He appeared between All for one and All Might's rubble, feet planted, eyes burning. The air thickened involuntarily. Civilians nearest the line stumbled, clutching their throats. Police braced themselves. Even pro-heroes nearby felt the weight and shifted their stance. The cameras caught Izuku. Up close. The green hair. The darkened eyes. The way the air around him seemed wrong. Aizawa's voice echoed in Izuku's memory. Don't perform the monster. Izuku forced the pressure down a notch. Just enough so civilians could breathe. But it still stayed heavy. Because he was afraid. And fear made his presence leak. All for one tilted his head. My, he murmured. The child steps up. Izuku's voice came out low, strained. You're not touching him. All for one chuckled. Brave, he said. Or hungry. Izuku's jaw clenched. All for one stepped closer. Izuku felt the hunger flare again, his hollow chest tugging like gravity. The voice inside him growled. Take him. Izuku fought it down. All for One reached out. And the moment his fingers brushed Izuku's shoulder again, All for One jerked violently like he'd grabbed a live wire. His quirk recoiled. He staggered back, breathing sharper. Izuku felt the pull too, his void trying to swallow. He clenched his fist so hard it hurt. No feeding. All for One's voice went quiet, fascinated and angry. You're incompatible, he rasped. You're not a quirk at all. Izuku didn't answer. Because All Might's hand grabbed Izuku's ankle from the rubble behind him. Weak, trembling, grounding. Izuku looked down. All Might's face was bruised, eyes sharp even in pain. His voice was barely above a rasp. Midoriya, All Might whispered. Don't lose yourself. Izuku's throat tightened. Yes, Izuku whispered back. All Might forced himself upright slowly. His muscle form flickered and wavered, but he stood. And he stepped beside Izuku again, refusing to let the kid take the full weight of the world. All for One laughed, voice booming. How touching, he mocked. The teacher and the monster student holding hands. Izuku flinched at the word. All Might's jaw tightened. Midoriya is not a monster, All Might growled. All for One tilted his head. Then prove it. He raised both hands. The air around his palms twisted with layered force. A cannon blast, but heavier. Denser. Designed to crush and break. All Might, All for One said calmly, I will bury your symbol. All Might's eyes narrowed. And he D something that made Izuku's chest ache. All Might stepped forward. In front of Izuku. Protecting him. Even now. All right, All Might said, voice shaking. Then I'll bury you with it. Izuku's eyes widened. All Might, look back. Watch me, All Might whispered. Scene 3, United States of Smash. The street went quiet, not because the crowd stopped breathing. Because the whole city felt like it was bracing for impact. All Might inhaled deeply. Izuku felt the shift in him, like the last embers of his power were being dragged from deep inside, forced into one final blaze. All Might's muscle form stabilized for one heartbeat, bigger, brighter, burning with a desperate kind of strength. All for One raised his hands. Air cannon, he said, voice cold. The blast surged forward like a hurricane in a single direction. All Might didn't dodge. He stepped into it. His body shook. His feet carved trenches. His teeth gritted. And then he moved. A punch. Not just a punch. A storm wrapped in muscle. The first strike cracked All for One's guard. The second drove him back. The third blew the street apart beneath them. All for One countered, shockwaves, impact blasts, pressure cannons. All Might kept punching through them. Each hit pushed All for One farther. Farther from civilians. Farther from the students watching from behind a building edge. Farther from the rescued Bakugo, who stood frozen, eyes wide. Watching the symbol fight with nothing left. Izuku watched too, breath trapped. Because he could feel it. All Might was burning himself like fuel. A human torch. And at the end of that torch, there would be darkness. All Might roared, voice shaking the cameras. This is your end. All for One snarled, finally losing calm. You're finished, Toshinori. All Might's arm pulled back. The air around his fist spiraled like a tornado. His voice boomed. United States of. His fist drove forward. Smash. The punch landed like the sky fell. A shockwave exploded outward, ripping dust into a towering storm. Flattening what remained of broken walls, blasting debris away from civilians, turning the street into a cratered arena. All for One's body flew backward, smashing through multiple buildings like a ragdoll. The cameras followed. The crowd screamed. Then, silence. Dust settled in slow motion. All Might stood at the edge of the crater, arm extended, chest heaving. His muscle form flickered violently. Then it collapsed. He shrank. Thin. Wounded. Real. Toshinori Yagi. Standing in the open. The symbol exposed. For the first time, the world saw the man behind the myth. A collect. I've gasp rolled through the city like a wave. Phones trembled. News anchors choked on words. A child started crying. A woman whispered, All Might. All Might's thin body trembled. He raised one arm. Not for a punch. For a gesture. A fist. Held high. A promise. He forced a smile, even as blood ran from his mouth. And he said, voice hoarse but clear. You're next. The cameras zoomed. The crowd froze. Because everyone understood what that meant. Not just, next villain. Not just, next fight. Next symbol. Next era. All Might's eyes slid toward Izuku. Not a command. A passing of weight. And Izuku felt the rope in his chest tighten. Scene 4, the aftermath. Not hope. All for One was down. Not dead. But defeated enough. Police and heroes swarmed the rubble where he'd flown, restraining what remained, checking for traps. Scanning for Kurogiri's warp. Shigaraki screamed in rage somewhere in the chaos, retreating through a warp gate, barely escaping. Villains scattered. The raid was a success. But victory didn't feel like victory. Because the city was staring at All Might's thin body with horror. Because the symbol of peace was gone. And everyone knew the world would never feel the same again. All Might collapsed to one knee. Pro-heroes rushed to support him. Tsukauchi pushed through, face tight. Endeavor stood still, flames low, staring like he'd been punched in the soul. Then Endeavor's eyes flicked, uncontrollably, to Izuku. Because Izuku was standing in the crater's edge shadow, breathing hard, eyes still too sharp, air still too dense. Izuku was trying to look normal. Trying to soften his expression. Trying to not be a nightmare on camera. But cameras didn't care what you tried to be. They cared what you looked like. And Izuku looked like a storm waiting for permission. People in the crowd began whispering. Not cheering. Whispering. That's the kid. The green one. I can't breathe when I look at him. Is he with All Might? Is that, the next one? Izuku's stomach twisted. The voice inside him whispered, pleased. They don't hope. They submit. Izuku clenched his jaw. No. All Might's voice rasped, barely audible, but Izuku heard it. Midoriya, All Might whispered. Izuku stepped closer quickly and knelt, careful not to leak more pressure. All Might's eyes were tired. But they were kind. Thank you, All Might whispered. Izuku's throat tightened. I didn't do enough. All Might smiled weakly. You did, exactly enough. Izuku swallowed hard. All Might's fingers trembled as they lifted slightly, like he wanted to pat Izuku's shoulder, but wasn't sure. Izuku leaned closer so the touch would be brief. All Might's hand rested on his shoulder for a heartbeat. Warm, human, grounding. Listen, All Might whispered. The world will be scared. Izuku flinched. All Might continued. But don't become what they expect. Izuku's eyes stung. I'll try. All Might smiled faintly. No, you will. Then his eyes closed. Heroes lifted him carefully. Ambulance lights flashed. The symbol of peace was carried away. And the cameras captured the moment. Not just the fight. The removal of a legend. And in the same frame, Izuku standing nearby like a shadow cast by that legend's fall. A new shape. A new fear. Scene 5, the broadcast that changed everything. That night, every screen in Japan showed the same footage. All Might's thin form. His fist raised. His words. You're next. The country reacted like an earthquake hit its heart. People cried. People prayed. People panicked. And then the broadcasters replayed the other footage. Not official. Not polished. Cell phone angles. Security camera shots. A shaky video of a green-haired UA student standing in front of All for One, the air around him distorting like heat haze. The comments exploded. That kid is terrifying. He made All for One scream. Why did everyone look like they couldn't breathe? Is he safe? Is he a hero, or something else? The narrative split immediately. Half the country wanted a new symbol they could love. The other half feared the void-shaped silhouette stepping into the gap. Izuku sat in his reinforced dorm room, watching it on his phone. His hands trembled. He turned the screen off. He stared at the wall. The suppression system lines in the ceiling looked clearer in the dark. He could hear distant dorm noise, students talking, crying, arguing. But his room was quiet. A cage again. He touched his collarbone where the monitor sat. Warm. Alive. Measuring him. Izuku whispered to the empty air, I didn't want this. The voice inside him replied softly. But it wants you. Izuku swallowed hard. He stood and walked to the window. The city lights in the distance glittered like a sea of stars. So many people. So many souls. So much fear. And fear always made the hunger twitch. Izuku clenched his fists. He forced himself to breathe. In. Out. He opened his notebook. He wrote a new rule beneath the old ones. Rule number 3, a symbol is not a person. It's a decision. Rule number 4, if I become fear, I will still choose to protect. He paused, pen hovering. Then he wrote the hardest one. Rule number 5, I will not feed. Not ever. The voice inside him laughed quietly. Bold promise. Izuku's jaw tightened. He closed the notebook. And in the silence of that reinforced room, Izuku realized the truth. All Might's era ended with a smile. Izuku's era, if it came, would begin with a question. Not, can we believe in him? But, can we survive him? For that felt like handcuffs. They didn't say, Hero Commission, out loud in the dorms. Not openly. Not with comfort. Because the commission didn't feel like a building. It felt like a verdict waiting to happen. Izuku learned that the same way he learned most unpleasant things lately. By watching adults pretend everything was normal. Aizawa called him into a small classroom the morning of the provisional license exam. Not the normal homeroom. A side room with reinforced windows and a single table. Nezu was there. Tsukauchi was there. A woman Izuku didn't recognize was there too, perfect posture, clean suit, eyes like polished glass. She smiled like a camera. Midoriya Izuku, she said pleasantly. I'm Hoshino. From the Hero Public Safety Commission. Izuku's stomach dropped. The monitor under his collarbone warmed immediately, like it wanted to warn him this conversation was a trigger. Izuku bowed quickly. Yes, ma'am. Hoshino's smile didn't reach her eyes. Relax, she said. This is not an interrogation. Aizawa's eyes narrowed at the word. Tsukauchi stood with his hands in his coat pockets, calm but watchful. Like a leash made of kindness. Nezu hopped onto the table with his bright smile. Midoriya-kun, Nezu chirped, we simply want to ensure that today's exam goes smoothly. Izuku swallowed. Yes, sir. Hoshino folded her hands. We've reviewed your recent incident in Kamino Ward. Izuku's throat tightened. She continued smoothly, you displayed tactical restraint and, her gaze flicked to his collarbone. Variable output control under extreme threat. Izuku tried not to flinch at, variable output, like he was a machine. Hoshino slid a thin folder across the table. On the front, printed in neat black letters. Special Case Protocol, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku's blood went cold. Aizawa's voice cut in, flat. He's a student. Hoshino's smile stayed polite. Of course. That, of course, sounded like for now. Tsukauchi spoke gently, Midoriya-kun, this protocol is a safety net. If something goes wrong today, we need clear steps to protect civilians and students. Izuku's hands trembled as he opened the folder. It wasn't long. That was the scary part. Simple bullet points. Do not exceed indicated threshold in public environments. If signs of cranial mask manifestation occur, withdraw from combat zone. If involuntary pressure field expands beyond safe radius, all nearby personnel are to evacuate immediately. If subject fails to comply, authorized suppressor measures may be enacted. Izuku's eyes locked on the last line. Authorized suppressor measures. He swallowed hard. What does that mean? Hoshino's voice stayed calm. It means if you lose control, heroes may be permitted to stop you. Izuku's throat tightened until it hurt. Aizawa's eyes sharpened. That's vague. Hoshino's smile didn't move. It's intentionally flexible. Nezu's tone stayed bright, but his eyes were sharp. Hoshino-san, we discussed minimizing intimidating language. Hoshino tilted her head, still polite. Midoriya-kun is intelligent. He can handle reality. Izuku's hands curled on the folder. He wanted to say, I'm not a bomb. But the truth was, everyone in this room had already decided he was. Tsukauchi's voice softened. Midoriya-kun, today is important. The exam has civilians present. Other schools. Cameras. Izuku nodded shakily. I know. Hoshino's gaze sharpened slightly. Good. Then she slid a pen across the table. Sign, she said. Izuku stared at the signature line. He wasn't signing a permission slip. He was signing an agreement that said, if you scare us enough, we can put you down. The voice inside him whispered, amused and venomous. Sign it. Let them pretend they control you. Izuku clenched his jaw and signed anyway. Because if he didn't, they'd stop pretending. Hoshino took the folder back and stood. Wonderful. Good luck today, Midoriya-kun. She left like she'd just scheduled a meeting, not placed a collar on a teenager. When the door closed, Izuku's breathing turned shaky. Aizawa watched him for a long moment. Then Aizawa spoke quietly, almost reluctantly. I hate them, Aizawa said. Izuku blinked. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. But hating them won't keep you safe. Izuku swallowed. So what will? Aizawa leaned forward slightly. Control, he said. Precision. Boring. Izuku nodded, throat tight. Nezu smiled gently. And friends. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him scoffed. Friends or ropes? Ropes snap. Izuku ignored it. He had to believe ropes mattered. Or there was nothing left but hunger. Scene 2, the arena where everyone could feel him. The license exam stadium was bigger than UA's festival arena. More modern. More security. More cameras. Students from multiple hero schools filled the waiting zones. Different uniforms, different styles, different energy. And the moment Izuku walked in with Class 1A, the atmosphere shifted. Not dramatically at first. Just, subtly. Heads turned. Whispers began. Some stared openly. Some looked away quickly like eye contact might invite bad luck. A student from Shiketsu squinted at Izuku, frowning. That's him. Another murmured, the Void Kid. A third said quietly, I heard all for one screamed when he touched him. Izuku's stomach twisted. Uraraka nudged his elbow lightly. Hey, breathe. Izuku nodded. Yeah. Todoroki's eyes scanned the crowd. They're watching you more than us. Izuku forced a small smile. I noticed. Kirishima stepped closer, voice low. We're the rope, remember? Izuku's throat tightened. Yeah. Iida adjusted his glasses, standing stiff as a wall. We will proceed logically. We will not allow emotional chaos to control us. Kaminari muttered, man, I feel like I'm in a shark tank. Shiro whispered, bro, you're with the shark. Izuku flinched. Then the announcer's voice boomed. Welcome to the Provisional Hero License Exam. The crowd cheered. Students tensed. A giant screen displayed rules. Phase 1, Team Battle Royale. Avoid being hit. Hit others. Top groups advance. The exam was designed to provoke aggression. To test decision-making under stress. For Izuku, it was designed to test something else. Whether he could exist among people without crushing them. The signal sounded. Begin. The arena erupted. Hundreds of students moved at once. Quirks lighting up the space like fireworks. Wind blasts. Ice spikes. Sound waves. Smoke screens. Izuku stayed still for a fraction of a second, breathing slow. He could feel every presence in the stadium like a crowded room full of beating hearts. It was overwhelming. His hollow chest pulsed. The hunger twitched. So many. Izuku clenched his fists. Control. Then something hit near his shoulder, fast. A projectile meant to tag him. Izuku turned, too late. The tag would have hit. He hardened, he arrow. The projectile bounced off his skin with a metallic ping. The shooter froze. Their eyes widened. What? Students nearby saw it, and that single moment of confusion was enough. More students targeted him, not because they hated him. Because the rules rewarded taking down threats. And Izuku, in their eyes, was the biggest threat in the arena. A wave of attacks came. Not lethal, but overwhelming. Projectiles, traps, binding tape, shock nets. Izuku stepped back, sensing trajectories. Sonido flickered, short bursts. Controlled, repositioning him without full-blown teleport-like speed. But the attacks didn't stop. They kept coming. A coordinated push. A student with a wind coup. Urk tried to blow Izuku into a trap zone. Another with a binding quirk threw threads aimed at his wrists. A Shiketsu student launched compressed air bullets. Izuku's breathing tightened. His pressure began to leak. The air grew heavier. Students within a few meters slowed involuntarily. Some stumbled. The cord, just slightly. And the moment Izuku felt that weakness, the hunger purred. Push. Izuku clenched his jaw. He remembered the protocol. He remembered the signature he'd just given away. And he realized something painfully simple. If he let the crowd keep pushing him like this, he would spike. And if he spiked in a stadium full of people, the commission would label him permanently. So Izuku made a decision. He lifted his head. He exhaled slowly. And he released his spiritual pressure. Just 20%. Not a roar. Not a wave. A controlled drop in atmospheric weight. The arena changed instantly. Students nearest him froze mid-motion like their limbs suddenly doubled in mass. Knees buckled. Breaths hitched. A few students dropped to one knee without understanding why. The attack stopped, not because people chose to stop. Because their bodies demanded survival. Even students farther away flinched. The pressure didn't reach them fully, but the taste of it did. The stadium's cheer outside went quieter. Even spectators in the stands shifted uncomfortably. Present Mike, a guest commentator, laughed nervously into the broadcast mic. Hey. That's intense, folks. Izuku's eyes stayed focused. He didn't smile. He didn't posture. He kept it boring. He stepped forward through the slowed crowd, moving like a calm storm. One by one, he tagged opponents gently, tap to the shoulder, tap to the arm, just enough to count as a hit. He didn't injure. He didn't blast. He didn't need to. Because their bodies were already losing a fight they couldn't name. Uraraka stared at him from a distance, eyes wide. Todoroki's breath came slow, even though he wasn't in the worst radius. Kirishima swallowed hard, whispering, "Dude, that's only 20%. Ida's glasses fogged slightly as he exhaled. "This is oppressive." Izuku heard them, but he didn't look. If he looked and saw their fear, it might spike his emotions again. So he kept walking, kept tagging, kept the pressure steady, until the scoreboard flashed. Midoriya Izuku advanced. The moment the confirmation appeared, Izuku immediately pulled the pressure back down. The air lightened. Students gasped like they'd been underwater. Some stumbled backward, eyes wide, shaken. A Shiketsu student stared at Izuku with a mixture of anger and awe. That wasn't a quirk, they whispered. That was command. Izuku didn't answer. He walked back to his group, hands trembling slightly. Because even though he'd kept it controlled, he'd seen what it did. And he'd seen the faces. Not admiration, not rivalry, instinctive submission. The voice inside him purred. "See, even heroes kneel." Izuku clenched his jaw. Not my goal. But the stadium didn't care about his goal. It cared about what it felt. And what it felt was fear. Scene 3, the rescue section that wasn't pretend for him. Phase 2 was rescue simulation. Fake civilians, actors, disaster debris. It was supposed to test empathy and calm leadership. For most students, it was performance. For Izuku, it was a minefield. Because rescue meant proximity, touching, comforting, and touching meant hunger. They entered the disaster zone, collapsed structures, smoke, alarms, mannequin, injuries, live actors crying for help. Uraraka took point naturally, eyes scanning for victims. Iida shouted instructions, trying to create order. Todoroki created ice supports to stabilize a tilted beam. Kirishima rushed to lift debris. Izuku moved carefully, focusing on precision. Then he heard crying. A victim, actor trapped under a beam, shaking. "Help," she sobbed. "Please, help me." Izuku approached slowly, keeping his pressure low. He knelt, hands hovering above the beam. "I'm going to lift this," Izuku said gently. "Okay. Breathe." The woman looked up at him. And froze. Her eyes widened. Not acting. Real. She recoiled, scrambling backward even though she was trapped. No, not you." Izuku's chest tightened. He hadn't done anything. He hadn't released pressure. He hadn't shown a mask. But the rumors had reached even the actors. Or maybe it wasn't rumors. Maybe it was instinct. The woman's breathing sped up. "Please," she cried, voice cracking. Don't come closer." Izuku flinched. His monitor warmed. The pressure trembled at the edges of his skin, his body reacting to rejection. And with that tremble, something on his forehead burned. Izuku's hand flew up instinctively. A sensation like bone trying to surface. His vision flickered for a heartbeat, yellow edging into his irises. Horns. Beginning. Tiny. Like pressure points trying to break through. Uraraka gasped. "Midoriya." Izuku's breath hitched. The woman screamed. "I knew it." Izuku clenched his jaw hard, forcing the sensation down. He breathed slowly. In. Out. The burning faded. The horn buds retreated under skin like a nightmare swallowing itself. Izuku's hands shook. He looked at the woman, voice tight but gentle. "I'm not going to hurt you," Izuku said. "I'm here to help." The woman trembled, eyes darting like she wanted to believe him but couldn't make her body cooperate. Uraraka stepped in quickly, smiling warm. "Hey," Uraraka said softly to the woman. "He really is helping." "Okay, I promise." The woman's eyes flicked to Uraraka, relief. Because Uraraka looked safe, human, comforting. The woman's breathing slowed slightly. Izuku's throat tightened. So this is what it means. Not just controlling his power. Controlling the way people reacted to his existence. Kirishima lifted the beam instead, muscles straining. Got it, he shouted, trying to make it normal. Iida guided the woman out, voice firm, professional. You are safe now. Please proceed to the medical zone. The woman stumbled away, still staring at Izuku over her shoulder like he might change his mind and hunt her. Izuku sat back on his heels, staring at the ground. The voice inside him whispered, low and cruel. Even when you help, they flinch. Izuku clenched his fists. Uraraka knelt beside him, voice quiet. You did good. Izuku swallowed hard. She was scared. Uraraka's expression softened. That's on them, not you. Izuku shook his head slightly. It's on reality. Todoroki approached, eyes sharp. You almost manifested, Todoroki said quietly. Izuku swallowed. I know. Todoroki's jaw tightened. Control it. Izuku nodded. I'm trying. Kirishima clapped Izuku's shoulder, quick, brave. Hey, Kirishima said, forcing a grin. You didn't go full demon. That's progress. Izuku almost laughed, almost. But his eyes stung, because progress still felt like a leash. Scene 4, the quiet promotion nobody announced. They passed. They got their provisional licenses. The class celebrated, some laughing, some crying, some exhausted. But Izuku's celebration was muted. Because he saw the way officials watched him. Not like a student, like a file. Hoshino from the commission stood near the exit, speaking quietly with another suited official. Izuku didn't hear words. He didn't need to. He felt the intent. Assessment. Categorization. Control. As Izuku walked past, Hoshino's eyes met his. She smiled politely. Then she said, softly, just for him. You did well, Midoriya-kun. Izuku swallowed. Thank you. Hoshino's smile sharpened slightly. Remember, she said, the public saw your 20%. Izuku's stomach twisted. Hoshino continued. They will ask what 100% looks like. Izuku's throat tightened. And when they ask, Hoshino said, we'll need an answer ready. Izuku didn't know what to say. So he bowed and kept walking. Behind him, Hoshino turned back to the other official and spoke in a tone Izuku couldn't hear, but he felt the weight of the decision like a stamp on paper. Special grade asset. Not yet official, but close. The rope was tightening, and Izuku didn't know whether his friends could keep holding it forever. Scene 1, and the boy who made them blur. Sir Night Eye's agency didn't feel like a hero office. It felt like a courtroom that never stopped being quiet. Clean floors, white walls, glass panels, no posters, no jokes, no warmth. Even the air conditioning sounded disciplined, like it had been trained to breathe politely. Izuku stood at the entrance with his internship paperwork in hand, trying not to look like he was expecting to be arrested. Because, honestly, he kind of was. After the license exam, the commission's attention wasn't subtle anymore. They didn't follow him with cameras. They followed him with assignments. Nezu had called it a learning opportunity. Aizawa had called it supervision with extra steps. And Tsukauchi had simply said, gently, be careful. Now Izuku stood under the agency's bright lights, and the monitor beneath his collarbone warmed like it didn't trust this place. The voice inside him whispered. A room full of rules. Delicious. Izuku ignored it and bowed to the receptionist. I'm Midoriya Izuku, he said quickly. UA internship. The receptionist looked up, and immediately stiffened. Not rude. Just instinct. Oh, she said softly. Yes. Please, wait. Izuku sat in the waiting chair, hands folded, legs still because he forced them to be still. His chest hollow pulsed in that quiet rhythm, like a reminder that even if his face looked calm, something inside him was always awake. A door opened. A man stepped out in a sharp suit with round GL asses and a smile that didn't touch his eyes. Sir Night Eye. His gaze swept Izuku like a scan. So, Night Eye said, voice polite and cold. You're Midoriya Izuku. Izuku stood and bowed hard. Yes, sir. Night Eye's eyes flicked to the spot on Izuku's collarbone. The monitor, Night Eye said. Izuku swallowed. Yes. Night Eye's smile sharpened slightly. You're aware I agreed to this internship under conditions. Izuku's stomach tightened. Yes, sir. Night Eye stepped closer. Izuku felt it, the subtle pressure of being evaluated, the way Night Eye's presence wasn't loud like Endeavor's, but sharp like a blade. Night Eye raised his hand. Izuku flinched, barely. Night Eye stopped midair. Relax, Night Eye said. Then he tapped Izuku's shoulder, lightly, and his eyes narrowed. Night Eye's quirk, foresight, activated. For a second, Izuku felt, watched from the inside. Like a camera turned inward. Night Eye's expression didn't change. Then his eyebrows rose slightly. He blinked once. Then again. And his smile faltered by a fraction. Interesting, Night Eye murmured. Izuku's throat tightened. What did you see? Night Eye lowered his hand slowly. I saw you, Night Eye said carefully. Izuku swallowed. And then, Night Eye continued. Voice quiet, I saw, static. Izuku froze. Night Eye's eyes sharpened. Futures don't go static. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, pleased. He can't see past the mouth. Izuku clenched his jaw. Night Eye turned away sharply. Come. Izuku followed him into the agency halls, heart thudding. As they walked, Night Eye spoke without looking back. Your job here is simple. Night Eye said. Observe. Assist. Do not escalate. Izuku nodded. Yes, sir. Night Eye stopped at a training room door and opened it. Inside stood a tall blonde hero in TR. Aiming with a bright smile and calm eyes, Mirio Tagata. He looked like sunshine in human form. Mirio waved enthusiastically. Hi. You must be Midoriya. I've heard a lot. Izuku blinked, surprised by the friendliness. Hi. Mirio's smile didn't flicker when he got closer and felt Izuku's presence. He didn't recoil. He didn't stiffen. He just kept smiling. Wow, Mirio said cheerfully. It feels like standing near a waterfall. Not scary, just heavy. Izuku stared at him, stunned. Mirio leaned in slightly, voice lower. People treat you weird, huh? Izuku swallowed. Yeah. Mirio grinned wider. Okay. Then we'll do our best here. Don't worry, I'm pretty good at making awkward things less awkward. The voice inside Izuku huffed. Annoying sunshine. Izuku felt something rare in his chest, relief. Night Eye watched the exchange. Expression unreadable. Then he pointed at Mirio. Tagata, Night Eye said. You will accompany Midoriya today. Patrol route. Low risk. Mirio snapped a salute. Yes sir. Izuku bowed. Yes sir. Night Eye's eyes narrowed at Izuku. And Midoriya, he said quietly, if I sense you slipping. He didn't finish. He didn't need to. Izuku nodded, throat tight. I understand. Night Eye turned away. Mirio clapped Izuku's shoulder lightly. Let's go. Mirio said. I'll show you the city, and we'll keep it chill. Izuku forced a small smile. Chill, Izuku repeated, as if the universe listened to words. Outside, the day was bright. But Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this internship wasn't about learning hero work. It was about answering one question. Can the Monster do rescue without becoming the disaster? Scene 2, the small girl with a broken soul. They were halfway through patrol when Izuku felt it. Not danger. Not villain presence. Something wrong. A tiny light in the crowd. Flickering like a candle in a storm, and around it a shadow that didn't belong. Izuku stopped walking so abruptly Mirio almost bumped into him. Huh. Mirio blinked. What's up? Izuku's breath caught. A kid. Mirio's smile faded slightly, alert now. Lost child. Izuku's senses sharpened. That's not, Izuku whispered. That's not normal. They turned a corner into a quieter street. And Izuku saw her. A small girl with white hair and frightened eyes, stumbling like she didn't know where her feet were supposed to go. She wore a simple dress, sleeves too long, and her expression was pure panic trying to stay silent. Airy. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. Not hunger. Something else. A sharp, protective ache. Because her presence wasn't just frightened. It was damaged. Like her soul had been scraped. The voice inside Izuku went oddly quiet, then whispered. She's leaking. Eri looked up, saw Izuku and Mirio. And flinched backward like she expected punishment for being seen. Then her eyes darted behind her. A man stepped into the street. Tall, calm, mask covering his lower face. Gloves spotless, coat neat. Overhaul. The moment Izuku saw him, the air felt colder. Overhaul's presence wasn't loud. It was clean, too clean. Like a hospital room where you knew people died quietly. Eri, Overhaul said softly. There you are. Eri's whole body trembled. Izuku took a step forward without thinking. Mirio spoke first, tone friendly but firm. Hey, is she okay? She looks scared. Overhaul's eyes flicked to Mirio, then to Izuku. They paused, just half a beat longer on Izuku. Overhaul's gaze sharpened. You're that student, he murmured. Izuku's stomach tightened. Overhaul's voice stayed polite. She's my daughter, Overhaul lied smoothly. She wandered off. Thank you for finding her. Eri's eyes widened. She shook her head desperately, tiny, frantic. And no, she whispered, voice shaking. Overhaul's gloved hand rested gently on her shoulder. Eri flinched like the touch burned. Izuku felt it, the wrongness, spike like a warning siren in his senses. His monitor warmed. Mirio's jaw tightened, smile still present but thinner now. Sir, Mirio said carefully, if she's scared. Maybe we should call someone. Overhaul's eyes narrowed politely. She's afraid of strangers. Eri's eyes snapped to Izuku. She was afraid of Overhaul. Izuku could feel it. He could feel her fear like a vibration. He stepped forward again, voice soft. Hey, Izuku said gently to Eri, it's okay. Do you need help? Overhaul's eyes hardened. Step back, Overhaul said quietly. The words weren't loud, but they see scalpel carried death. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The hunger stirred, because threat always woke it. But the protective ache was stronger. Eri's tiny hands clenched in her sleeves. She whispered, barely audible. Don't, I'll make trouble. Izuku froze. Mirio's eyes widened. Trouble. What kind of child talked like she was a weapon? Overhaul tightened his hand on Eri's shoulder just slightly. Eri winced. Mirio's smile vanished. His voice turned sharp. Sir, Mirio said, let go of her. Overhaul stared at Mirio, then at Izuku again. Heroes, Overhaul murmured, almost amused. Always reaching for things they don't understand. Izuku's jaw clenched. Overhaul leaned closer to Eri and spoke softly. Come, he said, or you'll regret it. Eri's eyes filled with tears. She took one step toward him. Then she looked at Mirio and Izuku like she was begging them not to make it worse. Mirio's fists clenched. Izuku felt his pressure trembling, leaking. Overhaul's eyes flicked to Izuku's aura. He didn't look afraid. He looked analytical. You're unstable, Overhaul said, calm. And she's fragile. Izuku's throat tightened. Overhaul's gaze sharpened. If you touch her, Overhaul said softly. You'll break her. Izuku froze. Mirio's breath hitched. Because the worst part was. Izuku sensed Overhaul wasn't bluffing. Something about Eri's soul was wired like a trigger. And Overhaul held the trigger. Eri trembled and whispered, barely. Please. Not. Save me. Not. Help me. Just, please, like she didn't believe rescue was allowed to exist. Mirio took a half step forward. Eri flinched harder and shook her head violently, tears falling. Mirio stopped. Izuku's hands trembled. Overhaul nodded as if satisfied. Good, he said softly. You understand. Then he turned, guiding Eri away. Eri looked back once. At Izuku. For half a second, Izuku felt it clearly. She was apologizing for being alive. Then they disappeared into the crowd. Mirio stood frozen, jaw clenched so hard it shook. Izuku's breathing came ragged. His monitor burned hot. The voice inside him whispered, low and furious. That man touched what's mine to protect. Izuku swallowed hard. Mirio's voice came out tight. We should have taken her. Izuku's throat tightened. We couldn't. Mirio snapped his gaze to Izuku. Why not? Mirio demanded. Izuku's eyes stung. Because she was scared of us too, Izuku whispered. Because he's holding something inside her like a leash. Mirio's fists trembled. I hate that, Mirio whispered. Izuku stared at the street where she vanished. So do I, Izuku whispered back. And in his chest, the hunger stirred, not because Eri was food. Because Overhaul was a threat that felt personal. Scene 3, the raid plan, and the future that went blank. Back at the agency, Night Eye listened in silence as Mirio explained the encounter. He didn't interrupt once. When Mirio finished, Night Eye's eyes shifted to Izuku. What did you feel? Night Eye asked. Izuku swallowed. The girl, her soul felt wrong. Night Eye's gaze sharpened. Explain. Izuku struggled for words. It felt like someone rewound her over and over, Izuku said, voice tight. Like her existence was being edited. Mirio's eyes widened. Night Eye's expression hardened. And the man? Night Eye asked. Izuku's jaw clenched. Clean. Controlled. But dangerous. Night Eye exhaled through his nose. Overhaul, he said. Mirio blinked. You know him. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. Kai Chisaki. Leader of the Shihasaikai. He's been quiet, which usually means he's building something. Izuku's monitor warmed. The voice inside him whispered. He's building a cage. Night Eye stood. We move, Night Eye said. Mirio straightened immediately. Izuku's stomach dropped. Now, Night Eye's gaze was sharp. That child's fear was not normal. Night Eye said. And if she's involved with Chisaki, we are already late. He looked at Izuku. Midoriya, Night Eye said, your role is reconnaissance and restraint. Izuku nodded quickly. Yes. Night Eye's eyes narrowed. And if you feel your mask. Izuku swallowed. I withdraw. Night Eye nodded once. Then his tone softened by a hair. Midoriya, he said quietly, I don't like what you are. Izuku flinched. But, Night Eye continued, I dislike child abusers more. Izuku's throat tightened. Okay, Izuku whispered. They coordinated with police. With other agencies. With UA support. A raid plan formed, swift and surgical. As the operation began, Night Eye touched Mirio's shoulder and activated foresight. He watched the future in that frozen way he did, eyes distant, body still. Then he touched Izuku. Izuku felt the same inward gaze. Night Eye's expression tightened. His eyes flickered. His jaw clenched. When he pulled his hand away, his breathing was slightly faster than normal. Mirio frowned. Sir. Night Eye stared at Izuku like he was staring at a cliff edge. There's a point, Night Eye said slowly, where the future stops. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. Mirio's eyes widened. Stops. Night Eye's voice went tight. I can see outcomes. I can see paths, Night Eye said. But when you're involved, he swallowed. It goes blank, he finished. Like the world refuses to show me what happens next. The voice inside Izuku whispered, delighted. He can't see past the throne. Izuku clenched his fists. Is that bad? Night Eye's eyes sharpened. It means we can't rely on prediction. Night Eye said. Only on choices. Mirio nodded, jaw tight. Izuku swallowed hard. Choices. That was the scariest thing of all. Scene 4, Mirio Tagata falls, and Izuku feels something snap. The raid hit like controlled thunder. Teams breached the Hasaikai compound, underground halls, sterile rooms, sharp corners. Overhaul's men fought like soldiers trained to protect a secret. Not like petty criminals. Chronostasis tried to stop them with time-slowing attacks. Nemoto demanded answers with his confession quirk. Rappa tried to break walls with pure violence. Heroes responded with training and discipline. Izuku stayed close to Mirio as instructed, senses spread, pressure low. He felt Ares' presence deeper inside, tiny and terrified. He also felt Overhaul, calm, centered. Like the core of a machine. They pushed deeper. Then they found her. Ares stood in a corridor, trembling, eyes wide, surrounded by fear and silence. For a heartbeat, she looked like she might run to them. Then Overhaul stepped into view behind her. His eyes locked on Mirio. And then, briefly, on Izuku. Overhaul's voice was calm. You came, he said. Mirio stepped forward, smiling, bright, heroic, gentle. Eri. Mirio said. It's okay. We're here too. Eri flinched violently. No. She cried, shaking. Don't. Mirio paused, confused. Overhaul's hand rested on Eri's shoulder. Eri trembled like she wanted to disappear. Overhaul spoke softly. She belongs to me, Overhaul said. And you heroes will not interfere. Mirio's smile faded. His eyes hardened. He moved. Permeation Octiva. Ted, his body slipping through the floor to avoid an attack. He reappeared behind Overhaul, reaching for Eri. Overhaul's hand flashed. Not a punch. A touch. Overhaul's quirk surged. The corridor floor rippled like it was alive. Mirio dodged, barely, using permeation to phase through the spikes and traps. He grabbed Eri's wrist gently. I've got you, Mirio whispered. Eri's eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm sorry I'm. Overhaul's eyes narrowed. In a motion too fast and too calm, he pulled a small device from his coat and fired. A dart. It struck Mirio. Mirio blinked. His smile trembled. Ah, Mirio whispered. That feels. His body tried to phase Ned. Permeation failed. Mirio's eyes widened in shock. Overhaul's voice stayed calm. A quirk erasure bullet, Overhaul said softly. Experimental. Effective. Mirio's breath hitched. He was still standing between Overhaul and Eri. Still protecting. But now he was just human. Overhaul raised his hand. Mirio lunged anyway, punching with raw training, no quirk. Overhaul's quirk surged, deconstructing the wall. Mirio took the hit, thrown back, crashing into the corridor. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed violently. Something inside him snapped, not fully. Not into a mask yet, but like a rope fraying. Mirio! Izuku shouted. Mirio forced himself upright, bleeding lightly, eyes still determined. Midoriya, take Eri. Mirio yelled. Go! Izuku moved. But the moment he approached Eri screamed. No! She cried. Don't touch me! Izuku froze mid-step. His throat tightened. Because he could feel it. Her power. A rewinding force in her soul that was out of control. And she was terrified she'd erase someone just by being near them. Overhaul smiled faintly. See, Overhaul said softly. She's cursed. And you heroes will only make her suffer. Izuku's fists trembled. The hunger rose, not toward Eri. Toward Overhaul. The voice inside him hissed. He hurt the sunshine. Izuku swallowed hard. He forced himself to breathe. In, out. He looked at Eri with gentleness. Keeping distance. It's okay, Izuku said softly. I won't touch you. I promise. Eri's eyes shook with tears. Izuku looked at Mirio, still fighting, still refusing to fall. And Izuku realized something horrible. Mirio was losing because he was trying to stay a hero. Overhaul was winning because he was willing to be a monster with clean hands. Izuku's monitor burned. His forehead tingled, mask pressure rising. He clenched his jaw. Not yet, but the future was collapsing. And Night Eyes, blank point, was getting closer. Scene 5, Kaiju Overhaul, and the Vasto Lorde that answered. The deeper chambers opened into a larger underground space, part lab, part ritual, part nightmare. Overhaul retreated with Eri, using his men to delay. Heroes fought through. Then Night Eye arrived, fast. Precise, his presence like a judge stepping into the room. Overhaul's calm gaze met Night Eye's. So the famous seer comes, Overhaul murmured. Night Eye's voice was cold. Release the child. Overhaul didn't answer. He touched the floor. The ground erupted, twisting into spikes and barriers. He wasn't trying to escape anymore. He was trying to end them. And then, when his men started falling, Overhaul did something desperate. He grabbed one of his subordinates, one of the bulky ones, and slammed a hand into them. His quirk activated. The subordinate's body merged into Overhaul like clay into clay. Another subordinate screamed, and was pulled in two. Overhaul's body expanded, warped, rebuilt. Not gore, just wrong architecture. A towering, monstrous fusion, arms too many, mass too heavy. Shaped like a walking fortress of flesh and stone. A kaiju made of Overhaul's obsession with control. The room shook. Heroes froze. Even hardened pros hesitated. Overhaul's voice echoed from within the monster form. Calm but louder. You heroes, he said, are disease. He stepped forward. The floor cracked. A single swing of his massive arm shattered a concrete pillar. Debris rained. Panic rose. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. This was too big. Too unstable. Too likely to crush civilians and heroes alike. Night Eye's eyes narrowed, calculating, then he moved, trying to strike Overhaul's core. Overhaul swung. Night Eye was forced back. Mirio, quirkless, still tried to move, still trying to reach Eri. He stumbled. Izuku saw it. Mirio was going to get killed. A simple human body against a monster. Izuku's breathing broke, and the rope snapped. Not all the way, but enough. Izuku's forehead burned. White cracked lines spread across his face like porcelain fracturing. His eyes shifted, yellow irises edging in. Black sclera threatening. The air became heavy. Not 20%. Not 50%. A controlled collapse of atmosphere like the room suddenly gained gravity. Heroes near him stumbled. Night Eye's head snapped toward Izuku. Midoriya. Night Eye barked. Withdraw. Izuku's voice came out layered. I can't, Izuku rasped. The voice inside him rose like a king waking up. Finally, Izuku took one step forward. Overhaul's monstrous head turned toward him. Even in that huge form, Overhaul's calm wavered. You, Overhaul murmured. Izuku's mask formed. Bone white. Horned. Not full yet, still incomplete. But enough to make the room feel like it held its breath. Eri cried out, trembling. Stop, she sobbed. It's my fault. It's. Izuku turned his head slightly toward her. His voice, still layered, softened. No, Izuku said. It's his. Then he faced Overhaul again. Overhaul's voice sharpened. You're unstable, Overhaul warned. You'll destroy everything. Izuku raised his hand. A red-black glow formed, denser than Bala. Not a reckless beam. A shape. A weapon. The energy compressed into a long, spear-like lance, clean, focused, terrifyingly precise. A lance of pure spiritual energy, humming like a tuning fork aimed at the world's bones. Night Eye stared. His eyes widened. And for the first time since Izuku met him, Night Eye looked afraid. Not of injury. Of what came next. Overhaul swung his massive arm to crush Izuku. Izuku moved, so Nido, appearing beneath the swing. The arm hit the floor, shattering concrete. Izuku was already elsewhere, moving like a silent blink. Overhaul's fusion form tried to adjust. Too large to track. Izuku's lance carved through the air. One clean strike. Not messy. Not exploding. A surgical line of annihilation. The kaiju form split, its structure collapsed. As Overhaul's perfect reconstruction failed to hold against something that wasn't biology or matter. It was will. It was soul pressure given edge. Overhaul staggered. The fusion mass began to unravel. Pieces separating like a puzzle losing glue. Overhaul's voice cracked, not screaming, but strained. What are you? Izuku's mask widened into a grin that wasn't his. The voice inside him answered through his mouth. Order. Izuku's body trembled as he fought to keep that word from becoming true. He lifted the lance again. Overhaul tried to touch the ground, trying to rebuild. Izuku thrust the lance forward, straight toward Overhaul's core. A burst of energy surged, not outward, but inward. Overhaul's reconstruction stopped. His body slammed back. The fusion form collapsed completely, throwing Overhaul onto the ground in his normal shape, breathing hard, mask cracked, eyes wide with the first real loss of control he'd felt in years. Silence hit. Eri sobbed. Heroes stood frozen. Mirio stared, trembling. Night Eye's hands shook slightly. And Izuku stood with the lance fading, mask cracks spreading further, because the Vasto Lorde form wanted to finish the job. The hunger wanted to end Overhaul permanently. The voice inside him purred. He hurt the child. He hurt the sunshine. End him. Izuku's hand trembled. His mask's grin trembled. Then Mirio's voice cut through, raw, desperate, human. Midoriya. Mirio shouted. Stop. Izuku froze. Because Mirio, quirkless, bleeding, exhausted, was still standing. Still trying to be a hero. Still acting like Izuku was a person who could choose. Izuku's breathing shook. He lowered his hand. The lance faded. The pressure eased, just a fraction. His mask began to crack away. Not fully. But enough. He turned away from Overhaul like he was turning away from meat. He whispered, only for himself. I don't feed. Overhaul stared at him, breathing hard. For once, Overhaul looked at someone like he couldn't sterilize them with logic. Like the world had shown him something he couldn't control. Scene 6, the future goes blank. Police swarmed in. Overhaul was rest RD cuffs and quirk suppression measures. He didn't fight. He just stared at Izuku like he was trying to understand the shape of a nightmare. Eri trembled in the corner, sobbing into her sleeves. Mirio approached her slowly, kneeling at a distance. Hey, Mirio said gently. You're safe now. Eri shook her head, crying. No, everyone gets hurt because of me. Izuku stood a few steps away, breathing hard, forcing the remaining mask fragments back under control. He didn't touch her. He didn't step too close. He just said softly, you didn't do this. Eri's eyes flicked to him, terrified and relieved at the same time. Because she felt it too. That Izuku had held something back. Held it back for her. Night Eye walked toward Izuku slowly. His expression was pale. He raised his hand like he was about to activate foresight again, then hesitated. His eyes narrowed, jaw tight. Midoriya, Night Eye said quietly, what you did. Izuku swallowed. I stopped him. Night Eye's voice went colder. You rewrote the room, he said. Izuku flinched. Night Eye's hand finally touched Izuku's shoulder. Foresight activated. For a heartbeat. Izuku felt that inward gaze again. Then Night Eye's eyes went wide. His breath hitched. His pupils tightened like he'd stared into a void. He pulled his hand away sharply. And whispered, shaken, "Nothing." Mirio blinked. "Sir." Night Eye stared at Izuku like he was seeing him for the first time. "I can't see past this," Night Eye whispered. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. Night Eye's voice turned tight, almost angry. "There should be futures," he said. "There should be outcomes. There should be." He swallowed hard. "But when you step in like that," Night Eye said, "the world goes blank." Izuku's throat tightened. Night Eye's gaze sharpened, fear and respect mixing into something grim. "You're not a hero variable," Night Eye said quietly. "You're a narrative break." Izuku flinched. The voice inside him laughed softly. "Throne confirmed." Izuku clenched his jaw, breathing slowly. "I don't want to be," Izuku whispered. Night Eye stared at him for a long moment. Then his voice dropped, heavy with realization. "It doesn't matter what you want," he said. "It matters what you choose." Izuku's hands trembled. Mirio stepped beside Izuku, steady, loyal, human. "We choose to save," Mirio said simply. Izuku swallowed hard and nodded. "Yes," Izuku whispered. "We choose to save." Behind them, Eri's sobs softened slightly, like she was hearing that choice and letting it settle in her chest. And somewhere far above, in offices with clean suits and cold eyes, the commission's files updated in silence. Not student. Not special case. Something worse. Something more useful. Special grade asset. Izuku felt it without seeing it, like a chain tightening around his fate. But for the first time in a long time, he also felt something else. Eri was alive. Overhaul was stopped. Mirio still stood. And Izuku hadn't crossed the line. Not all the way. Not yet. Scene 1, a victory that tasted like ash. UA celebrated the raid as a win. Overhaul captured. A criminal enterprise exposed. A child rescued. A tragedy prevented. On paper, it was clean. In Izuku's head, it wasn't. Because whenever he closed his eyes, he saw the lance of red-black light again. How easy it had been to shape it. How natural it had felt to end something with precision. He saw Overhaul's expression, that first real fracture in a man who believed control was purity. And he felt the urge that followed, the hunger's quiet insistence. Finish him. Izuku sat in his dorm room with the lights off, staring at his notebook without writing. The monitor under his collarbone was cool today. Not because it trusted him. Because he wasn't moving enough for it to worry. Outside the door, the dorm hallway sounded normal, students laughing, shouting, arguing about snacks and homework. The normal noise felt far away. Like he was listening from underwater. A soft knock came. Izuku froze. Another knock. Then Uraraka's voice, gentle. "Midoriya, can I come in?" Izuku's throat tightened. "Yeah," he said quickly. The door opened slowly. Uraraka stepped inside with a small bag in her hands. Behind her, Tsuyu peeked in, eyes calm. Kirishima hovered in the hallway too, pretending he wasn't nervous. Uraraka smiled carefully. "We brought festival planning stuff." Izuku blinked. "Festival?" Uraraka nodded. "Yeah, the school festival's coming. Remember?" Izuku's stomach tightened. He had forgotten. Not because it wasn't important. Because his brain didn't know how to hold festival next to Overhaul's lab without breaking. Tsuyu hopped in quietly. "Ribbit, you've been hiding." Izuku flinched. Kirishima stepped in, scratching his head. "Dude, we're worried." Izuku swallowed. "I'm fine." Uraraka's smile faded. "You're not." Izuku's hands clenched. He didn't want to talk about it. Because if he talked, the words would come out wrong. "I wanted to kill him. I still want to." It would have felt quiet. Instead he said, voice tight, "I just need time." Kirishima nodded, earnest. "Okay. But don't disappear." Tsuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. "The more you disappear, the more people imagine things." Izuku's throat tightened. He knew. Because even in class, the atmosphere had shifted again. Not the whole class. Not the friends. But the edges. The ones who felt his pressure and remembered the mask cracks. The ones who saw the news leaks, the whispers, the commission's quiet watch. Aoyama smiled too brightly lately. Like he wanted to be friendly but didn't know how to be near Izuku without feeling his own stomach twist. Sato avoided sitting too close. Koda's animals refused to come near. And some students, like Mineta, had stopped making jokes around him entirely, as if humor might trigger the monster. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, "Isolation is safer. Less temptation. Less rope." Izuku clenched his jaw. Uraraka sat on the floor cross-legged, dumping out colored paper and tape. "So," she said brightly, forcing cheer, "we need help with decorations and planning." Suyu nodded. "And also, you need to be around people." Kirishima grinned, trying to make it feel normal. "Yeah, festival is the perfect, everyone chill and smile, thing." Izuku stared at the paper. Colored strips. Glitter pens. It looked ridiculous next to the horrors in his head. But then he remembered Eri's eyes. The way she trembled when she thought she was trouble. The way she'd looked really. Ved when someone promised rescue was a choice. A festival wasn't for Izuku. It was for people like her. People who needed proof that joy still existed after trauma. Izuku swallowed hard. "Okay," he whispered. Uraraka's smile returned, real this time. "Yes," she said softly, like she'd just convinced him to breathe again. Kirishima pumped a fist. "That's manly." Suyu blinked. "Ribbit. Good." Izuku picked up a piece of paper and began folding. His hands trembled slightly, but he folded anyway. The rope was still there. Thin, but present. Scene 2, the villain who wanted to be seen as elegant. Gentle Criminal's camera was cheap. His speech wasn't. He spoke like he was auditioning for a drama, voice smooth, posture grand, eyes full of ambition that didn't know where to go. La Brava held the camera with shaking hands, face glowing with devotion. "Today," Gentle said to the lens, "we commit a crime so magnificent, so gentle, that it will echo across the internet." La Brava sniffed. "You're amazing, Gentle." Gentle adjusted his tie with theatrical flair. "Of course, my dear. For the world must recognize." His eyes narrowed as he stared at the target in the distance. UA. Hi. A fortress of hope and fame. Gentle's smile grew. "The elegance of my name." La Brava cheered. "Quit her," softened. "It will be dangerous," he admitted. La Brava nodded fiercely. "I'm with you." Gentle turned back toward UA and lifted his chin. "I will not be forgotten," he whispered. Neither of them noticed the way the air near the school edge seemed heavier. Like the space around UA had gained weight since the last villain incident. Scene 3, a fence, a plan, and a bad choice. The day of Gentle's attempt was cold and bright. Festival preparations buzzed across campus. Students ran errands, hung decorations, tested sound systems. For the first time in weeks, laughter felt like it belonged here again. Izuku was carrying a box of supplies across a side path when his monitor warmed suddenly. Not hot, warm, alert. His hollow chest pulsed, and his senses caught something near the outer fence line. A presence. Not a pro-hero. Not a student. A person trying to move carefully. Trying not to be noticed. But clumsy at hiding. Izuku stopped walking. The voice inside him whispered. "A stranger at the gate." Izuku swallowed hard and shifted direction, walking toward the fence. He moved quietly, not wanting to cause panic. As he got closer, he saw them. A tall man with a curled mustache and a flamboyant outfit crouched by the fence like he was trying to be stealthy but had never met stealth in his life. A small girl crouched behind him, holding a camera. Gentle. La Brava. Izuku blinked. He had expected a villain to feel sharper, more dangerous. But Gentle's presence felt human. Bright, yes. Ambitious. But not predatory. Izuku stepped closer. Gentle noticed and froze mid-motion. Slowly, he stood upright and faced Izuku, trying to look composed. "Ah," Gentle said smoothly. "A student. A fine day for." Izuku's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're Gentle Criminal," Izuku said. Gentle's eyes widened with delight, recognized. "Yes," Gentle said proudly. "Indeed. And you are." He stopped. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Izuku's face. Then at Izuku's collar. Then at the way the leaves near Izuku trembled slightly even though there was no wind. Gentle's smile faltered. "Oh," Gentle whispered. La Brava peeked around him and gasped. "That's him," she whispered, voice shaky. "The Void One." Gentle's throat moved as he swallowed. He forced his posture straighter, trying to keep dignity. "We are not here to harm anyone," Gentle said quickly, voice still elegant but strained. "We are merely." Izuku stepped closer. The air got heavier. Not intentional. Just his body reacting to intrusion and potential danger. Gentle's knees bent slightly. Lebrava's breath hitched. Gentle's eyes widened further. He tried to laugh lightly. My goodness, he said. Is this intimidation? Izuku didn't answer. His voice came out calm. Almost tired. You're trying to break into UA during a festival, Izuku said. Why? Gentle's eyes flicked to the camera. His pride wavered. Then he lifted his chin, voice returning to performance. Because the world forgot me, Gentle said dramatically. Because I have tried and failed and tried again. Izuku's eyes stayed on him. Gentle's speech faltered. Because. Something about Izuku's gaze wasn't impressed. Not intimidated. Not amused. Just. Heavy, tired understanding. Gentle swallowed. Lebrava stepped forward, voice trembling but fierce. He's a good man, she snapped. He just wants to be seen. Izuku's throat tightened. Seen. That word hit differently lately. Because Izuku was seen too. And it wasn't a gift. It was a weapon pointed at him. Izuku exhaled slowly. Gentle. Izuku said quietly, you picked the worst place to prove yourself. Gentle tried to regain charm. A villain must take risks, Gentle said. A magnificent crime. Izuku interrupted, voice flat. You want to be famous. Izuku said. Gentle's mouth opened. Izuku continued, voice low. People died in Kamino, Izuku said. A child got cut open in a lab. Heroes got hurt. My friend lost his quirk. Gentle froze. Lebrava's eyes widened. Izuku's voice stayed calm, but his eyes were sharp. And you want to sneak past a fence, Izuku said, for views. Gentle's face flushed with shame. It's not for views. Gentle insisted weakly. Izuku tilted his head slightly. Then why bring a camera? Izuku asked. Silence. Gentle's mouth opened and closed. He had no answer that didn't sound selfish. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, amused. This is villainy. Cute. Izuku clenched his jaw. Gentle took a shaky breath, then forced his voice back into elegance. You don't understand, Gentle said. I once wanted to be a hero. I failed. I fell. Izuku stared at him for a long moment. Then he said softly, I understand exactly. Gentle blinked. Izuku's eyes lowered slightly. I also wanted to be a hero, Izuku said. And now people watch me like they're waiting for me to fail so they can call me a monster. Gentle's expression softened slightly. Izuku continued, voice quiet. You want to be remembered, Izuku said. I want to be allowed to exist. The air felt heavier. Not from pressure. From honesty. Lebrava's eyes trembled. Gentle's throat tightened. He looked at Izuku like the performance had finally peeled away and shown something raw. You, Gentle whispered. You're suffering. Izuku didn't deny it. Gentle's shoulders slumped. And yet, Gentle murmured. You're still standing here, protecting a school festival. Izuku exhaled. Yes, Izuku said simply. Because there's a little girl inside who needs to smile. Gentle blinked again. A little girl. Izuku's eyes sharpened slightly. Not your business. Just, someone who deserves peace. Gentle's gaze dropped. He looked at the fence, then at the camera, then at his own hands. His Drea, M of a magnificent crime, suddenly looked small. Ridiculous. Childish. Lebrava stepped closer, voice shaky. Gentle. Gentle didn't answer immediately. Then he looked at Izuku, voice quiet and sincere, no performance. I never meant to hurt anyone, Gentle whispered. Izuku nodded once. I believe you. Gentle flinched like that belief was heavier than accusation. Izuku continued, voice calm but firm. But if you go in, Izuku said, you'll cause panic. People will get hurt. And then you'll be remembered as a villain who ruined joy. Gentle swallowed hard. Lebrava's eyes filled with tears. Gentle's shoulders sagged completely. I see, Gentle whispered. He looked at the camera. Then at Lebrava. Then back at Izuku. And what will you do? Gentle asked softly, if I refuse. Izuku stared at him. His voice came out low, honest. I don't want to fight you, Izuku said. Because compared to what I'm holding back. He paused. This doesn't feel like villainy. Gentle's eyes widened. Lebrava shivered. Izuku's gaze didn't change. It wasn't a threat. It was a confession. Gentle's jaw trembled. Then he bowed his head. I withdraw, Gentle said quietly. For the sake of that little girl you mentioned. Lebrava started crying. Gentle. She sobbed. Gentle reached back and squeezed her hand gently. It's all right, Gentle whispered. We can't be remembered differently. Izuku swallowed hard. He stepped back slightly, easing the heaviness. Gentle took a deep breath and looked up at Izuku with something like respect. You're not a monster, Gentle said softly. You're a burdened hero. Izuku's chest tightened. He didn't trust compliments anymore. But this one didn't feel like flattery. It felt like recognition. Izuku nodded once. Leave, Izuku said quietly. Before someone else finds you. Gentle nodded. He turned, guiding La Brava away. Before he vanished around the corner, he glanced back once. Midoriya, Gentle said softly. Izuku blinked. How do you? Gentle Smollett watches you too. Izuku's stomach twisted. Gentle's smile faded. Don't let them write your story, Gentle whispered. Write it yourself. Then he left. Izuku stood alone by the fence, breathing hard. The voice inside him whispered. Quieter now. He surrendered to you without a fight. That's power. Izuku clenched his fists. No, that wasn't power. That was choice. And if Izuku lost the ability to choose, then it didn't matter what name the world gave him. He'd be exactly what they feared. Scene 4, the festival, and the smile that wasn't fake. The school festival began the next day. Music filled the halls. Decorations glittered. Students performed. And for a few hours, UA felt like a school again. Izuku stood behind a curtain, watching Eri sit with Aizawa, small hands clutching her sleeves. She looked terrified. Then the music started. The crowd cheered. Lights flashed. Class 1A performed with messy, earnest energy. Eri's eyes widened. Then, slowly, her mouth opened in a tiny smile. It wasn't big. It wasn't loud. But it was real. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. For a moment, the hunger went quiet. The voice inside him didn't speak. Because even monsters, if they were forced to be honest, could recognize the sacredness of a child smiling after hell. Izuku exhaled slowly. He didn't smile widely. He didn't know how anymore. But he let the moment exist. And in that moment, he remembered why he kept choosing restraint. Not because it made him good, but because it made joy possible. Scene 1, the number one hero bleeds in public. The first alert hit every screen at once. A grainy helicopter shot. A city block bathed in orange emergency lights. A silhouette on a rooftop, wrong in the way only engineered nightmares were wrong. Then the camera zoomed. A face stitched together like a cruel joke. A grin too wide. Eyes that didn't blink like a person's eyes. A high-end Nomu. It moved with intention, not like the mindless brutes from before. This one looked around like it was enjoying the attention. The reporter's voice trembled. Repeat, this is not a standard Nomu. Pro heroes are advised. The feed cut to another angle. Endeavor arrived like a meteor. Flames erupted from his shoulders, turning the street into a furnace-lit stage. Civilians screamed and ran. Police pushed people back. Cameras locked onto him like he was oxygen. Because All Might was gone. And the world had trained itself to look for a symbol. Endeavor's jaw was clenched so tight it looked painful. He didn't smile. He didn't wave. He didn't reassure. He simply stared up at the monster and spoke with the voice of a man trying to force the world to believe him. I am here. The high end tilted its head. Then it laughed. Not a villain laugh. A delighted animal sound. Ooh, it crooned, voice rough and gleeful. Flame man. Strong. Endeavor launched first, because hesitation was weakness and weakness was a luxury the number one couldn't afford. A spear of fire shot upward. The high end dodged. Not slow. Not clumsy. It flowed out of the way like it had practiced. It landed on another rooftop, crouched like a predator, and clapped its hands once like it was applauding. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. Talking, Endeavor muttered. Great. Hawks arrived a heartbeat later, feathers scattering like a controlled storm. Endeavor, Hawks called, calm but tense. This one's different. It's thinking. Endeavor didn't look at him. I can see that. Endeavor growled. The high end's head snapped toward Hawks. Oh. It chirped. Wing boy. Fast. It blurred forward, and the street cracked under the force of its movement. Hawks dodged. Feathers slicing, trying to redirect rather than kill. Endeavor fired a flame wall to herd it away from civilians. The high end laughed and punched through the wall like it was paper. Endeavor slammed a flaming fist into its torso. It didn't go down. It skidded back, grinning wider. Yes. It shouted. Yes. Hurt me. Endeavor's blood ran cold. This wasn't a battle. It was a test. A stage. And the high end was trying to push Endeavor into the moment everyone feared. The moment the number one fails on camera. Endeavor's flames roared hotter, anger and pride feeding the fire. He launched again, pushing the monster higher, away from the crowd. The high end took the bait, leaping from rooftop to rooftop, dragging Endeavor into the open sky over the city like it wanted the world to watch. Hawks stayed close. Feathers rescuing civilians, blocking debris, keeping casualties low. But Endeavor could feel it. He was losing ground, not because he was weaker. Because the high end didn't fight like a person. It fought like a hungry idea. And the longer it stayed in motion, the more its body adapted, muscles tightening, regeneration improving, movements learning. Endeavor's flame output rose. His breathing got harsher. His thoughts got sharper. I cannot be second. Not now. Not ever. The high end lunged and raked him across the chest. Not deep enough to kill. Deep enough to bleed. Deep enough for the cameras to zoom in and catch the red streak across Endeavor's uniform. A wave of panic hit the crowd. A reporter screamed, "Endeavor's been hit." Endeavor's eyes widened, just a fraction. Not from pain. From the realization that the world had just seen him bleed. All Might had bled too, once. And the world had never forgotten the feeling. Endeavor's flame flickered for the smallest heartbeat. The high end grinned like it tasted that flicker. More, it whispered. Then it slammed Endeavor through a rooftop structure. Concrete exploded. Hawks shouted, "Feathers why?" PPing in to shield civilians from falling debris. Endeavor pushed himself up, burning hotter, but for the first time, a thought stabbed through his pride like ice. If I fall here, the world won't just lose faith in me. They'll lose faith in heroes. And somewhere far away, in a quiet school with reinforced dorm rooms, a different kind of pressure began to rise. Scene 2, the acid alarm. Izuku was in UA's training wing when the broadcast hit the wall screens. He wasn't even sparring. He was doing the leaf exercise again. A leaf. A line. Control. Boring. His collarbone monitor warmed instantly. Not because the screen was loud. Because Izuku's senses, his real senses, caught something through the distance like a knife sliding under a door. A presence. Huge. Hungry. Wrong. Not Endeavor's fire. Not Hawk's wind feather flicker. Something else in the footage. A predator that didn't hide. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him rose, interested. That one is built to hunt. Izuku's hands trembled. He stared at the screen. Endeavor got thrown again. Hawks barely redirected debris. Civilians screamed. And the high end, smiling, looked like it was getting happier the longer it fought. Aizawa's voice cut behind Izuku. No. Izuku flinched and turned. Aizawa stood in the doorway, eyes tired, scarf loose, posture like he'd already predicted this moment. You're not going, Aizawa said flatly. Izuku swallowed. They'll die. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. And if you go uncontrolled, more will. Izuku's jaw clenched. I can control it, Izuku insisted. Aizawa stepped closer, gaze sharp. Can you control what the cameras turn you into? Aizawa asked. Izuku froze. Because that hit deeper than any threat. The voice inside him purred. They already turned you into something. Go prove it's true. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed harder. He looked back at the screen. Endeavor was still standing, but slower now. The high end's regeneration was accelerating. The crowd was getting closer to panic. Izuku whispered, "If Endeavor falls, what happens next?" Aizawa's jaw tightened. He didn't answer. Because the answer was obvious. Chaos. Fear. A gap big enough for villains to crawl through. Izuku exhaled slowly. I'm going, Izuku said. Aizawa's eyes sharpened dangerously. Midoriya. Voice tight but steady. One rule, Izuku said. If I feel the mask spreading, I pull out. Aizawa's expression didn't soften, but his eyes flickered, just once, with the truth he hated. That UA couldn't keep Izuku in a box forever. Aizawa spoke through clenched teeth. Go, he said, and if you make me regret it. Izuku bowed sharply. Yes, sensei. Quote. Then he vanished. Not by running through hallways. By snapping into Sonido, air cracking as he left the building in a blur the cameras inside UA barely caught. Aizawa stared at the empty space. Jaw tight. Don't become what they want, Aizawa muttered to no one. Scene 3, Predator recognizes Predator. Kamino had been devastation. This was performance. The high-end leapt across rooftops, dragging Endeavor into wide-open airspace above the city where helicopters circled and livestreams multiplied like insects. Izuku arrived at the edge of the battle zone. And immediately felt the pressure of eyes. Cameras, civilians, police, heroes. He kept his Ryutsu low, tight, compact, controlled. But even low for him made the air feel thicker. People closest to him stumbled. Someone whispered, "It's him." Izuku ignored them and looked up. Endeavor was mid-air, flames blasting from his feet, trying to keep the Nomu off the streets. Hawks was weaving in, saving civilians, redirecting debris. Trying to keep Endeavor alive without stealing the spotlight. The high-end twisted in mid-air and slammed Endeavor again. Endeavor caught himself, barely, flames sputtering at the edges. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered, delighted. It's enjoying him. It will break him. Izuku stepped forward, and the high-end's head snapped toward him instantly. Not like it heard footsteps. Like it smelled him. The Nomu's grin widened. Oh, it breathed, almost reverent. Heavy. Hawks saw Izuku and his expression sharpened. Kid, Hawks called, voice calm but urgent. You're not supposed to be here. Endeavor's eyes flicked down and widened with fury. Midoriya. Endeavor barked. Get out. Izuku didn't look away from the high-end. If you fall, Izuku said quietly, people die. Endeavor snarled. You think I don't know that? The high-end laughed. Too strong, it crooned. Two predators. Endeavor's flames flared hotter in rage. Don't you dare compare. The high-end lunged toward Izuku. Fast. A killing line. Not because it hated him. Because it wanted to test him. Izuku didn't dodge backwards. He stepped sideways with Sonido, tight, Inimal, keeping the battle away from civilians. The high-end followed, adapting instantly. Izuku felt it. This thing learned in real time. Its muscles shifted, joints aligning to match Izuku's angles. It was like fighting an animal that upgraded itself mid-bite. Hawk's feathers darted in, trying to slice tendons, slow it down. The high-end shrugged them off and kept grinning. Endeavor roared and blasted fire into its side. It laughed harder. Yes. It shouted. More. Izuku's jaw clenched. This thing wasn't just a monster. It was a message. A message from whoever made it. Your heroes are not enough. Izuku raised one hand. A faint red spark formed. Ball a level. Controlled. He aimed it up, not down, and fired at the high-end's shoulder joint. The blast hit like a bullet wrapped in light. The high-end's arm jolted off course. It didn't scream. It giggled. Sharp. It crooned. Sharp boy. Izuku's monitor warmed. Hunger stirred. Not because the high-end was appetizing. Because its strength was loud. The voice inside him whispered. Eat it. Become complete. Izuku clenched his teeth. No feeding, he whispered. Endeavor landed hard on a rooftop, breathing ragged. Hawks dropped beside him. This is getting bad, Hawks muttered. Endeavor's eyes narrowed as he watched Izuku trade movement with the high-end. You, Endeavor growled at Izuku, if you interfere. Izuku didn't look back. I'm not here to replace you, Izuku said. Voice tight. I'm here to stop it. The high-end lunged again. Izuku's eyes narrowed. He made a decision. Not full hollowification. Not Vasto Lorde. Something controlled. Something commanded. He whispered. Barely audible under the wind. Imprison, Murcielago. The world shifted. Not explosively. Precisely. Shadow-like reishi gathered around Izuku's shoulders like a cloak becoming wings. His mask didn't cover fully, only a partial crest across his cheekbones and forehead, horn lines sharpening like a crown made of bone. His eyes turned gold, black edging into the whites, but he held them there. Locked by will. The air thickened. Civilians gasped. Some dropped to a knee. Police radios crackled with panic. Hawk's feathers froze for a split second. Endeavor's flames flickered. The high-end stopped mid-motion. And for the first time since the fight started. It looked excited in a different way. It leaned forward, grin trembling. Yes, it whispered. Same. Predator recognized predator. The difference was, the high-end had no leash. Izuku did. Scene 4, the demon saves the number 1. Izuku moved. Not faster, cleaner. Every Sonido step snapped him into the exact angle he needed. No wasted motion, no wide collateral. The high-end swung. Izuku hardened, Hiero, and let the blow graze rather than land full, redirecting the force upward. They rose into the sky over the rooftops. Away from civilians. Hawks followed, feathers forming barriers beneath them to catch debris. Endeavor launched upward too, flames blasting. The high-end laughed and tried to bite Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's hand flashed up, gripping its jaw. Brief contact, immediate recoil against hunger. He didn't feed. He threw. He hurled the high-end upward, into open air. Then he raised his palm. Not a beam. A lattice. Thin red lines of energy formed like a grid in the sky, tight, precise, a cage made of spiritual pressure. The high end slammed into it. It flexed. It didn't break. The high end screamed, half laughter, half rage, and tried to regenerate through the restraint. Its body bulged and shifted. Izuku's eyes narrowed. Endeavor, Izuku called, voice layered but controlled. Now. Endeavor's eyes widened. He understood instantly. Hawks shouted, Endeavor, take it. Endeavor's jaw clenched. Pride fought the need. Then Endeavor roared, flames exploding hotter than before. Prominence. He launched his ultimate fire upward. A concentrated inferno, spear-shaped, aimed directly into the restrained high end. The Nomu screamed. Its regeneration fought. Its body cooked and rebuilt and cooked again. Izuku held the lattice steady, sweat beating under his mask crest. His monitor burned. The hunger growled. The voice inside him hissed. Let go. Let it fall. Let it burn with the city. Izuku clenched his jaw. No. He tightened the lattice. The high end's movements slowed. Its grin cracked. For the first time, fear flickered in its eyes, not of death, but of containment. Because death was stimulation, containment was denial. Endeavor's flames surged again. The high end's body finally broke, its core destabilizing under heat it couldn't regenerate fast enough to counter. Izuku iced his other hand and formed the lance again, smaller than before, sharper. He aimed not at the body. At the core. One thrust. Clean. Final. The high end's grin froze. Then its form collapsed into ash-like fragments. Scattering on the wind, silence hit the sky. Endeavor hovered, breathing ragged, staring at the empty space where the monster had been. Hawks exhaled, feathers trembling. Izuku's wings cloak flickered and faded. The partial mask cracked away slowly. He forced the pressure down. 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 So civilians could breathe again. But the damage was done. Because cameras caught everything. They caught the moment Endeavor bled. They caught the moment the Nomu laughed. And they caught the moment a horn-crested, gold-eyed heavy and caged a monster above a city. When Izuku landed on a rooftop, the crowd below didn't cheer. They screamed. Some people backed away like he was radioactive. Some fell to their knees. Not worship. Instinct. Hawks landed beside Endeavor and muttered, well, that's going to be a PR nightmare. Endeavor didn't answer at first. He stared at Izuku like he was seeing a fire he couldn't control. Then Endeavor's jaw clenched and he spat the words like they hurt him to say. You saved me. Izuku's throat tightened. I saved the civilians, Izuku said. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. That too, Endeavor admitted. Then, quieter, almost angry at himself, thank you. Izuku nodded once. Hawks looked between them, expression tense. Kid, Hawks said softly, you need to leave. Before the crowd turns into a stampede. Izuku glanced over the edge of the rooftop. Police lines were shaking. Civilians were pointing. Phones were recording. And the word, demon, was already forming on lips. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him purred. They fear you. Good. Fear is order. Izuku clenched his jaw. No, he whispered. Then he vanished, Sonido snapping him away before anyone could approach. Scene 5, the commission smiles like it won. Izuku didn't get far before he felt it. Not a villain. Not a hero. A presence that felt like paperwork turned into a person. Hoshino stepped into his path on an empty rooftop 2 blocks away, impossibly calm, perfectly composed. As if she'd been waiting for him to land. 2 agents stood behind her. Not police. Not heroes. Something quieter. Izuku's stomach dropped. Hoshino smiled politely. Midoriya-kun, she said. Unauthorized deployment. Izuku swallowed. People were going to die. Hoshino's smile didn't change. And now, she said softly, millions have seen what you are. Izuku's chest tightened. Hoshino stepped closer. Voice gentle like a lullaby. You saved the number 1, she said. Excellent work. Izuku flinched at the praise. Hoshino continued, but you also caused civilian panic. Also expected. Izuku's hands trembled. I kept it controlled, Izuku insisted. Hoshino nodded once, as if acknowledging a machine met its limits. Yes, she said. Which is why we're not punishing you. Izuku froze. You're not. Hoshino's smile sharpened by a fraction. We're adjusting your classification, she said. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The voice inside him whispered. Acid. Hoshino's eyes shone with quiet satisfaction. From special grade acid, she said softly, to special grade deterrent. Izuku's blood went cold. Hoshino leaned in slightly. Today, she whispered, the public learned something important. Izuku's throat tightened. What? Hoshino smiled. They learned heroes can bleed, she said. And they learned there is something darker than villains standing on their side. Izuku clenched his fists. I'm not. Hoshino lifted a hand. You don't have to be, she said gently. The narrative will do it for you. Izuku's jaw trembled. What do you want from me? He whispered. Hoshino's smile softened like she was offering a gift. Obedience, she said. And restraint. Izuku's hollow chest pulsed. The hunger stirred. The voice inside him hissed. Break her. Izuku swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe. In, out. He didn't move. He didn't flare pressure. He just stared at Hoshino, voice low. I will protect people, Izuku said. That's all. Hoshino smiled wider. And that, she said, is why you're valuable. Izuku felt sick. He vanished again in Sonido before the conversation could become a chain around his throat. Scene 6, the public sees a demon, and the hero world changes. That night, the footage replayed endlessly. Endeavor burning the sky, Hawks saving civilians, the high end laughing, and then, Izuku, the air bending, the partial mask, the horned crest, the cage in the sky. News panels split into arguments. He saved Endeavor. He made people collapse. That's not a quirk. Is UA hiding a weapon? What happens when he loses control? Are we safe, because of him, or despite him? Endeavor sat alone in his agency office, watching the footage without sound. He didn't look triumphant. He looked haunted. Because he knew what the crowd didn't. That the kid had held back. That the demon-looking thing was still restrained. And Endeavor, number 1, had just seen a new category of power. A category the world didn't have words for. On a rooftop at UA, Izuku stood under cold wind, staring at the city lights. His eyes were normal again. His breathing was controlled. His hands still trembled slightly from holding the mask down. Behind him, the dorm lights glowed warm. Friends laughed somewhere inside. A fragile normal. Izuku whispered, I didn't want them to fear me. The voice inside him replied softly, satisfied. But fear listens. Hope argues. Izuku clenched his jaw. I'm not your symbol, he whispered. The voice chuckled. You already are. Izuku stared at the city. And for the first time, he understood what his future might really be. Not a symbol of peace. Not a symbol of smiles. But something colder. A presence that kept darkness away by being the heaviest thing in the room. Izuku exhaled slowly. Then he whispered the only promise that still mattered. I will choose. Even if the world tried to choose for him. Scene 1, the villain who finally felt small. Shigaraki Tamura hated a lot of things. He hated the way heroes smiled. He hated the way crowds worshipped them. He hated the way the world expected him to play the role of villain, like it was a costume he'd chosen. But there was one hatred that had always been his foundation. All Might. All Might was the wall. The impossible ceiling. The reason his tantrums didn't become apocalypse. Now that wall was gone. And Shigaraki should have felt free. Instead, he felt small. He stood in the League's temporary hideout, hands buried in his pockets, scratching at his neck like the skin itself offended him. A broken TV sat on a crate, replaying the high-end footage on loop, pirated streams. Shaky cell phones, helicopter angles. Endeavor burning the sky, Hawks slicing debris away, the Nomu laughing. And then, that moment, the air bending, the pressure, the horned crest, the cage in the sky. Shigaraki's jaw tightened. Dabi leaned against the wall, blue flames flickering low, eyes half-lidded in his usual bored cruelty. Toga sat on the floor hugging her knees, watching the footage like it was a romance drama. Twice fidgeted near the corner, whispering to himself. Spinner stood rigid, gripping his sword like it was the only thing keeping him from shaking. Kurogiri's mist swirled quietly. Attentive. Shigaraki pointed at the screen with a trembling finger. That, Shigaraki hissed, voice raw, is cheating. Dabi snorted. That's reality. Get used to it. Shigaraki's fingers twitched. That kid, Shigaraki whispered, eyes wide, made all for one, scream. Silence hit the room like a snapped wire. Even Dabi's smirk softened for a second. Because they all understood what that implied. All for one wasn't just powerful. He was myth. And myths didn't scream unless something crawled under their skin. Toga's eyes sparkled. He's scary, she whispered dreamily. But also kind of. Shigaraki slammed his hand into the TV. The screen cracked, image warping into static. Shut up, he spat. His breathing was uneven. Not from anger. From something uglier. Fear. Because Shigaraki had felt Izuku once, at USJ, when the air got heavy and his decay felt weak like his body was suddenly a child again. Shigaraki had run that day, and the shame had never left. Now the world had seen it too. Not Shigaraki running, but the existence of a power that made Villa's voice cut through, calm and sharp. You're obsessed, Dabi said. Don't get sloppy. Shigaraki's lips curled. I'm not obsessed, he snapped. Then his voice dropped, low and shaking. I'm insulted, Shigaraki said. He scratched at his neck harder until it bled. All my life, Shigaraki whispered. They told me heroes were the problem. He laughed, broken. But that kid isn't a hero. Toga blinked. He's a student. He's a wall, Shigaraki snarled. A wall that looks at you and makes you feel like you shouldn't exist. Spinner swallowed. We can still. Shigaraki's head snapped toward him. You don't get it, Shigaraki hissed. If he stays, we lose. Dabi's eyes narrowed. And if you charge him head on, you die. Shigaraki's grin twitched, half mad. Then I'll rot the world until even he can't hold it, Shigaraki whispered. Kurogiri's voice came soft, careful. Tamura Shigaraki, Kurogiri said. All for one would advise. Shigaraki's eyes flashed. All for one isn't here, he snapped. Kurogiri's mist trembled. Shigaraki stared at the broken TV, static buzzing. Then he whispered the new center of his hatred. The void. He tasted the words like poison. I'll kill him, Shigaraki whispered. Not because he's in my way. His grin widened, eyes hollow. Because he makes my game feel stupid. And that was the most unforgivable crime of all. Scene 2, the summit, when heroes start talking like governments. They didn't call it a summit, publicly. Publicly, it was a security coordination meeting. Privately, it was the first time the hero world admitted a truth out loud. The era of symbols had ended. The era of systems had begun. The meeting was held in a secure government building with windows too thick to shatter and hallways too empty to feel human. Aizawa hated the place the moment he walked in. Nezu looked cheerful, which meant he was already calculating outcomes. Tsukauchi looked tired, which meant he'd been awake for days. Endeavor looked furious, which meant pride was bleeding under his skin. Hawks looked relaxed, which meant he was hiding the fact that he wasn't. And at the end of the long table, in a seat too big for his body, Izuku sat, not in his UA uniform. In plain black clothing, no logos, no hero costume. Because they weren't treating him like a student today. They were treating him like a subject. Hoshino sat across from him, perfect posture, calm smile. Other officials sat near her, commission, government, police, military advisors. None of them smiled like people. They smiled like policy. A large screen displayed bullet points. Post-high-end incident, risk assessment. Subject, Midoriya Izuku. Classification, special grade deterrent. Status, active. Izuku's stomach turned. Aizawa's hands clenched under the table. Nezu tilted his head cheerfully. Now, we must remain calm. The wording is important. Endeavor slammed a fist on the table. This is insane. Endeavor snarled. He's a child. Hoshino's smile stayed polite. He is a reality, she replied. Endeavor's flames flickered at his eyebrows. You're talking about him like he's a nuke. Hoshino's eyes didn't flinch. Deterrents keep wars from starting, she said gently. We are ensuring stability. Izuku's hands trembled slightly on his lap. He stared at the table surface like it might swallow him. Tsukauchi cleared his throat, voice careful. Hoshino-san, Tsukauchi said, what exactly does special grade deterrent authorize? Hoshino clicked a remote. A new slide appeared. Deployment conditions. Mass casualty threat. Villain escalation event. Quirk singularity anomalous entity. Symbol collapse scenario. Commission discretion. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. Commission discretion. Aizawa repeated. Hoshino smiled. Yes. Aizawa's voice went flat. Dangerous. That means you can throw him at anything you want. Hoshino's smile softened like she was being patient with a child. Aizawa Shota, she said calmly, he already throws himself at anything he wants. Izuku flinched. Endeavor's jaw clenched. He intervened because I was going to lose. Hoshino nodded. Exactly. Nezu's paws tapped lightly on the table. Let us not pretend, Nezu said cheerfully, that this is about punishing Midoriya-kun. He looked around the room, smile bright. His is about deciding who gets to hold the leash, Nezu said. Silence. Hoshino's smile thinned. Nezu's eyes stayed sharp. UA will not allow external leash ownership, Nezu continued lightly. Endeavor's eyes flicked to Nezu, surprised. Tsukauchi's gaze tightened, relieved someone said it out loud. Hoshino exhaled slowly. We are not seeking ownership, Hoshino said. We are seeking coordination. Aizawa's voice was ice. You coordinate weapons, not people. Hoshino's gaze slid to Izuku. Then she spoke in a voice soft enough to sound kind. Midoriya-kun, she said, do you understand why this is necessary? Izuku swallowed hard. The room waited. Even Endeavor watched him now. Even Hawk's relaxed posture tightened slightly. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. The voice inside him whispered. Say yes. Become their system. Become their order. Izuku's hands clenched. He lifted his head. His eyes were tired, but steady. I understand, Izuku said quietly. Hoshino's smile returned. Good, she said. Izuku continued, voice low. I understand you're scared, Izuku said. The officials stiffened. Aizawa's eyes flickered, proud and worried at the same time. Izuku's voice stayed calm. You're scared because All Might is gone, Izuku said. And because Endeavor bled. And because villains are escalating. Endeavor's jaw clenched, but he didn't interrupt. Izuku exhaled slowly. And you're scared of me, Izuku said. Silence. Hoshino's smile did not move. Izuku's throat tightened. But here's what you need to understand, Izuku said, voice firming. I'm not yours, he said. Hoshino's eyes sharpened slightly. Izuku continued. I won't be deployed like a tool, Izuku said. I will choose when I move. A murmur rippled through the officials. Hoshino's voice remained gentle. And if your choice conflicts with public safety? She asked. Izuku stared at her. His hollow chest pulsed. His monitor warmed, not in panic, but in recognition of tension. The voice inside him whispered. Crush them. They want chains. Izuku did not flare. He did not threaten. He only spoke. If my choice conflicts with your comfort, Izuku corrected quietly, that's not the same as public safety. Aizawa's lips twitched, almost a smile. Nezu's smile brightened. Tsukauchi exhaled slowly. Hawks rubbed the back of his neck, muttering, kids got guts. Endeavor stared at Izuku like he was seeing a hero in a shape he didn't like. Hoshino's smile held, but her eyes hardened. Then we will need guarantees, she said calmly. Nezu tilted his head. What kind? Nezu asked cheerfully. Hoshino clicked another slide. Guarantees requested. Continuous monitoring. Mandatory weekly evaluation. Emergency override protocol. Commission liaison access. Aizawa's voice turned deadly. Override. Hoshino's tone stayed soft. If he loses control, she said. Izuku's hands trembled. He stared at the word, override, until it felt like a knife. Then he looked up. Fine, Izuku said quietly. Aizawa snapped, Midoriya. Izuku raised a hand slightly, stopping him. He looked at Aizawa, eyes tired but gentle. All except monitoring, Izuku said. Because people deserve to feel safe. Hoshino's smile softened in victory. Izuku's eyes sharpened. But no override, Izuku said. Hoshino blinked. Midoriya-kun. Izuku's voice stayed calm. If you build an override, Izuku said, moment I disobey you. And then you'll be the villains you claim to prevent. Silence hit hard. Nezu's smile turned razor bright. Well said, Nezu chirped. Hoshino's jaw tightened slightly, only slightly. Tsukauchi spoke carefully. This is reasonable, Tsukauchi said. Monitoring. Yes. But override without due process is. Hoshino cut in, still polite. We will discuss specifics, she said. Translation. We will try again later. Izuku's stomach twisted. He knew. But he'd drawn a line. For now. And in this room full of systems and control, that line mattered. Scene 3, Endeavor's private admission. After the meeting, Endeavor caught Izuku in a hallway. Not with anger this time. With something heavier. The hallway was empty, security cameras watching from corners like silent insects. Endeavor's flames were off. His hair was still bright, but his eyes looked tired. Midoriya, Endeavor said. Izuku stopped and bowed. Sir. Endeavor's jaw clenched. Don't bow, Endeavor muttered. I'm not your father. Izuku flinched slightly. Endeavor stared at him. Then he spoke quietly. Like the words tasted bitter. I hated you, Endeavor admitted. Izuku froze. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. I hated what you represented, he corrected. Another impossible thing. Another symbol people would chase instead of me. Izuku's throat tightened. Endeavor looked away for a second. Then you saved me, Endeavor said quietly. Izuku swallowed. I saved the civilians. Endeavor's eyes snapped back. You saved me, he repeated. His voice dropped. And it made me realize something, Endeavor said. Izuku waited. Endeavor's jaw tightened hard. I'm not enough, Endeavor said. The words hung in the empty hallway like smoke. Izuku's chest hollow pulsed. Endeavor exhaled, angry at himself. But, Endeavor said, voice firming, that doesn't mean you have to become a symbol. Izuku blinked. Endeavor's eyes narrowed. Symbols get worshipped, Endeavor said. And then they get eaten. Izuku's throat tightened. Endeavor leaned closer slightly. Don't let them eat you, Endeavor said. Izuku swallowed hard. Okay, Izuku whispered. Endeavor turned away. Then he paused and added, almost reluctantly. And if you ever need a wall, call me. Izuku stared at him, stunned. Endeavor didn't wait for an answer. He walked away, leaving behind the strangest gift he could offer. Not friendship, not warmth, but solidarity. Scene 4, the roof of UA, acceptance without comfort. Night at UA was quieter after All Might. Not because the school lacked life. Because the world outside pressed closer now. UA felt like a fortress, not a campus. Izuku stood on the roof alone, hands in his pockets. Wind tugging at his hair. The city spread below like a sea of lights. Somewhere out there, villains planned. Somewhere out there, civilians feared. Somewhere out there, the commission wrote policies with his name like he was a category of weather. Izuku exhaled slowly. His eyes were normal tonight. But his mind wasn't. The voice inside him spoke softly, almost kind. You won't be loved. Izuku closed his eyes. He didn't deny it. He'd seen the faces in the crowd. He'd heard the whispers. He'd felt the instinctive recoil. Even when he saved people, they flinched. Even when he restrained himself, they feared what he could do if he stopped. Izuku opened his eyes and looked at the city. I wanted to be like All Might, Izuku whispered. The voice inside him chuckled. You can't. Izuku swallowed hard. All Might was a smile. A promise. A warm hand on a frightened shoulder. Izuku. Izuku was heavy air and silence and teeth behind bone. But he could still choose. He could still decide. Izuku whispered. Then I'll be something else. The wind rose. His collarbone monitor warmed faintly, sensing his emotions shifting. Izuku breathed in, slow. He felt the hunger stir at the edge. He felt it try to whisper, feed, feed, feed. He didn't deny it. He acknowledged it like you acknowledged weather. Then he spoke calmly. I won't be the symbol of peace, Izuku said. He looked at the city again. I'll be the symbol of order, Izuku whispered. The voice inside him hummed in satisfaction. Yes. Izuku's jaw tightened. But not your order, Izuku said quietly. The voice paused. Izuku continued, eyes steady. Not fear for fear's sake, Izuku said. Not obedience. Not control. He exhaled. Order, Izuku said, means protection without cruelty. Silence. Then footsteps. Izuku turned. Aizawa stood near the roof door, scarf loose, eyes tired. He didn't approach right away. He simply said, quietly. You sound like you've accepted something. Izuku swallowed. Yeah. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. What? Izuku looked back at the city. That people won't clap for me, Izuku said. They'll just survive because I exist. Aizawa's jaw tightened. That's not fair, Aizawa said. Izuku's voice was calm. I didn't ask for fair, Izuku said. I asked to protect. Aizawa stared at him for a long moment. Then, quietly, he said. If you're going to be order. Izuku glanced at him. Then stay human. Aizawa finished. Izuku's throat tightened. He nodded once. I'll try, Izuku whispered. Aizawa's eyes narrowed. No, Aizawa corrected. You will. Izuku stared at him. Then, for the first time in days, Izuku let a small smile exist. Not a big one. Not a symbol. Just a human twitch of warmth. Yeah, Izuku whispered. I will. Aizawa turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Midoriya, he said without looking back. Izuku blinked. Yeah, Aizawa's voice was flat but honest. You're not alone, he said. Then he left. Izuku stood under the cold sky, wind tugging at him, city lights shimmering below. He felt the hunger. He felt the fear of others. He felt the chains of policy tightening. But he also felt ropes. Thin, stubborn ropes. Friends. Teachers. A rescued child's tiny smile. Enough. For now. Izuku exhaled slowly and whispered into the night. Let them fear me. Then, softer, more important. Let them live. And in the distance, far away, Shigaraki stared at static and swore his new obsession. To break the symbol of order. Because if he couldn't break it, he would never matter again. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you do, please leave a like, share and subscribe. Structural Al.